Duan Tian's family and friends who were aware of his situation were naturally worried about his safety. They thought that he was in a deadly situation. Fortunately, despite experiencing several dangerous situations, he only had a close brush with death once. There are a few months left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Based on the chaotic points I accumulated, I should be able to rank at the top of the overall ranking. Due to the battle merits Duan Tian accumulated earlier, he was able to open many multi-person secret realms in the advanced secret realms. With his strength, he was able to dominate all the secret realms he entered. Although many people imitated his method, they were unable to fully dominate the secret realms. No matter how powerful they would encounter people on par with them in the secret realms. Needless to say, he did not have such a problem. Even if the 9 rudimentary supreme gods in a secret realm joined forces to deal with him, he was confident about taking them on. After all, when the advanced chaotic region appeared, his strength was already comparable to a top intermediate supreme god. I should sort out my gains in the coming few months and continue to stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Among rudimentary, intermediate, and advanced supreme gods, the cultivation base of a rudimentary supreme gods was the easiest to stabilize. However, Duan Tian had yet to stabilize it. Previously, the rewards he gained in the secret realms were useful in helping him to stabilize his cultivation base, but they were not enough. As such, he had to slowly accumulate his reward and stabilize his cultivation base. Duan Tian could not help but feel envious when he thought about his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunyuan. He recalled that Lang Chunyuan stabilized her cultivation base shortly after becoming a rudimentary supreme god due to her innate ability. In his opinion, she must possess the bloodline of someone extraordinary, or she was reincarnated like Kuer to possess such an ability. After regaining the memories from her past life, Kuer didn't encounter any bottleneck in her cultivation at all. I wonder if it's still the same now. Duan Tian wondered inwardly with a sigh. I wonder if Kuer is in the advanced chaotic region. If she's aware of the situation I am in, she must be worried to death. It's better if she's not in the advanced chaotic region. I hope that she's left the realm battlefield and returned to the Xia clan in the divine offering land. With this, at least she'll be safe, and I'll be able to find her later. As usual, Duan Tian opened a deca-secret realm before he found a secluded place to sort out his gains. He knew it would take at least a few months before he could enter the secret realm, so he no longer thought about it. When he went through his gains in the secret realms, once again, he marveled at how abundant they were. Although many of them were useless to him, they were very precious and useful to those below the realm of a supreme god. There was no doubt that his family and friends would benefit from them. The medicinal ingredients are the only things that are useful to me. I can refine divine pills here at ease. On the realm battlefield and the chaotic region, various phenomena, which did not occur in the outside world, were common. As such, it was easy for others to mistake the pill tribulation for one of the phenomena. Only the heavenly tribulation was so distinctive that others could not mistake it for another phenomenon. For this reason, Duan Tian could refine limit divine pills here without any worries. The efficacy of divine pills that don't attract pill tribulations is lacking compared to the limit divine pills. I'll refine divine pills that will help me stabilize my cultivation base for now, and I'll refine the others after leaving the realm battlefield. Duan Tian no longer wasted time and began to refine divine pills so he could consume them. During this time, quite a few passed by, but no one expected that Duan Tian was refining divine pills nearby. It was very common for powerhouses to find secluded places to rest and cultivate on the realm battlefield, and it was even more common when the advanced chaotic region was coming to a close. No one would recklessly make a move, afraid that they would accidentally provoke someone stronger than them. Most importantly, now that the advanced chaotic region was closing, many people had stopped searching for Duan Tian. After all, it seemed like he had vanished into thin air. Many people thought that he had been killed and that the killer had yet to collect the bounty. Even if he was alive, they knew it was near impossible to find him when there were only a few months left. In a base camp, a blue-clad young man carrying a simple long sword attracted many people's attention. It's him. It's that monstrous advanced emperor of gods. Did you meet him before? I met in a Decasecret realm previously. The 9 of us were no match for him even after we joined forces. With just a strike of his sword, he destroyed our attacks. If he didn't withdraw his attack at the critical moment, we would have died at that time. He must be invincible among advanced emperors of gods. Just like Duan Ling Tian, he comes from one of the lower realms as well. Someone saw him use his doppelgangers from the Law of Destruction and the Law of Time to kill a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, the handsome blue-clad young man's expression did not change even when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and asked the blue-clad young man, "Brother, you're from the lower realm, right? Have you joined a force in the realm of gods yet?" "I'm from a prime supreme rank force in the Scaling Riverland. If you're willing, I'd like to invite you to join my clan. With your innate talent and strength, our clan's supreme powerhouse will definitely take a liking to you. With his guidance and your innate talent, it's possible for you to become the second supreme powerhouse in our clan." The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. After he finished speaking, he released his divine energy to show that he was an advanced supreme god. Before the blue-clad young man could respond, an old man stepped forward and said with a scoff, "What's the point in joining a clan? Sir, I'm a member of a prime supreme rank force in the profound energy land. With your innate talent, our sect leader will definitely speak to our supreme powerhouse on your behalf. It's possible that our supreme powerhouse will accept you as his direct disciples." Following that, many advanced supreme gods from various realms of gods stepped forward and tried to recruit the blue-clad young man. After all, he was very strong and talented. However, to their chagrin, the blue-clad young man calmly said, "Thank you for your invitations, but I don't plan to join any force at the moment." Naturally, the others did not show their displeasure. After all, the blue-clad young man might not be a match for them now, but once he became a supreme god, he might be comparable to Duan Ling Tian. Rumors had it that Duan Ling Tian was now comparable to a top intermediate supreme god, even though he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Someone like that would definitely become a top advanced supreme god in the future. One had to know that a top advanced supreme god was so formidable that even hundreds of thousands of ordinary advanced supreme gods were no match for him or her. After a while, the crowd watched as the blue-clad young man walked to the bounty collection area in the base camp. There were many tasks posted there along with the rewards for the completion of the tasks. The tasks ranged from searching for someone to killing someone. Needless to say, many of the tasks involved killing Duan Ling Tian. He's going to the bounty area. Is he choosing a task or is he collecting his reward? He's looking at all the tasks that are related to Duan Ling Tian. Does he plan to kill Duan Ling Tian? It did not take long before people noticed that the blue-clad young man was looking at the bounties placed on Duan Ling Tian's head. He would stop in front of every task related to Duan Ling Tian and look at them carefully. The Lu clan from the Zen Boundary Land, the Qi clan from the Divine Riverland, the Ice Jade Divine Sect from the Surging Land. Feng Qingyang paused in front of each task related to Duan Ling Tian, his disciple, and silently committed the names of the prime supreme rank forces from various realms of gods, who wanted Duan Ling Tian's life to his memory. Feng Qingyang knew that with his strength now, there was nothing he could do to these prime supreme rank forces. However, the future was long, and time would change everything. In the future, perhaps, he would be strong enough to destroy these forces. Feng Qingyang muttered under his breath, "I'll definitely rank first in the Advanced Emperors of Gods ranking. As for the overall ranking, if there's no accident, Little Tian will likely rank first." Feng Qingyang did not leave the base camp immediately. Instead, he found a quiet corner before he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Before doing so, he did not forget to set up a formation around himself. The base camps were vast since they had to accommodate many people. As long as one was willing, one could completely occupy an area by spending some divine crystals. For example, Feng Qingyang had spent some divine crystals to occupy an area to make sure he remained undisturbed while he rested and cultivated. The formation Feng Qingyang set up blocked others from looking in. They were burning with curiosity, but they could only look at the formation helplessly. Needless to say, no one disturbed him. After all, it was not like they could attack him. Not only that, but they would also risk offending him. It might not matter now, but when he grew stronger in the future, it would definitely be troublesome if he decided to seek revenge from those who offended him. Unless absolutely necessary, no one was foolish enough to offend a monstrous prodigy like him. In another base camp, a young woman was also looking at the various bounties placed on Duanling Tian. At the same time, she muttered under her breath, "I won't forget these people and forces. When eldest senior sister returns, I'll tell her about this so she can avenge junior brother. If she takes too long to return, I'll grow stronger and avenge junior brother." The young woman's eyes shone with killing intent nearing the end of her words. Many people in the surroundings misunderstood the young woman's killing intent and assumed it was directed at Duanling Tian. After all, she was looking at the tasks related to Duanling Tian. Finally, someone stepped forward and said, "Girl, Duanling Tian isn't that easy to kill. Based on what I know, no one has succeeded until now." Another person chimed in, "That's right. Quite a few advanced supreme gods tried searching for him to kill him, but they all failed." Lang Chun Yuan was originally seething with anger as she thought about how she would avenge Duanling Tian. Strangely, when she heard the conversations in the surroundings, she suddenly calmed down. In yet another base camp, a young man stood at the edge of the base camp and looked outside. At the same time, he murmured, "Duanling Tian, you should still be alive, right? I hope you're alive. Otherwise, what's the point of me saving your life back then? Previously, your senior brother saved my life. As such, there's no longer any debt between us. I hope that when we meet again, we'll be able to determine the winner between us." The young man was Ning Yixian, the proud prodigy of the Ning clan in the Sanction land. When Ning Yixian first met Duanling Tian nearly killed him. He would have died if the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse did not intervene. During their second meeting, Ning Yixian saved Duanling Tian's life by using his identity as the proud prodigy of the Ning clan who was favored by the clan's supreme powerhouse. Later on, Ning Yixian ran into Yang Yuqin, Duanling Tian's third senior brother. At that time, Yang Yuqin could have killed him, but Yang Yuqin spared him to clear the debts between him and Duanling Tian. At this time, Ning Yixian's eyes suddenly shone with confidence as he muttered to himself, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to rank in the top 3 of the intermediate supreme god ranking." His confidence did not come from his strength alone. He was aware that many intermediate supreme gods were busy looking for Duanling Tian and did not focus much on accumulating chaotic points. As such, the difficulty of ranking in the top 3 had decreased a lot, which was favorable to him. In a desert outside of a base camp, 2 young men were flying toward the base camp at this moment. "Second senior brother, this time both of us won't be able to rank in the intermediate supreme god ranking. We'll have to give junior brother a beating when we see him," Yang Yuqin said with a smile. Others might not be certain about Duanling Tian's life and death, but Yang Yuqin was different. After all, he possessed Duanling Tian's soul pearl. He had obtained it before they parted ways, so the energy in the soul pearl had yet to dissipate. For this reason, he knew that Duanling Tian was alive. "It's only natural that we have to give him a beating," Hong Yifeng said with a smile. "Although we weren't able to help him in the end, it's a fact that we weren't able to accumulate chaotic points because of him." After a pause, he continued to say, "He'll definitely rank first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, and if there's no accident, he'll likely rank first in the overall ranking as well. I don't dare to say that he'll definitely rank first since there might be another peerless monstrous prodigy here. However, he'll definitely rank in the top 3. Yang Yuchun said as he shook his head. Hong Yifeng smiled. "I'm actually quite hopeful. Based on the Supreme Powerhouse's announcement, if junior brother ranks first, he'll be able to bathe in the divine fountain. At that time, perhaps, junior brother might be able to steal a drop or 2 from the divine fountain for us. It's impossible for a supreme powerhouse to watch junior brother while he bathes in the divine fountain. Right?" After Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he looked very pleased with himself. It was as though he was pleased that he had thought about such a thing. However, the smile on Yang Yuchen's face turned a little strange upon hearing Hong Yifeng's words. He said, "Second senior brother, are you planning to drink junior brother's bath water? He can collect it before he bathes in the divine fountain, right?" Yang Yuchun was rendered speechless by Hong Yifeng's words. Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchun and continued to say, All I'm saying is that I don't think there's a rule prohibiting one from collecting a few drops from the divine fountain. As such, if possible, Junior Brother should take a few drops for us before he bathes. What if it's not possible? Since you disdain Junior Brother's bath water, when he brings it back, I'll gladly take your share, Hong Yifeng said with bright eyes. Yang Yuchun was stunned. When he recovered his senses, he hastily said, I didn't say I disdain his bath water. He's my junior brother. Why would I disdain his bath water? Second senior brother, you must have misheard me. I don't disdain his bath water. Don't talk nonsense in front of junior brother when we meet him later. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that his second and third senior brother were looking forward to the liquid from the divine fountain even if he had already bathed in it. At this time, he was focused on stabilizing his cultivation base. He was only a step away from completely stabilizing it, but something seemed to be holding him back. He was so focused that he forgot that the advanced chaotic region was about to close. It was only when a wave of energy breached his formation that he returned to his senses. Is this a sign that the advanced chaotic region is closing? Indeed, the advanced chaotic region was closing. Duanling Tian felt the energy pulling at him, and when he tried to use his divine energy to resist, he discovered that his divine energy was easily subdued by the powerful energy. The energy was rather similar to the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. A Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy could be used on the realm battlefield, but it was prohibited in the chaotic region and advanced chaotic region. If one were to bring a drop of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy out in the chaotic region, a powerful energy would appear to suppress one's divine energy and also freeze the drop of divine energy, rendering it useless. This powerful energy would only disappear after one put away the drop of divine energy. Duanling Tian heard in one of the base camps that a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy was banned in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region to level the playing field as much as possible. After all, it would be unfair to ordinary people who did not possess a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. Those who did not come from prominent forces were naturally at a disadvantage in this regard. They did not even have the protection of a Supreme Powerhouse, so how could they possess a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy? Duanling Tian was lucky enough to obtain a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy, but he only possessed a limited amount. He could only use them a few times before his supply ran out, unlike others who possessed a lot. Moreover, it would be deadly if his opponents who nearly killed him previously could use a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy in the advanced chaotic version at that time. In conclusion, the rule prohibiting the use of a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy was beneficial to him. It's time to leave the advanced chaotic region. I'll be able to see my ranking soon. I don't know how the others fared, but based on my chaotic points, I should rank at the top of the overall ranking. As for the ranking for the rudimentary supreme gods, there's no suspense at all, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he was transported out of the advanced chaotic region to the realm battlefield of the divine offering land and the sanction land. As soon as Duanling Tian appeared on the realm battlefield, he surveyed his surroundings vigilantly. When he confirmed that there was no threat, he finally sighed in relief. Since we've been transported out of the secret realm, the rankings should appear in the sky of the various realm battlefields soon. Duanling Tian muttered as he looked at the sky. Similar to Duanling Tian, many people looked at the sky after they were transported out of the advanced chaotic region. At the same time, many people from the outside world began to enter the realm battlefield as well so they could look at the rankings. One of them was Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the divine offering land. He did not compete to rank in the advanced chaotic region's ranking because it was too late for him to accumulate battle merits and chaotic points when he heard about the overall ranking. After all, many advanced supreme gods had entered the realm battlefield very early and had accumulated many battle merits. It was naturally difficult for him to catch up to them. After all, even Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan in the divine offering land who entered the realm battlefield a little earlier, had a difficult time accumulating points to rank in the top 10 of the advanced supreme god ranking, let alone the overall ranking. That boy is really unlucky if he dies in the advanced chaotic region. If he survives, I wonder if he'll rank first in the overall ranking. Xia Yu could not help but wonder about his lowly son-in-law. He had never met his son-in-law before, but after receiving many pieces of news about his son-in-law, his unwavering heart began to move. After all, almost everyone knew now that Duanling Tian was a rudimentary supreme god below the age of 1000 who could easily kill intermediate supreme gods as though he was killing chickens. In fact, only a few top intermediate supreme gods were on par with or stronger than him. As such, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. Based on Duanling Tian's innate talent, Xiaoyu knew that Duanling Tian must have made progress again, and that it was possible that he could also fight on even ground with weak advanced supreme gods now. Apart from that, Xiaoyu also learned that Duanling Tian was not a sexless cultivator without any support. Duanling Tian was the youngest prodigy of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land. He knew that the Inner Palace faction had produced many talents in the past. Along with Duanling Tian, who was acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, there were also Huangfu Meng Yuan and Hong Yifeng, who were the strongest advanced and intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world respectively. It's a pity that the Myriad Laws Academy and the Inner Palace faction don't have the protection of a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, Yun Tingfeng wouldn't have been able to threaten me with the safety of our ancestor. The Yun clan's supreme powerhouse might not do as Yun Tingfeng said, but it's better to play it safe. Our ancestor is in the outer boundary now, and his safety is reliant on the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Duanling Tian was still young and weak. Xiaoyu thought that he might not be in this predicament if Duanling Tian had the support of a supreme powerhouse. He knew that Kuder would hate him for the rest of her life once she found out about his involvement with the Yun clan's scheme to kill Duanling Tian. He knew it would not matter to her even if she knew that he was forced to do so. As a father, Xiaoyu was naturally happy that his daughter had such a talented husband with a background that matched hers. Alas, as the clan leader of the Xia clan, he had to consider the bigger picture and protect the clan even if it meant that he had to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng had also been sent out of the advanced chaotic region. After he appeared near a base camp, quite a few people recognized him and were very respectful. It's the clan leader of the Yun clan. He's second only to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse in the clan, right? That's right. That's him. I didn't expect the clan leader of the Yun clan to be on the realm battlefield. Did he also participate in the advanced supreme god ranking? I think so. Yun Tingfeng ignored the people in the surroundings and looked at the sky silently. He had already gotten used to being the center of attention when he was in the divine offering land. Is Duanling Tian dead? I hope he died in the advanced chaotic region. After all, who knows if Xiaoyu will change his mind and go back on his words. Yun Tingfeng naturally knew that Xiaoyu only agreed to help him scheme against Duanling Tian because he had threatened Xiaoyu with the safety of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. Moreover, at that time, Xiaoyu was still unaware of how extraordinary Duanling Tian was. Yun Tingfeng sneered inwardly. If Duanling Tian is still alive, and Xiaoyu changes his mind, I'll make sure that the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse suffers the consequences. Yun Tingfeng had already spoken to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse regarding this matter. Initially, the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse was slightly hesitant, but his hesitancy vanished when he learned about how monstrously talented Duanling Tian was. As the ancestor of the Yun clan, he naturally could not allow someone like Duanling Tian who would grow into a formidable threat survive. Previously, the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse did not agree with Yun Tingfeng threatening Xiaoyu to force Kuer to marry Yun Qingyan. However, since this matter now concerned the Yun clan's future, he agreed to threaten Xiaoyu and force Xiaoyu into helping them kill Duanling Tian. As the ancestor of the Yun clan, it was only natural that he looked out for the well-being of his descendants. Yun Tingfeng was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the exclamations in his surroundings. The rankings have appeared. Yun Tingfeng returned to his senses and looked at the sky again. 9 lists of rankings appeared in a circular formation in the sky. In the middle of the 9 rankings were 3 names. Clearly, the 3 names were those who ranked top 3 in the overall ranking. When all the rankings appeared in the sky, most people did not pay attention to the 9 rankings for the cultivation bases in the realms of a rudimentary lord of gods to an advanced supreme god. Instead, their attention was focused on the 3 names in the center of the 9 rankings. Soon after, exclamations could be heard everywhere. It's really him. He didn't die. He'll gain a lot of rewards. What a monster. How terrifying. The crowd's attention was focused on the first of the three names, which was also the name of the person who ranked first in the overall ranking. It read, First place, Duanling Tian, rudimentary supreme god from the profound energy land. At this point, there was almost no one in the realm battlefield who had not heard of Duanling Tian's name. His name had been spoken everywhere on the realm battlefield and even the various realms of gods over the past few decades. After all, such a monstrous prodigy was unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world. Duanling Tian was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a rudimentary supreme god. Not only that, but he was the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, and only a few top intermediate supreme gods were capable of defeating him. In fact, most people only discovered how extraordinary Duanling Tian was after the advanced chaotic region opened. Currently, they thought that it was likely that Duanling Tian had grown stronger again. Perhaps, he was already on par with those few top intermediate supreme gods who were able to suppress him in the past. Duanling Tian is ranked first in the overall ranking. Amazing! Although many people had expected this result, they were still shocked. After all, not only did Duanling Tian survive after being targeted by so many people, but he even ranked first. Since Duanling Tian ranked first in the overall ranking, there's no doubt that he's ranked first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking as well. The rewards Duanling Tian will receive for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking is nothing compared to the rewards for ranking first in the overall ranking. Heavens! Can you imagine how much vital energy he'll be able to absorb when he bathes in the divine fountain? There's no limit to how much he can absorb, after all. There's also the supreme powerhouse divinity. That itself is priceless. I heard that comprehending the law is unbelievably easy if one possesses a supreme powerhouse divinity. It was not surprising that everyone on the various realm battlefield envied Duanling Tian when they thought about the rewards he would receive. He really ranked first. In a base camp on the profound Zen battlefield, Yang Yuchun looked at the rankings with a broad smile on his face. In the wilderness on the profound Zen battlefield, Hong Yifeng was grinning ear to ear. Looks like Junior Brother will be able to bring us some of his bath water. No, a few drops of the divine fountain. In a mountain range in the profound Zen battlefield, Lang Chun Yuan, who was hovering in the sky, looked at the rankings with bright eyes as she exclaimed, Junior Brother is ranked first in the overall ranking. Then, when she shifted her eyes to the rudimentary supreme god ranking, her expression changed slightly. How's this possible? Lang Chun Yuan discovered that she did not rank in the top 3 but was ranked 10th instead. There must be a mistake. Lang Chun Yuan was furious. Since the chaotic points one accumulated were not shown in the rankings, she automatically assumed that there was a mistake. However, this thought appeared only for a fleeting moment before she quickly dismissed it. After all, she knew it was impossible for the supreme powerhouses to make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, even the supreme powerhouses placed great importance on the rewards. As such, they would take extra care to make sure that no mistakes were made, and they would also supervise each other to make sure none of them cheated to help their descendants. Otherwise, Duanling Tian would not have been targeted by the direct descendants of supreme powerhouses as soon as the announcement was made in the advanced chaotic region. Since they could not cheat, it was best to get rid of a strong competitor like Duanling Tian. In the base camp of another realm battlefield, 3 women stared at the rankings in the sky. Young Master must be alive if he's the same Duanling Tian, the woman whose beauty paled in comparison to her 2 companions said with a smile. The other 2 women smiled widely as well. These 3 women were Jingru, Baiyao, and Xiaolan. They had left the advanced chaotic region before it closed, so they were able to stay together. If they waited to be transported out, they would have been separated. Previously, the trio entered the advanced chaotic region to gather information about Duanling Tian instead of competing to rank in the rankings. Although the trio was much stronger now compared to before, the advanced chaotic region was still a very dangerous place for them. For this reason, after confirming that Duanling Tian was the person they were looking for, they quickly left the advanced chaotic region. Thank goodness he's safe. Baiyao and Xiaolan smiled, feeling relieved. The heaviness in their hearts had completely disappeared at this moment. Little Tian. Feng Qingyang, who was standing on the peak of a mountain, smiled as he looked at the sky. However, he could not help but sigh when he looked at the second name in the overall ranking. I didn't manage to rank second in the overall ranking. Initially, Feng Qingyang thought that he would be able to rank second below Duanling Tian in the overall ranking. Alas, he only managed to rank third. The person in second place is an intermediate supreme god. I wonder who's stronger, this intermediate supreme god or Little Tian's second senior brother from the Inner Palace faction. Master. Duanling Tian was not surprised that he ranked first in the overall ranking. He had expected this. However, he did not expect that his master, Feng Qingyang, would rank third in the overall ranking. He had no doubt that the Feng Qingyang in the overall ranking was his master because he had heard about the monstrous advanced emperor of gods who was a sword cultivator in the advanced chaotic region. I didn't expect master to only rank third. The intermediate supreme god who's ranked second must be very powerful. Duanling Tian muttered as he looked at the name in second place. Second place, Xianxia, intermediate supreme god from the floating land. Duanling Tian knew that only the strongest intermediate supreme gods could dominate the intermediate supreme gods in a multi-person secret realm to accumulate chaotic points. As such, he had no doubts that Xianxia was extremely powerful and the best of the best. He must be stronger than the top intermediate supreme gods. Perhaps he's the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Duanling Tian was aware that he had been acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, but he was unaware that Huangfu Mengyuan, his eldest senior sister, and Hong Yifeng, his second senior brother, were the strongest advanced and intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world. How do I collect my rewards? Duanling Tian did not enter a base camp after he was transported out of the advanced chaotic region. He was afraid people would lie in wait for him outside the base camps. It would be hard for him to escape if too many people were after him. The Supreme Powerhouse didn't tell us how to collect our rewards. They won't go back on their words, right? Duanling Tian quickly dismissed his thoughts as soon as they appeared. The Supreme Powerhouses placed great importance on their reputation and prestige, and many descendants of Supreme Powerhouses had made it into the rankings. It was impossible for the Supreme Powerhouses to go back on their words. If the Supreme Powerhouse who proposed opening the advanced chaotic region reneged, the other Supreme Powerhouses definitely would not let the matter go. I entered the realm battlefield and the chaotic region from the divine offering land. Why did the rank indicate that I'm from the profound energy land? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. He had entered the realm battlefield through the divine offering land and opened the secret realms in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region on the divine sanction battlefield. Moreover, there was once in a secret realm when he was placed with the group of people from the divine offering land against the group from the profound energy land. He could not figure out why he was listed as coming from the profound energy land in the rankings. Is it because I first entered the realm battlefield from the profound energy land, or is it because they knew I'm from the Myriad Laws Academy in the profound energy land? Duanling Tian continued to wonder inwardly, puzzled. Did third senior brother make it into the ranking? Duanling Tian quickly shifted his attention to the intermediate supreme god ranking and looked for Yang Yuchen's name. He quickly discovered that Yang Yuchen was not in the top 10. He didn't make it into the top 10? That's disappointing. Naturally, the intermediate supreme god, who was ranked second in the overall ranking, ranked first in the intermediate supreme god ranking was Xianxia from the floating land. Duanling Tian continued to look at the ranking for intermediate supreme gods, but he still could not find Yang Yuchen's name. He smiled and murmured, I'll be able to tease third senior brother about this to my heart's content when I meet him. Although fourth senior sister entered the realm battlefield later, she still managed to rank 10th in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. She could have ranked higher if her true body entered the realm battlefield. I bet fourth senior sister won't let go of this golden opportunity to tease third senior brother as well. After a moment, Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Something doesn't make sense. According to third senior brother, second senior brother has always been on the realm battlefield. He should have competed for the rankings in the advanced chaotic region as well. However, he's not in the top 10. It seems like second senior brother is either unlucky or not strong enough. Despite his thoughts, Duanling Tian did not look down on his second senior brother at all. Ning Yixian is amazing. He managed to rank 5th even though he had just become an intermediate supreme god not too long ago. Although Ning Yixian did not rank in the top 3, his performance was considered excellent considering he had only become an intermediate supreme god not too long ago. Above a forest on the divine sanctioned battlefield. Ning Yixian frowned as he muttered, "I didn't rank in the top 3? Ning Yixian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian ranked 1st in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, but he was surprised that Duan Lingtian ranked 1st in the overall ranking. He was only slightly disappointed that he failed to rank in the overall ranking, but he was very disappointed that he did not rank 2nd or 3rd in the intermediate supreme god. He did not have much hope for ranking 1st since he knew an intermediate supreme god, who ranked 2nd or 3rd in the overall ranking, would rank 1st in the intermediate supreme god ranking. I only managed to rank 5th. I'm still far behind Duan Lingtian. Ning Yixian thought to himself with a sigh. Then his expression turned contemplative as he looked at the name in first place. An intermediate supreme god from the floating land. I've never heard of Xianxia before, but I know that there's a prime supreme rank force called the Yu clan in the floating island. Is he a descendant of the Yu clan? Ning Yixian thought to himself, puzzled. However, if he's a descendant of that Yu clan, it's impossible that he's not famous. Did the Yu clan deliberately conceal the existence of this genius? However, with the Yu clan status, there's no need for them to hide his existence, right? Similar to Ning Yixian, many descendants of supreme powerhouses were puzzled as well. A genius from the Yu clan? I've never heard of him before. Since when did the Yu clan have such a monstrous prodigy? Not only that, but even the members of the Yu clan in the floating land were puzzled. Xianxia? Is he a member of our Yu clan? I've never heard of him before. On the contrary, some of the elders from the Yu clan were shocked instead of puzzled. Is he the child abandoned by our Yu clan in the past? The elders' expressions were dark as they recalled their clan's dark past. If Xianxia was indeed the child who was abandoned by the Yu clan in the past, the clan would suffer embarrassment. Moreover, once their clan's supreme powerhouse found out about this matter, there was no doubt that he would be furious. After all, they had kept the matter from their clan's supreme powerhouse. Unlike many people, Duan Lingtian was not intrigued by Xianxia at all. After all, it would not be surprising if he had not heard of Xianxia. Even if Xianxia was famous, he knew nothing about the prodigies of the floating land. At this moment, he was more concerned about how he was going to claim his rewards. Are they going to find me in the Myriad Laws Academy after I return to the Profound Energy Land? Or will I be able to claim my rewards on the realm battlefield? Put the other rewards aside. How am I going to bathe in the divine fountain? They can't bring the divine fountain to me, can they? They should lead me to the place where the divine fountain is located, right? Duan Lingtian knew that the supreme powerhouses would not be giving him the divine fountain. The announcement had only said that the person who ranked 1st in the overall ranking would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. At this time, Duan Lingtian still did not know how he was supposed to claim the rewards. He planned to go to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land first to see if Kur was there. After ensuring her safety, he planned to return to the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. He knew that he could only rescue Kur after receiving the rewards, which would help him break through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god. I don't think I'll be able to claim my reward here, right? I wonder if I'll get to decide when I want to bathe in the divine fountain. After all, I have other matters to attend to as well. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the most important thing now was to go to the Divine Offering Land to see if Kur was in the Xia clan. If not, he would wait until the realm battlefield closed before going to the Xia clan again. He was worried that bathing in the divine fountain would take a lot of time and that he might miss out on the chance to rescue Kur. Although the divine fountain would help him raise his cultivation base, nothing was more important to him than rescuing Kur. After all, this was the main driving force that pushed him to grow stronger. If the Supreme Powerhouse comes here, perhaps I can request a favor from them to make sure that claiming the rewards won't interfere with me saving Kur. After the realm battlefield closed, Duan Lingtian was worried that Kur might behave extremely if the Xia clan drove her to a corner. After all, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, had already rescued his family and friends, who were previously used as a tool to threaten Kur. Without them, based on his understanding of Kur, she would never compromise with the Xia clan even if it meant that she would die. Needless to say, he did not wish for such a tragedy to happen to Kur again. I'll leave the Divine Sanction battlefield and go to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land now to inquire about Kur. I wonder where's the nearest base camp? Duan Tian could only leave the Divine Sanction battlefield through the transportation formation in one of the base camps. At this time, the chaotic region had closed, but the realm battlefield was still open. If Kur is on the realm battlefield, she must know that I'm with the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. There's a possibility that she might look for me in the academy. If I can't find her in the Xia clan, I'll return to the academy again through the realm battlefield. Perhaps Kur and I will reunite in the academy. Duan Tian's heart grew restless, and he could not wait to go to the nearest base camp. However, not long after he took off, the void in front of him began to ripple. Since he comprehended the law of space, he very quickly discovered the fluctuations. The void rippled briefly before a figure suddenly appeared. Strangely, the figure did not come out through a spatial tear. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a pair of thick and bushy eyebrows. He looked solemn as he approached Duan Tian. Although the middle-aged man looked ordinary, Duan Tian could clearly sense the other party's domineering aura. He could also sense his divine tree of life shaking in his little world. This shocked him so much that he hastily sealed his little world. A supreme powerhouse. It did not take long for Duan Tian to figure out that the middle-aged man was a supreme powerhouse. Previously, when faced with the apparition of the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan, the divine tree of life did not react in this manner. Moreover, before he sealed his little world, a soft voice had rung in his ears. "Little Tian, what's happening? Where are you? Why are you with the true body of a supreme powerhouse?" The voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water that was attached to the divine tree of life in Duan Tian's little world. In the past, the divine tree of life belonged to a supreme powerhouse who was a master of a realm of gods. That supreme powerhouse was among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was much more knowledgeable than ordinary 5 divine elements. A real supreme powerhouse. Duan Tian was naturally shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, even though he had roughly guessed the middle-aged man's identity. After calming down, he quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at the middle-aged man as he said, "Greetings, Senior." A supreme powerhouse could easily kill Duan Tian after all. Duan Tian knew that the supreme powerhouse must have come because of the rewards he won in the advanced chaotic region. He could not help but smile wryly and feel slightly bitter. This was the least favorable scenario for him. The middle-aged man nodded at Duan Tian and was slightly puzzled when he saw the wry smile on Duan Tian's face. He asked bluntly, "It seems like you're aware of the reason why I'm here. However, what's with the bitter expression on your face?" "Senior," Duan Tian hoped to request a favor from the supreme powerhouse. With his cultivation base now, it was impossible for him to return the favor, but this might not be the case in the future. After all, he had a very high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. Duan Tian asked, "Senior, I wonder if it's possible for me to decide when to bathe in the divine fountain and claim the other rewards in advance?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have something important to attend to now?" "Yes." Duan Tian replied truthfully with a nod. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes upon hearing Duan Tian's reply. After all, the privilege of bathing in the divine fountain was something even supreme powerhouses like him coveted for their descendants. However, Duan Tian said he had something more important to attend to. The middle-aged man did not respond immediately. Instead, he reported the matter to his superior, quickly reporting the situation. "My lord." It did not take long before the middle-aged man's superior, a young man, replied, "Tell him that he has to bathe in the divine fountain now. Otherwise, he'll lose the chance to bathe in the divine fountain." Why is he not appreciative of such an opportunity? The young man could not figure out Duan Ling Tian's thoughts as well. The middle-aged man did not waste time and relayed the young man's message to Duan Ling Tian. He said, "You claim the other rewards now. However, if you don't bathe in the divine fountain now, you'll lose this chance forever. The choice is in your hands." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. In the next moment, his expression turned solemn as though he had made up his mind. He looked at the middle-aged man and said earnestly, "Senior, I, Duan Ling Tian, rarely ask for help. This time, I really hope that you'll do me a favor. This matter is very important to me. If you're willing to help me, I promise that I'll definitely return the favor in the future. However, I understand if you're unable to help me. If that's the case, then I'll give up on the chance to bathe in the divine fountain." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He could not understand why Duan Ling Tian would give up on the chance to bathe in the divine fountain. What could be more important than bathing in the divine fountain? Even supreme powerhouses would compete with each other to obtain such an opportunity. Driven by his curiosity, the middle-aged man asked Duan Ling Tian about the favor. After all, he had very high regard for Duan Ling Tian. If the favor was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield, he would help Duan Ling Tian. There were no disadvantages to helping such a monstrous prodigy. "What do you need my help with?" the middle-aged man asked. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing the middle-aged man's question. It was as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. "No, I can't rejoice yet." Duan Ling Tian quickly calmed down after the burst of joy appeared in his heart. After all, the middle-aged man had yet to decide if he was willing to help him. This matter involved two major clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There was a supreme powerhouse in each of the clans. Although Duan Ling Tian and Kur's matter was likely nothing to the supreme powerhouses, the middle-aged man might not be willing to offend the two clans for him. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply as he looked at the middle-aged man and explained solemnly. "Senior, the thing is..." Duan Ling Tian told the middle-aged man about his story with Kur. However, he omitted Yun Qingyan from the story and only said that the Xia clan looked down on him. He requested the middle-aged to help him confirm if Kur had returned to the Xia clan and that the middle-aged tell Kur about his current situation if she was there. He wanted Kur to know that he was going to rescue her. All in all, Duan Ling Tian's story was a mix of truths and lies. He was honest when speaking about his feelings for Kur, and the reason he had grown stronger so quickly was due to his desire to save her. However, he said that the reason for his and Kur's separation was due to the Xia clan looking down on him in the past. As for the Yun clan, Duan Ling Tian only casually mentioned that the Xia clan intended to let Kur marry someone from the Yun clan and did not mention who she was supposed to marry. In fact, Duan Ling Tian's request was quite simple. He only wanted the supreme powerhouse to check if Kur had returned to the Xia clan and to tell Kur about his current situation and strength if she was there. Apart from that, he also hoped the middle-aged man would tell Kur that his family and friends were safe and sound. With Kur's intelligence, Duan Ling Tian was confident that Kur would know to stall for time and wait for him to pick her up from the Xia clan in an honorable manner. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man felt a little speechless after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. He had expected the favor to be slightly difficult at least. Who knew Duan Ling Tian only wanted him to run a simple errand? The middle-aged man assumed Duan Ling Tian wanted his help with some difficult matters, and he was even prepared to refuse Duan Ling Tian if the matter was too difficult. He really did not expect that the favor was just a simple errand. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and asked solemnly, "Senior, are you able to help me with this matter?" "All right," the middle-aged man replied. This time, he did not consult his superior. After all, he was certain his superior would not have a problem with him helping Duan Ling Tian with such a simple matter. Moreover, he also had his own motive. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as Duan Ling Tian did not die prematurely, Duan Ling Tian was destined to rise to great heights. After becoming a supreme powerhouse, there was a chance that Duan Ling Tian would become one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. There was no disadvantage to him helping Duan Ling Tian with such a simple matter, especially when Duan Ling Tian promised to return the favor in the future. After the middle-aged man agreed to help him, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm truly grateful for your help. In the future, You definitely won't regret helping me. This matter might be just a simple errand to the middle-aged man, but to Duan Tian it was an extremely important matter. After all, it involved his wife's safety. Can you follow me to the divine fountain now? The middle-aged man asked before he said, after I bring you to the divine fountain, I'll go to the Xia clan in the divine offering land to look for your wife and convey your message to her. If she's not in the Xia clan, I'll help you look for her if she's still on the divine sanctioned battlefield. However, you or the Xia clan will have to provide me with the name she might use on the battlefield. The middle-aged man took the initiative to further help Duan Tian. After all, he truly felt that Duan Tian's request was too simple, and he would feel bad if he did not do a little more. Moreover, as long as he was able to obtain the name Kur used on the realm battlefield, it would not be difficult for him to find her on the divine-sanctioned battlefield at all. Thank you, Senior. Duan Tian thanked the middle-aged man profusely, feeling more at ease. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was really reliable. With this, he was even more determined to repay the favor in the future. Following that, the middle-aged man handed the rewards to Duan Tian before he led Duan Tian away. When the middle-aged man waved his hand, Duan Tian felt a force shrouding him and bringing him away. The swooshing sound of the wind rang in his ears, and his vision turned blurry immediately. Is this due to his speed? Or is this just the space that we're traveling through now? After a moment, the middle-aged man said, in 3 breaths, you'll sense another force. Don't resist it. It'll take you to the divine fountain. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. The rest of the matter is out of my control. Duan Tian quickly prepared himself after listening to the middle-aged man's words. He wondered if this was a privilege for the person who ranked first in the overall ranking. A supreme powerhouse was sent to the realm battlefield to escort him, and it was likely that after leaving this place, another supreme powerhouse would bring him to the divine fountain. I'm just a rudimentary supreme god, but 2 supreme powerhouses were sent to escort me. Duan Tian had been through many ups and downs in his life, but he still felt slightly excited at this moment. 3 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Just like the middle-aged man said, another force suddenly appeared. Compared to the middle-aged man's energy, this force was much more gentle, but it was very domineering. The contradictions of gentle and domineering gave rise to an indescribable feeling in Duan Tian's heart. Do your best to absorb as much vital energy as you can when you're bathing in the divine fountain. You only have one chance. Once you reach your limit, you'll be sent out. The middle-aged man kindly reminded Duan Tian after he withdrew his energy. Duan Tian felt his head spin when the other force enveloped him. Then, he felt as though he had fallen into a half-conscious state. It was as though he was dreaming. My lord, When Duan Tian heard the voice behind him, he felt even more certain that he was dreaming. He was sure that the voice belonged to the middle-aged man. But how could the middle-aged man, a supreme powerhouse, address another person as my lord? As such, he was certain that he was dreaming. While Duan Tian was in a dreamlike state, the middle-aged man and Duan Tian suddenly appeared in an endless void. In the endless void, a small courtyard with a pavilion was suspended in the air. The middle-aged man landed in front of the pavilion before he bowed respectfully, seemingly afraid to look at the white-clad young man in the pavilion. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The white-clad young man asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly recounted everything Duan Tian said to the white-clad young man. He naturally also told the white-clad young man about Duan Tian asking for a favor, and he also mentioned the Xia clan and the Yun clan in the divine offering land. For his wife, he made his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods in less than 1,000 years. The white-clad young man asked as his eyes flashed with some indecipherable emotion. Then he said, I didn't expect him to be so loyal and sentimental. I don't quite understand it as well, the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. The white-clad young man scoffed softly before he said, I'm afraid you haven't even touched a woman's hand before. It's normal that you don't understand. The middle-aged man froze briefly upon hearing these words. He could not help but mutter inwardly, It's not like you've touched a woman's hand before either. What are you thinking? The white-clad young man suddenly asked. The middle-aged man jolted and quickly returned to his senses. He wondered inwardly, frightened. Did he read my mind? Did he grow stronger again? How strong is he now to be able to read my mind? I can't read your mind, the white-clad young man said when he saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face. I'm only guessing. You're also wondering if I've grown stronger again, right? The middle-aged man's heart trembled upon hearing these words. He could not help but wonder again if the white-clad young man had grown stronger. Was the white-clad young man really just guessing his thoughts? After a while, the white-clad young man said, "All right, you should take your leave now. Go to the Xia clan and the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land to find out the ins and outs of the matter. The story he told you doesn't add up. I'm sure there are quite a few things he omitted. Investigate this matter and report back to me. I'm curious about the reason that motivated the first person in the God-defying world to become a rudimentary supreme god in less than 1,000 years." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still convinced that he was dreaming. If he was not dreaming, it would be terrifying. Duan Ling Tian could not imagine what kind of terrifying existence could make a high and mighty supreme powerhouse so respectful. The supreme powerhouse even addressed the other party as "my lord." For this reason, Duan Ling Tian kept telling himself that he was dreaming. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt a cold sensation on his skin. When he returned to his senses and regained mobility, he found himself in a cave. At the same time, the energy that suppressed his divine energy disappeared completely. After surveying his surroundings, he found that he was in a cave with no exit. There was only a spring fountain in the corner of the cave. Just the aura of the spring fountain alone made him feel refreshed. His 99 heavenly veins felt as though they had been cleaned, and his divine energy was surging restlessly in his heavenly veins. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had broken through the bottleneck that had prevented him from stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. He had inexplicably broken through the bottleneck and completely stabilized his cultivation base at this moment. My cultivation base is completely stabilized? Duan Ling Tian muttered in a daze. Duan Ling Tian sensed his divine energy calming down at this moment, and when it calmed down completely, he could feel the change in his divine energy. This was an indication that he had truly stabilized his cultivation base. He quickly circulated his divine energy. He found that he had perfect control of his divine energy now, unlike before. It's really stabilized. I really didn't expect this, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised that his cultivation base that he had been trying to stabilize for a long time in the chaotic region would stabilize as soon as he appeared in this place. After the shock and confusion faded away, they were naturally replaced with delight. When Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down, he looked at the spring in the corner with bright eyes as he murmured to himself, "So this is the divine fountain?" The seemingly ordinary spring fountain looked ordinary, but Duan Ling Tian looked at it as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Hearing about it could not compare to seeing it with his own eyes, after all. Previously, among the rewards he received from the middle-aged man was a vial of water from the divine fountain. It was the reward for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. He did not have a chance to study it before he was brought to this place. Now that he saw the divine fountain, he quickly brought out the vial of liquid from the divine fountain from his spatial ring. As soon as he opened the vial, he could sense a familiar aura. There was quite a liquid in the vial, but in front of the entire divine fountain, it seemed rather insignificant. This vial seems to be bigger than it looks, and it seems to be able to hold much more than it looks as well. It's kind of like a spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes back to the spring fountain in the corner of the cave. He could not help but wonder if he could fill the vial with more liquid from the divine fountain. I have more than enough to bathe in even if I fill the vial, right? The vial of liquid from the divine fountain given to him for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking was quite a lot. However, compared to the divine fountain in front of him, it seemed insignificant. He felt that if he filled the vial, it would not affect his bath in the divine fountain. I wonder if it's possible to fill the vial with more liquid from the divine fountain? After taking a bath, can I empty the divine fountain into the vial? Duan Ling Tian quickly dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. If it was possible, the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking would not only be bathing in the divine fountain. He would directly be rewarded with the entire divine fountain. Nonetheless, Duan Tian was determined to try to fill the vial as much as he could. Perhaps the supreme powerhouse would not mind him doing so. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian walked to the side of the spring fountain with 2 or 3 steps. The aura of the divine fountain was much stronger at such close proximity. Duan Tian felt his body relax as his divine energy circulated in his body. He did not even consciously cultivate, but his cultivation was improving at a much faster speed than when he consumed divine pills and consciously cultivated. No wonder everyone says that just a drop from the divine fountain is a precious treasure. Compared to a drop, I'm now standing in front of the entire divine fountain. Duan Tian looked at the divine fountain in awe. However, he quickly returned to his senses. He did not forget his thoughts from earlier. He quickly squatted down with the vial in hand, planning to fill the vial. However, just as Duan Tian moved his hands, a rippling barrier suddenly appeared, blocking him. Following that, an indifferent voice rang in the air. Your reward is taking a bath in the divine fountain. During your bath, you can absorb as much vital energy from the divine fountain as you want. If you're able to, it doesn't even matter if you dry up the entire divine fountain. However, you're not allowed to collect even a drop of liquid from the divine fountain during this time. Considering that this is your first offense and that you were unaware of the rule, I'll let the matter slide this time. If you attempt to collect liquid from the divine fountain again after this, I'll immediately bring you away from the divine fountain. Not only that, but you also won't receive the supreme powerhouse divinity that had been promised as a reward. Previously, Duan Tian only received the reward for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking from the middle-aged man. He had yet to obtain the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking, which included a supreme powerhouse divinity. At that time, the middle-aged man told Duan Tian that he would receive the supreme powerhouse divinity from another person after taking a bath in the divine fountain. Duan Tian naturally did not dare to doubt the authenticity of the other party's words. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Senior. I was unaware that collecting liquid from the divine fountain is prohibited. The other party scoffed and said, Do you think I'll let you off the hook if you were aware? Although the other party's voice was not loud, it made Duan Tian's soul tremble. It was not difficult for him to imagine how powerful the other party was. He could not see the other party or sense the other party, but the other party's voice alone was enough to make his soul tremble. He must be a supreme powerhouse as well. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Duan Tian asked, Senior, are there any other restrictions when I bathe in the divine fountain? Duan Tian wanted to know if there was a time limit. You want to know if there's a time limit, right? The other party asked as though he could read Duan Tian's mind. Yes, Duan Tian replied. There's no time limit. However, there's a limit to how much you can absorb from the divine fountain. At that time, you won't be able to absorb any more of the divine fountain for 10 days and 10 nights. It's also at that time that I'll bring you away. How much you can absorb depends on your own ability. I know that you have a divine tree of life in your little world. Since it's a part of you, it can also absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. Duan Tian was not surprised that the other party was aware of the existence of the divine tree of life in his little world. Since he had revealed the tree's existence when he fought Ning Yixian in the past, he had expected this information to spread. The other party continued to say, apart from that, the 5 divine elements in your body can also absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. I didn't place any restrictions on you in this regard. When Duan Tian heard that the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements could absorb the liquid from the divine fountain along with him, he could not help but think, if all of us absorb the liquid from the divine fountain, will there be enough for all of us? However, when Duan Tian entered the divine fountain and opened his little world to let the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements absorb the liquid from the divine fountain, he realized that he had thought too much. He found that it was not so easy to absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. In the end, it took him several days just to absorb a drop of liquid from the divine fountain. However, after absorbing just 1 drop of liquid from the divine fountain, he could keenly sense the change in his divine energy. As for the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, their speed of absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain was significantly slower compared to his. He was clearly more suited to absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain compared to them. No wonder the supreme powerhouse is so generous. After a month, Duanling Tian only absorbed more than a dozen drops of liquid from the divine fountain. However, his absorption speed was becoming faster and faster. Then, after checking the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he discovered that they only absorbed 2 drops of liquid from the divine fountain each after 1 month. Apart from that, unlike him, their speed of absorption remained constant. When I reach my limit, they won't be able to absorb any more liquid from the divine fountain. Moreover, my speed is getting faster and faster. I wonder if my speed will slow down once it reaches a certain point. Duanling Tian knew that the divine fountain was precious, but his understanding of it was still limited. Even in the outer boundaries myriad worlds, only direct descendants of powerful supreme powerhouses who were favored could enjoy such treatment. After all, even in the myriad worlds, divine fountains were very rare. It was so rare that even top supreme powerhouses would fight over it. The divine fountain did not have any effect on supreme powerhouses, and it could only help those who had yet to become supreme powerhouses to grow stronger quickly. The myriad worlds, including the God-defying world, placed great importance on the new generation. After all, if the number of supreme powerhouses did not increase, their number would surely dwindle in time. After all, they might during their time heavenly tribulation. The time heavenly tribulation was similar to the heavenly tribulation. Those in the God-defying world who were not supreme powerhouses had always wondered if they had to go through the heavenly tribulation after becoming supreme powerhouses. The answer was no, supreme powerhouses did not have to go through heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. However, the supreme powerhouses had to face something similar to the heavenly tribulation, which was the time heavenly tribulation. Unlike the heavenly tribulation, the supreme powerhouse would undergo the time heavenly tribulation once every 10,000 years. This applied to all the supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds, not just the God-defying world. Duanling Tian was unaware of all these at this moment. Although he had no idea how rare the opportunity he had been given was even in the myriad worlds, he still knew that it was a precious opportunity. He would never get a chance like this again if he missed out on it. He did not know a lot, but he knew that even many supreme powerhouses did not even possess a single drop of liquid from the divine fountain. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the supreme powerhouse who controlled the divine fountain were to announce that the person who killed Duanling Tian would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain, all the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world with descendants would hunt Duanling Tian down to kill him. That supreme powerhouse seems to know everything about me. He even knows about my most important secrets, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Before this, I only exposed the divine tree of life to Ning Yixin during our fight. Duanling Tian was not very worried even though his secrets had been exposed. They were nothing to supreme powerhouses even if they were precious treasures to ordinary people. Moreover, if that supreme powerhouse harbored ill intent, that supreme powerhouse would have already made a move earlier. The most important thing now is to absorb as much liquid from the divine fountain as I can. Perhaps, if I can absorb all of it, I'll directly break through the realm of an advanced supreme god. After a month, Duanling Tian could clearly sense how much the divine fountain helped him. He also deeply understood why so many people were desperate to rank in the overall ranking. He also understood now why the rewards to kill him were so great. If he were in their shoes, he would also be unwilling to see such a precious opportunity taken away. Duanling Tian, you must seize this chance. Duanling Tian reminded himself inwardly over and over again. He reminded himself not to slack off and cherish the opportunity that had been given to him. Just as Duanling Tian was about to cultivate again, the familiar voice from before suddenly rang in the air. The time in here flows differently from the outside world. 10 days here is equivalent to a day in the outside world. Duanling Tian was delighted upon hearing these words. With these words, the traces of anxiety in his heart vanished immediately. Although he cherished the chance to bathe in the divine fountain, he still could not help but worry about the time he spent here. He had requested the middle-aged man to look for Kerr in the divine offering land Xia clan, but he did not feel completely relieved. However, now that he discovered the flow of time here was different from the outside world, his worries vanished immediately. Duanling Tian was not unfamiliar with different time flows. In the past, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had been to a place where time flowed differently from the outside world. At that time he had been very weak, but it was also due to his weakness that he was able to take advantage of the different time flow. I'm already a rudimentary supreme god, but I can enjoy a different time flow now. 10 days here are only equivalent to a day in the outside world. Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited again when he thought about this. In the past, he obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in which time flowed differently inside. Later on, he learned that the different time flow was due to the law of time. In the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the lower one's cultivation base was, the bigger the time difference. As such, it was useless to those in the realms of gods. Otherwise, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not only be a celestial artifact, but it would have been a top divine artifact. During Duanling Tian's time in the realm of gods, he had never heard of any artifact with a different time flow that could affect those in the realm of gods. He had heard that except for supreme powerhouses who were skilled in the law of time, no other supreme powerhouses were able to create a space with a different time flow for supreme gods. However, this was just speculation and he was not sure if it was true. In short, it was extremely difficult to construct a space with a different time flow that could affect supreme gods, but Duanling Tian was in such a space now. At this moment, Duanling Tian could no longer contain his excitement. He asked, "Senior, is this place inside an artifact? Or did you or another senior skilled in the law of time construct it?" Duanling Tian was still shocked by the revelation. It seemed the stronger one was, the more knowledgeable one would be. He knew how difficult it was to construct a space with a different time flow like the one he was in. Even if the supreme powerhouse who constructed this space was skilled in the law of time which would affect a rudimentary supreme god, the time difference of 10 to 1 was too exaggerated. The other party replied indifferently, "There's no need for you to know these things. You just need to know that if you become an intermediate supreme god here, the time flow would change to 5 days here and a day in the outside world. If you become an advanced supreme god, the time flow here would be 2 days here and 1 day outside. Cultivate well. Such an opportunity is hard to come by." After that, the other party did not speak again. With this, Duanling Tian also did not think about the matter any further. No matter what, this is a good thing for me. As a rudimentary supreme god, 10 days in here are equal to a day outside. As an intermediate supreme god, Duanling Tian thought about how difficult cultivation had become after he became a rudimentary supreme god. As such, he was not certain about breaking through and becoming an intermediate supreme god here. He muttered to himself, "No matter how great the divine fountain is, can it really help me to become an intermediate supreme god? It'll be great if that's the case." As for becoming an advanced supreme god, Duanling Tian did not hold any hope of becoming an advanced supreme god here at all. He thought it was an impossible feat after all. He had just stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. He had a long way to go before he became an advanced supreme god. After Duanling Tian claimed the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking, those who ranked in the various rankings also received their rewards. Unlike Duanling Tian, the supreme powerhouses did not show up. Only a terrifying energy appeared when they received their reward. All of them kept their rewards in spatial rings that would self-destruct upon their deaths to ensure their safety. At the same time, many people regretted using their real names in the realm battlefield. Many people know I ranked 4th in the intermediate supreme god ranking now. I'm sure many people covet the vial of liquid from the divine fountain in my possession. After leaving, I have to find a hidden place to absorb the liquid. After absorbing it, I won't be in danger even if they find me. A lot of them also quickly came up with a plan to ensure their safety after receiving their rewards. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan, who sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, also received a drop of liquid from the divine fountain for ranking 10th in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Previously, Lang Chunyuan had been ecstatic just thinking about 1 drop of liquid from the divine fountain. However, now, when she thought about her junior brother bathing in the divine fountain and obtaining a large vial of liquid from the divine fountain, her enthusiasm had died down a lot, and she could not help but feel slightly disappointed. Nonetheless, She was still happy for her junior brother. In the end, junior brother has become stronger than I am. Although Lang Chun Yuan only sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, deep down in her heart, she knew very well that even if she was here in person, she would already be very lucky if she could rank second or third in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, let alone rank in the overall ranking. In the past, she had grossly underestimated the other rudimentary supreme gods from the various realms of gods. It was not until the rankings appeared that she discovered how ignorant she had been. In the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of the floating land and another realm of gods, a young man frowned slightly after receiving the generous rewards he won. I didn't rank first. With my strength, I'm not even afraid of powerful advanced supreme gods. I didn't think I'd lose to a rudimentary supreme god. However, if he possesses the strength on par with top intermediate supreme gods, then I've lost fair and square. The young man Xianxia, the intermediate supreme god from the floating land who ranked second in the overall ranking and first in the intermediate supreme god ranking. His eyes glinted coldly as he said with scoff, I wonder what the people from the Yu clan think of me now. One day, I'll make the Yu clan repay what they owe me. Not long after, Xianxia went to a nearby base camp, leaving the realm battlefield for the floating land through a transportation formation. Yang Yuchun, Duan Ling Tian's third senior brother, had also left the profound Zen battlefield and returned to the profound energy land through a transportation formation in a base camp. After he arrived at the Myriad Laws Academy, he returned to the Inner Palace faction immediately. When he finally confirmed that his fourth senior sister only sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, he sighed in relief. If she had left the Inner Palace faction, the independent realm would have collapsed. The independent realm needed the token in the possession of the leader of the Inner Palace faction to support itself, and it also needed a steady stream of divine energy. Although it only required a small amount of divine energy, the divine energy had to come straight from a person's body. In fact, even an ordinary god could use the token to support the independent realm. However, it was impossible for the members of the Inner Palace faction to hand the token to another person. After all, the owner of the token had full control of all the formations in the independent realm, which included a very powerful killing formation and defensive formation. The formations in the Inner Palace faction were created by a supreme powerhouse, and the source of the formation's power was the independent realm. This was also the reason why the formations were so powerful. It was said that those who were not top advanced supreme gods would die if they triggered the formations. Also for this reason, consumption of divine energy would make the independent realm unstable. When Yang Yuchun saw Lang Chu Yuan, he said, "Congratulations, fourth junior sister." However, Lang Chun Yuan began to complain loudly, "Third senior brother, if you didn't use junior brother as an excuse and tricked me into taking over the Inner Palace faction, I wouldn't have ranked at the bottom of the rudimentary supreme god ranking." Yang Yuchun felt helpless and tired when he heard Lang Chun Yuan's complaint. After all, he did not even rank in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Fourth junior sister, you can't say that. Think about it. So what if you enter in person? Can you rank first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking?" Moreover, junior brother was able to achieve such good results because I was able to leave and bring him to the realm battlefield. Without my help in the early years, he would not have been able to progress so quickly and rank first. Think about junior brother's ranking? Do you still think I tricked you? If you feel like you're not given enough drops of liquid from the divine fountain, then you can wait for junior brother to return and ask him for some. Lang Chun Yuan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard the end of Yang Yuchen's words. Moreover, she found that he had a point. Yang Yuchun continued to say, "Moreover, you should know that many people placed bounties on junior brother's head in the advanced chaotic region. Right?" Lang Chun Yuan's expression darkened immediately upon hearing these words. She clenched her hands into fists as she said through gritted teeth, "I know, third senior brother, when I'm strong enough, or when eldest senior sister returns, the Inner Palace faction has to settle accounts with them. How dare they bully our junior brother?" Yang Yuchun felt exhausted again when he heard Lang Chun Yuan's words. Doesn't this little girl know that those who placed the bounties are from prime supreme rank forces? Even if eldest senior sister is the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, she's still lacking in front of a supreme powerhouse. She'll only be able to stand on equal ground with the supreme powerhouses when she becomes one herself. After a moment, Yang Yuchen asked, since you know about the bounties, then you must know how dangerous it was for junior brother back then, right? Lang Chunyuan nodded. She naturally knew how dangerous it was for Duan Ling Tian back then. Even the top advanced supreme gods were looking for him. Fortunately, he managed to avoid them. Otherwise, he might not be alive now. Do you know why I didn't rank in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking? I was searching for junior brother after learning about the bounties, rushing from one place to another when I heard news about his whereabouts. At one time, I was nearly killed by Nangong Lu Yun and his companions, Yang Yuchen said with a dark expression on his face. What? Lang Chunyuan's expression changed immediately. Third senior brother, you nearly died? Seeing the change in expression on Lang Chunyuan's face, Yang Yuchen nodded in satisfaction. He said, "That's right. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared at the critical moment and saved me." After that, second senior brother also found out that the famous Duanling Tian in the advanced chaotic region is our junior brother. Following that, second senior brother and I searched for junior brother, rushing from one place to another. Similarly, he also gave up on ranking in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking to search for and protect junior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed before he continued to say, "Fourth junior sister, I understand that you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'd also give up on the rewards to search for junior brother like me and second senior brother. I hope you'll stop thinking that I trick you into taking over the Inner Palace faction. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Now that I returned, if you're unwilling, you can hand over the responsibility of the Inner Palace faction to me. It's just a pity that I won't be able to leave the Inner Palace faction to protect junior brother anymore." Yang Yuchen sighed again and again after he finished speaking, looking gloomy. He seemed exhausted when he spoke about this. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan hurriedly shook her head when she heard Yang Yuchen's words and said, "No. Third senior brother. That's not what I mean. I really didn't know that you and second senior brother did so many things for junior brother. Third senior brother. It's best that you continue to protect junior brother and bring him back safely. Just leave the Inner Palace faction to me. I didn't give up on the ranking like you and second senior brother because I didn't think I was strong enough to protect junior brother. It's exactly as you said. I hope you can understand this, third senior brother." At this moment, Lang Chunyuan felt extremely guilty as though she had committed a serious crime. While her second and third senior brother gave up on the ranking and the rewards to search for their junior brother, she was enthusiastically competing for the rewards. Although she knew that there was nothing much she could do for her junior brother at that time, she still felt ashamed. "It's fine, fourth junior sister. Just leave it to me," Yang Yuchen said with a sigh. "No, I won't hand the Inner Palace faction back to you," Lang Chunyuan said resolutely. Then, she suddenly turned to the side and said, "Second senior brother, hurry up and persuade third senior brother to leave the Inner Palace faction to me. Since he has given me control of the faction, it should remain that way. I want him to continue protecting junior brother and bring junior brother back safely. Junior brother is carrying a lot of treasure with him now. Many people must be eyeing his things." In the void up ahead, Hong Yifeng suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he received a voice transmission from Yang Yuchen explaining what happened. After that, he scolded Yang Yuchen through voice transmission, "Brat, how dare you play mind games with fourth junior sister? Is it really okay to do this? Forget it. If you really don't want this burden, I'll take it. Fourth junior sister shouldn't have to bear this burden." Hong Yifeng shook his head inwardly after he finished speaking. Then, he looked at Lang Chunyuan and said with an amicable smile on his face, "Fourth junior sister, I was in charge of the Inner Palace faction in the past. If you're unwilling, you can hand it over to me. You don't need to bear this burden." Hong Yifeng, who was very sincere, did not expect to be ruthlessly rejected. "Second senior brother, you're not like this before. Are you unwilling to help junior brother because you've never met him before? What you should do now is search for him and protect him with third senior brother. You should leave now to find him. Don't worry. I promise not to let our home disappear. Lang Chun Yuan was so anxious at this moment that her eyes had already reddened. She did not understand why everyone wanted control of the Inner Palace faction now. Did they expect her to search for and protect their junior brother? She was just a rudimentary supreme god. Hong Yifeng was rendered speechless by Lang Chun Yuan's response. Third junior brother really did a number on her, didn't he? What a hopeless fool. Hong Yifeng turned to glare at Yang Yuchen, who looked as though nothing had happened. Then he said in an attempt to comfort Lang Chun Yuan, fourth junior sister, that's not what I meant. All right, since you're willing to be in charge of the Inner Palace faction, you can continue to be in charge. After this, your third senior brother and I will look for helpers before we go and settle accounts with those ignorant people who's lying in wait for junior brother near the Myriad Laws Academy. Duan Ling Tian, a member of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, was not even 1,000 years old, but he ranked first in both the rudimentary Supreme God ranking and the overall ranking. The rankings in the Advanced Chaotic region shocked everyone. The news spread quickly, and most people had already heard about it. Those who knew Duan Ling Tian and those who didn't were both shocked. In a base camp on the profound Zen battlefield, a beautiful woman and a young woman stood in a corner, and shocked expressions could be seen on their faces at this moment. I didn't expect him to come this far. The two women were none other than Linghu Renfei and Linghu Chuyin, Duan Ling Tian's mother-in-law and sister-in-law respectively. Previously, Linghu Renfeng brought Linghu Chuyin away from the chaotic region and the realm battlefield. However, when she heard that Duan Ling Tian was targeted in the advanced chaotic region, she had been very worried, so she brought her daughter back to the realm battlefield to wait for his news. They did not dare to venture into the advanced chaotic region, so they could only wait on the realm battlefield. Decades of waiting finally came to fruition. Duan Ling Tian, whom Linghu Renfeng had only met once, stood above all the prodigies and ranked first in the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. He'll be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain, and he'll also be given a supreme powerhouse divinity. With these things, his cultivation journey will become much smoother. Although Linghu Renfeng did not have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, he was her daughter's husband. After all, she regarded him as family and naturally hoped that he would fare well. Moreover, she had a good impression of him after learning that he had made his way up from the mundane realm and grew so strong in such a short time due to the desire to protect his daughter. Let's go. From now on, we can only rely on him to save your sister, Linghu Renfeng said with a sigh as she glanced at Linghu Chuyin. With his current strength and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister. Let's return to our home in the profound energy land and wait for the news. Linghu Renfeng knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring her back to the Linghu clan in the profound energy land to meet her. After all, her daughter might be unaware of her origin, but his son-in-law was already aware of it. All right, Ling Chuyin replied as she followed Linghu Renfeng and left. A hint of envy could be seen in her brown eyes. She herself did not know if she was envious of her brother-in-law's strength or her sister's ability to find such a good husband. On another realm battlefield, 3 women stood in the transportation formation in a base camp. Before they vanished out of sight, one of them said, "Princess Miss Xiaolan, if he's young master, then he's safe now. You can rest assured." The 3 women were Jingru, Bai Yao and Xiaolan. Duan Ling Tian could never imagine how many old friends of his on the various realm battlefields were worried about his safety. In the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, returned to the Yun clan with a dark expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian did not only survive, but he also ranked first in both the rudimentary Supreme God ranking and the overall ranking. With his talent and such a great opportunity, there was no doubt that he would be able to grow stronger in a short period of time. Yun Tingfeng naturally knew that it would be a disaster for the Yun clan and his son when Duan Ling Tian grew stronger. I have to inform the ancestor about this matter. In fact, Yun Tingfeng was unwilling to disturb the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan because of Duan Ling Tian. He knew that once the supreme powerhouse learned about the ins and outs of the matter, the supreme powerhouse would definitely use his son's life to quell Duan Ling Tian's anger against the Yun clan. In the eyes of the ancestor of the Yun clan, The life of Yun Qingyan was not as important as the Yun clan's 10,000-year legacy. When the apparition of the ancestor appears, I can't tell him the truth. Otherwise, he definitely won't want to offend Duanling Tian. After a while, Yun Tingfeng came up with a story to tell the ancestor of the Yun clan. Then, he quickly made his way to the ancestral hall and summoned the ancestor of the Yun clan with a token that only the clan leader of the Yun clan possessed. Although the projection of the supreme powerhouse could not exert much strength, everything it saw and heard would be transmitted back to the original body. Ancestor. When the apparition of an old man appeared, Yun Tingfeng fell to his knees immediately. He was usually high and mighty in the Yun clan, but at this moment he was like a devout believer. The old man looked like a sage. He would have had a very kind and amiable face if it were not for his pair of piercing and fierce eyes. Although this was just a projection of the old man, when Yun Tingfeng sensed the old man's indifferent gaze on him, he could not help but hold his breath out of fear. Is something wrong? Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he said, Ancestor, have you seen the rankings of the advanced chaotic region? The old man said calmly, yes, I've seen the rankings. It seems like no one from the Yun clan managed to make it into any of the rankings. After a pause, he added, did someone from our clan use a pseudonym and manage to rank in the rankings? Is that why you summoned me? Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly and replied, no. This time, no one from the Yun clan made it into the rankings in the advanced chaotic region. Then why did you summon me? The old man asked. His voice turned frosty immediately. Yun Tingfeng's face paled immediately. Ancestor, you must know about that person who ranked first in the overall ranking, right? The old man said expressionlessly. Yes, he's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary supreme god. Most importantly, it's said that he's as strong as the top intermediate supreme gods. It won't be difficult for that child to become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Although the old man was a supreme powerhouse, he had also heard about the monstrous prodigy Duanling Tian. The first time he had heard the other party's name was during the meeting between supreme powerhouses. At that time, the other party nearly killed Ning Yixian from the Sanxian Land's Ning clan. Ning Yixian was acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world, but he was defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. After that, he paid even more attention to the other party due to the other party's excellent performance in the advanced chaotic region. It was not an exaggeration to say that the other party was a rising star in the god-defying world. Although he had no relations with the other party, he had a high regard for the other party. After all, as long as the other party did not die prematurely, the other party would certainly become a supreme powerhouse in the future. When Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, heard the ancestor of the Yun clan praise Duanling Tian, he felt a burst of bitterness and helplessness in his heart. Based on the ancestor's tone and words, it was clear that the ancestor admired Duanling Tian, and there was no hostility toward Duanling Tian at all. This was naturally not a good sign. Ancestor. At this time, the ancestor of the Yun clan finally realized that something was amiss with Yun Tingfeng. His expression changed immediately as he asked, did you suddenly summon me here because of him? What? Did you offend him? It was unthinkable that the expression of the ancestor of the Yun clan would change because of Duanling Tian. If someone were to tell him about this before, he would not have believed it. After all, Duanling Tian was not a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian was not even an intermediate or advanced supreme god. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he quickly told the story that he had concocted earlier. He vaguely explained the enmity between his son, Yun Qingyan, and Duanling Tian, greatly emphasizing Duanling Tian's hostility to the Yun clan. He even said that Duanling Tian had killed many members of the Yun clan who were wandering outside. He had already prepared to let those members stay outside forever and push all the blame on Duanling Tian. Ancestor, based on your words, I can tell that you appreciate his talent. However, he's a great danger to the Yun clan. 100 years ago, he killed dozens of descendants of the Yun clan. This was before he entered the realm battlefield's chaotic region. Now, he performed brilliantly in the advanced chaotic region and even ranked first in the overall ranking. It won't take long for him to rise to the top. Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice. This isn't good for the Yun clan. I looked for you this time to inform you about this matter. Although he's just a rudimentary supreme god now, he has the strength of a top intermediate supreme god. If he grows stronger, neither I nor the Yun clan will be able to deal with him. Ancestor, I'm afraid that you're the only one who can deal with him. Originally, Yun Tingfeng planned to use Kur to lure Duanling Tian out before killing Duanling Tian. However, the situation changed. After using the rewards he obtained in the advanced chaotic region, Duanling Tian's strength would certainly rise rapidly. At that time, apart from him, no one would be able to deal with Duanling Tian. How is he going to make Duanling Tian submit to him then? Even if he threatened Duanling Tian with Kur, Duanling Tian could threaten him with the lives of all the members in the Yun clan. He could not protect all the members of the Yun clan after all. It's a pity I didn't manage to kill him in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to deal with such a scourge now, Yun Tingfeng thought to himself with a regretful sigh. However, he did not blame himself for his failure since he did not make any mistakes. It was just that Duanling Tian was too cautious. He could not help but lament inwardly. If only Yenner is half as competent as him, I wouldn't have to constantly worry about him then. Yun Tingfeng felt mentally exhausted when he compared his son to Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, after listening to Yun Tingfeng, the expression of the ancestor of the Yun clan changed. What? You're saying Duanling Tian is an enemy of our Yun clan? Yes, Yun Tingfeng nodded and said bitterly, moreover, we've passed the point of no return. Currently, the number of descendants of the clan he killed has reached 50. Among them, there are a few who were from your faction. Yun Tingfeng knew the ancestor of the Yun clan very well. The ancestor cared about the Yun clan very much, but he cared about the dozen or so people from his faction. Unfortunately, among the dozen or so people, none of them were extraordinarily talented. He killed people from my faction? As expected, the ancestor of the Yun clan's expression turned solemn, and his eyes shone with killing intent. His gaze was as sharp as a sword at this moment. Yes, Yun Tingfeng replied respectfully. At the same time, he sent out a voice transmission, ordering his men to kill a few members from the faction of the old ancestor of the Yun clan. Those few members had left the Yun clan a long time ago, and the soul pearls they left in the clan had already exhausted their energies. As such, Yun Tingfeng did not need to worry about others finding out that those people only died recently. Yun Tingfeng was not worried about the ancestor of the Yun clan discovering his voice transmission because the person in front of him was just a projection. Is that so? Very well. The ancestor of the Yun clan was clearly furious. After all, there were not many members in his faction. Even just the loss of one member was unacceptable. Yun Tingfeng looked at the ancestor respectfully and expectantly as he said, Ancestor, do you have a way to kill Duanling Tian before he grows any stronger? Is there a way for you to stop him from receiving the rewards he won in the advanced chaotic region? Do you think you'll be able to find him and kill him before snatching away his rewards? Yun Tingfeng could barely conceal his anticipation as he spoke as he continued to say, if you're able to obtain his rewards, even if it's just half of it is given to the Yun clan, it'll greatly help the younger generation in our clan grow stronger. Yun Tingfeng's scheme did not just end at killing Duanling Tian. He also hoped the ancestor of the Yun clan would be able to obtain Duanling Tian's rewards and give them to the Yun clan. At that time, he would be able to help his son, Yun Qingyan, grow stronger. He naturally did not care about the others. At most, he would only give them a small share of the rewards. The ancestor of the Yun clan scoffed coldly. Previously, there were quite a few supreme powerhouses who wanted to kill him in the advanced chaotic region, but nothing came out of it. Do you really think I'll be able to kill him there? Moreover, before leaving the realm battlefield, he must have already been brought away to claim his rewards. Do you think they'll bring the divine fountain to him? Moreover, the divine fountain belongs to that person. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the ancestor of the Yun clan when he mentioned that person, one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. That person was not someone he could afford to offend. Ancestor, that person you mentioned, is he among the strongest supreme powerhouses? Yun Tingfeng asked when he saw the fear in the ancestor's eyes. It was not surprising that there were strong and weak supreme powerhouses. There were even a few whose strength was unrivaled. If the divine fountain was in the hands of such a supreme powerhouse, Yun Tingfeng knew that the old ancestor of the Yun clan would have no way of intervening. The ancestor of the Yun clan looked at Yun Tingfeng and calmly said, "Yes, that's why it's impossible for me to prevent him from obtaining the rewards or snatch them from him." The ancestor of the Yun clan's gaze turned piercing as he continued to say in a frosty voice, "I've heard some things. When Duan Tian first became famous, many supreme powerhouses went to investigate his origins. I heard that his wife is the reincarnation of that girl from the Xia clan. If I'm not mistaken, your son wanted to marry her back then. I remembered you invited me to the wedding. I'll believe what you said for now. However, if I find out the cause of this is your son, I won't let him live." Before Yun Tingfeng could react, the ancestor's apparition had already disappeared into thin air. When he returned to his senses, his expression soured immediately. It took a while before he finally calmed down and left the ancestral hall with a sigh. After leaving the ancestral hall, Yun Tingfeng went to look for his son, Yun Qingyan, immediately. "Father," Yun Qingyan called out. His expression was gloomy, and he was in low spirits. He had already heard the news from the realm battlefield. Duan Tian ranked first in the rudimentary Supreme Gods ranking and the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region and was envied by everyone in the God-defying world. Most importantly, the rewards for ranking first in both rankings were a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain and the chance to bathe in and absorb the divine fountain. There was also the supreme powerhouse divinity. Yun Qingyang naturally knew about the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was something that contained the law. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, one's comprehension of the law would rise rapidly. Meanwhile, upon seeing the expression on Yun Qingyan's face, Yun Tingfeng sighed and asked with a sigh, "You've already heard about it?" "Yes." Yun Qingyan replied with a nod, looking depressed. He did not seem angry nor did he cause a commotion. It seemed more like he had accepted his fate. Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice, "I'll continue making arrangements. You can't stay in the Yun clan or the divine offering land anymore. Go to a mundane realm where no one can find you and live the rest of your life in peace. Don't tell anyone where you're going, including me." Yun Qingyan's eyes widened in shock when he heard his father's words. "Father, you're asking me to flee?" Initially, Yun Qingyan had been drowning in despair. He did not think his father's plan would succeed. As such, he had prepared himself to face his fate. However, he assumed that it would take a long time before he had to face his fate. He did not expect things to change so quickly. It was beyond his expectations that his father would ask him to flee. After all, no matter what, Duan Tian was just a rudimentary supreme god. At this time, Yun Qingyan felt a tightness in his chest. At the same time, the voice in his head that he had suppressed began to speak again. Spewing tempting words, Yun Qingyan asked, slightly unwilling, "Father, is there no other way?" Yun Qingyan, the young master and a proud prodigy of the divine offering land's Yun clan, had a high status in the various realms of gods in the God-defying world. Many people envied him in his life. However, now he was reduced to fleeing the diving offering land to a mundane realm. Moreover, the cause of this problem was an inferior and humble person from the mundane realm. How could he not feel unwilling? When Yun Qingyan recalled how easily he could have killed Duan Tian back then but was stopped by his cousin, Xianxia, he was filled with regrets. At that time, he had given in to his cousin because he did not think someone like Duan Tian could ever be a threat to him. If he had killed Duan Tian back then, or even sent someone to the mundane realm to kill Duan Tian, he would not be in such a situation today. Yun Qingyan really did not expect that someone who was as insignificant as an ant whom he could crush with one finger in the past would become so strong today. During his previous encounter with Duan Tian nearly killed him, and he lamented his father's failure to kill Duan Tian. Then his regret grew even more when he heard the news about Duan Tian in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region. Alas, there was no use for regret. At this point, Duan Tian had grown unimaginably strong. Yun Tingfeng sighed and said, "Perhaps there might be another way, but it's not certain. I'll continue to make arrangements. However, you really can't stay here now. It's too dangerous for you. I'll find someone to be your stand-in. If Duan Tian shows up, I'll do everything I can to kill him. If he dies, you can return." Yun Tingfeng added, "News of his death will surely spread to the other realms of gods as well. After staying in the mundane realm for a few hundred years, you can go to one of the realms of gods to inquire about Duan Tian." Yun Qingyan naturally did not believe his father's words. He knew his father very well. If his father was confident, his father would not have sent him away. However, he still said, "I understand, father. I'll leave tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Yun Tingfeng shook his head and said, "We can't wait until tomorrow. Today. You have to leave today. However, you can't go to the mundane realm yet. I'll bring you another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Wait for the realm battlefield to close and the spatial passages to open before you go to the mundane realm. Find a place to live in seclusion for a while. Wait for a few hundred years before you go to a realm of gods to ask around." Yun Tingfeng had meticulously planned his son's escape route. He knew that this was the only way out for his son now. He did not only have to worry about Duan Tian, but he also had to worry about the ancestor of the Yun clan. Based on the ancestor's words earlier, if the ancestor discovered that his son was the root of the problem, the ancestor definitely would not hesitate to kill his son. To the ancestor, his son's life might be as insignificant as grass, but to him, his son's life was incredibly important. He could not allow his son to die. As for what he had said earlier about killing Duan Tian, Yun Tingfeng only said those words to comfort his son. After all, it was incredibly difficult to deal with Duan Tian. Moreover, after absorbing the rewards, Duan Tian's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if Duan Tian was not as strong as him, it was not impossible for Duan Tian to escape from him. In addition, there was also Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Previously, he had successfully threatened Xia Yu and coerced Xia Yu into helping him deal with Duan Tian. However, now that Duan Tian performed so brilliantly and was rewarded with an abundance of liquid from the divine fountain, he did not believe that Xia Yu did not change his mind. Who knew if Xia Yu would pretend to adhere to their agreement but at the same time secretly reveal everything to Duan Tian? As such, Yun Tingfeng knew his initial plan had no chance of success. After listening to his father, Yun Qingyan was unexpectedly calm. He said coldly, "Father, you don't have to accompany me. I'll leave alone. If I can even do this alone, how am I going to survive in the future?" Yun Tingfeng was taken aback by his son's words. He looked at his son for a moment before he finally nodded and said, "You've grown up and have your own thoughts. I'll respect your decision." At this time, there was still no imminent danger to Yun Qingyan's life. As such, Yun Tingfeng easily agreed to Yun Qingyan's request. However, he still planned to secretly follow his son and watch his son enter the realm battlefield. Otherwise, he would not feel relieved. "I'm going to prepare some things for you to bring to the realm battlefield," Yun Tingfeng said and left. It did not take long before Yun Tingfeng returned and handed a spatial ring to his son. Earlier, he had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take a lot of useful things from the clan's vault. He knew that the clan's elders would definitely hold him accountable for this, but he could not care at this moment. "Father, I'm leaving," Yun Qingyan said after he put away the spatial ring. After Yun Tingfeng watched his son safely enter the realm battlefield, he sighed in relief before he returned to the Yun clan. Meanwhile, after entering the realm battlefield, Yun Qingyan went to a base camp and returned to the divine offering land again through a transportation formation. Instead of returning to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyang found a hidden place in the wilderness, settling down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain that was neither tall nor short. At this time, Yun Qingyan held what seemed like a blood-red bead the size of a fist. To be precise, the bead was translucent, but it was stained with blood. Inside the bead, one could see a figure lying motionlessly, looking dead. The figure belonged to a handsome young man with a seductive appearance. He had a very masculine body, but his lower body was missing something. He was no different from the eunuchs in the royal palace in the mundane realm. Can he still be considered a man? Yun Qingyan muttered to himself as he looked at the figure with a conflicted expression on his face. Yun Qingyan obtained the item in his hand 2 days ago. If he did not experience it personally, he would have thought the entire thing was absurd. He had been cultivating when he had a dream. In the dream, someone said that he would be able to obtain great power, but he would have to pay a price. He had to give up his body and enter another body with his soul. There was also the risk that he would be consumed by the remnant soul in the new body. Even in the best-case scenario, he would still be affected by the remnant soul and become someone who barely resembled himself. Initially, Xianxia had dismissed it as just a dream. However, not long after he regained consciousness, he found a bead in front of him. Then, the voice in his dream began to speak to him, asking him to break the bead to release the figure in the bead. Needless to say, Xianxia did not do that. After all, doing that meant that he would no longer be himself. Not only that, but he also would no longer be a man. This was something he could not accept. However, today, Xianxia knew that this was the only option he had if he wanted to grow stronger. If he did not do this, then just as his father said, he would have to live the rest of his life in obscurity in a mundane realm after the realm battlefield closed and the spatial passages opened. If he did that, he could only wait to be killed by the heavenly tribulations, and he naturally did not want that. I want to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if I can't be with my cousin, I won't allow Duan Ling Tian to be with her. If I can't get her, I'll destroy her. Xianxia muttered as his eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Following that, Xianxia raised his hand and extended his divine consciousness into the bead. Then, a burst of energy erupted before he crushed the bead in his hand. Crack! As soon as the bead was crushed, a terrifying energy swept out of the bead, and the handsome and seductive young man in the bead suddenly opened his eyes. However, his eyes looked lifeless. From now on, this will be my new body. No matter what the results are, I'll face them. Xianxia's body was quickly destroyed by the terrifying force from the bead and turned to dust, disappearing from the world. His soul had already left his body earlier, and at this moment it rushed into the body of the handsome and seductive young man and occupied the other party's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the handsome and seductive young man rose to his feet and moved his hands, looking unnatural. Then he looked down at his body with a wicked smile on his face. I still have my consciousness. Although the voice was androgynous, it carried a hint of Xianxia's voice as well. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed. Then Xianxia's soul, which was in the body's sea of consciousness, was suddenly attacked by the remnant soul in the body. When Xianxia's soul was wounded, the remnant soul entered Xianxia's soul through the wounds, merging with Xianxia's soul. After a short while, the young man laughed wickedly. Did I recover? No, my memories are jumbled and different. I'm by phone, but I'm also Xianxia. From now on, I'll be Yunfeng. Suddenly, the handsome young man shook his head and said, No, there's an elder in the Yun clan with the name Yunfeng. I'll call myself Yun Xianfeng. The young man nodded in satisfaction after he finished speaking. Then he looked at his naked body. With just a thought, a robe appeared around his body. The robe was bright red, making him look sinister and enchanting at the same time. The effeminate young man muttered in a voice that could be mistaken for that of a woman. How strange. It seems like I've lost all interest in my cousin. Even if she's willing to marry me, I have no interest in her at all. Does this have something to do with this new body? Unexpectedly, I'm not upset about this. Then, as though he just thought of something, his eyes flashed with hatred as he said through gritted teeth, Even if I'm no longer interested in her, I won't allow Duan Ling Tian to have her. The effeminate young man scoffed coldly before his divine energy swept out into the surroundings, bringing down a huge mountain range. When the dust settled, the effeminate young man was shocked by the level of destruction. I am so strong now? Even father isn't capable of causing such a level of destruction, right? Moreover, I released my divine energy casually earlier. To think my divine energy is so terrifying now. Suddenly, the effeminate young man seemed to have sensed something, and he quickly looked at the center of his right palm. His eyes widened when he sensed the familiar energy. The supreme divine energy? As the noble young master of the Yun clan, Xianxia was familiar with the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. Moreover, many people used it on the realm battlefield, outside of the chaotic region. As the young master, he had been given many drops of supreme divine energy in the past. Nonetheless, he did not expect that he would one day possess the strength of a supreme powerhouse. It was the dream of every supreme god, including Yun Qingyan, to become a supreme powerhouse. Alas, due to his limited talent, Yun Qingyan knew it was difficult for him to become a supreme powerhouse. He did not expect to become a supreme powerhouse at all. Although the sacrifice was great, he felt it was worth it at this moment. At the same time, Yun Qingyan could sense his memories slowly fading, eroded by the remnant soul. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Nonetheless, he remained calm. After all, he had expected this. Although it was just a remnant soul, it was inevitable that his soul would be affected. This was the consequence of possessing another body, and he felt that it was worth it. After all, he needed to be strong to kill Duanling Tian. Previously, Yun Qingyan had been very jealous of Duanling Tian's growth and achievements, but he still did not act rashly. However, when his father wanted him to live in seclusion in a mundane realm because of Duanling Tian, he felt like he had been driven to a corner. He did not want to live a life of obscurity and seclusion, and out of desperation, he made a deal with the devil. Don't even think about erasing all my memories. I must kill Duanling Tian. I won't allow him and Xianxia to be together. I also won't allow anyone to hurt my father, even if the other party is the ancestor of the Yun clan. Yun Qingyan was not foolish. Although his father did not say anything to him, he knew that the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse must have shown signs of abandoning him. Otherwise, his father would not make such a tough decision and asked him to flee to the mundane realm. Perhaps the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse was still unaware that the conflict between the Yun clan was caused by Yun Qingyan. But it was not difficult for him to figure out that his father must be worried about being discovered, so his father wanted him to leave before it was too late. He could sense his father's helplessness when his father sent him away. I won't allow you to erase my memories of my father. Yun Qingyan knew it was impossible to retain all his memories, and he decisively held onto his memories of his father, Duanling Tian, and Xianxia, ruthlessly abandoning the others. After a few moments, the effeminate suddenly let out an excruciating cry. He fell to the ground, holding his head. At the same time, wave after wave of terrifying energy rolled out into the surroundings. Boom! 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 The earth shook and suffered another heavy blow. Unlike before, the energy swept out further, destroying many villages and towns and reaping many innocent lives. What a terrifying energy! Heavens! Is someone fighting nearby? This energy is horrifying. A few advanced supreme gods nearby were making their way over to the place of the commotion. However, they came to a halt when they sensed the terrifying energy. When the effeminate young man recovered, his gaze was very cold. I didn't expect to gain a new life in this way. Yun Qingyan, from this day onward, I'll be Yun Xianfeng. We're now one. I'm in the god-defying world. Previously, I was captured by a powerhouse from the god-defying world. Did he pass away? Otherwise, how did the heavenly jewel end up in another person's hand? I must leave at once. The commotion will definitely alert the master of this world. Then, Yun Xianfeng raised his hand, releasing a wave of terrifying energy. However, just when a spatial tear appeared, he suddenly recalled something. Wait, there's something important I have to do first. Let's go to the Xia clan. Following that, he flew into the distance at the speed of light. On a floating island in an endless void, an old man who looked like a sage was playing a game of chess with a middle-aged man in front of a wooden house. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man asked, puzzled. Nothing, the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. I've been sensing a few things lately. Perhaps the closing of the advanced chaotic region affected my divine offering land. Anyway, let's continue the game. Your realm of gods, which used to be the little world in your body, has formed a coalition with the other realms of gods to protect the god-defying world. You must have gained a lot from it over the years, right? Do you think you'll be comparable to those people if you reclaim the divine offering land and fuse with it? The old man asked with a smile. The middle-aged man was stunned by the old man's words. When he recovered, he shook his head and said, "They're too mysterious. Let alone the others whom I've never met. I can't even tell the level of strength of that person whom I meet most frequently. Without the divine offering land, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a blow from him. With the divine offering land, perhaps I have a chance to stand on equal ground with him, but it's impossible for me to defeat him. Moreover, you know I can't simply use the divine offering land. Otherwise, the defensive barrier will weaken. At that time, those people in the outer boundary will seize the chance and invade the God-defying world." The old man sighed. "You're right. You're bearing a great responsibility on your shoulders. It's best not to touch the divine offering land unless it's absolutely necessary." Based on the conversation, it was obvious that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a powerful supreme powerhouse in the God-defying world. In the divine offering land's Xia clan. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air as the Xia clan's defensive formation shook before it collapsed. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy swept through the Xia clan, reducing everything in its way to rubble. If it were not for the Xia clan's transportation, the members of the Xia clan would have been annihilated. Fortunately, they were able to evacuate in time. At this moment, a huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's estate. "Who's so bold as to attack my Xia clan?" the face said angrily. However, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of its eyes. "Ha! Do you think your projection is able to stop me?" When the effeminate voice rang in the air, the remaining members of the Xia clan thought that the other party was a female supreme powerhouse. After all, it was impossible even for an advanced supreme god to break the Xia clan's guarding formation so quickly. When did our Xia clan offend a female supreme powerhouse? What's going on? Did she come because of the eldest young miss? It said that she reincarnated and became Duanling Tian's wife. However, the young master of the Yun clan separated them in the past. Did this female supreme powerhouse come to kidnap the eldest young miss so she could exchange the eldest young miss for the divine fountain with Duanling Tian? That's possible. The members of the Xia clan who were aware of Duanling Tian and Kuer's relationship could not help but speculate among themselves. However, not long after, they were shocked when they saw the figure that appeared in front of them. A man. The Xia clan's members, who thought that the other party was a man, were shocked when they saw a sinister but handsome red-clad young man. Moreover, they found him familiar. "Don't you think he resembles young Master Qing Yan of the Yun clan?" "You're right. They look quite similar." After Yun Qing Yan's soul entered the body, he quickly altered the body's appearance as much as he could to resemble his, hoping to preserve a bit of his existence. Is he the supreme powerhouse from the Yun clan? Impossible. Why would the ancestor of the Yun clan do this? Moreover, we've never provoked him. I heard the ancestor of the Yun clan is quite conservative. I don't think he'll dress so flamboyantly. Then if he's not the ancestor of the Yun clan, who is he? I don't know. The members of the Xia clan were still shocked and confused when the effeminate young man said, "Even if you come in person, I, Yun Xianfeng, might not lose to you. Moreover, I can still easily crush your Xia clan's members like ants." The members of the Xia clan were even more confused when they heard the name Yun Xianfeng. Yun Xianfeng? I've never heard of your name among the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. Who are you? Who am I? The effeminate young man sneered as he looked at the middle-aged man standing near the giant face and said, "Uncle, why don't you tell him who I am?" The middle-aged man was Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Although Xia Yun also thought that the effeminate man resembled Yun Qing Yan, he did not think the other party was Yun Qing Yan. Moreover, the other party had said that his name was Yun Xianfeng. As such, he assumed the other party was a secret powerhouse from the Yun clan. However, after listening to the other party's words, he realized his assumptions were wrong. "Why you're Qing Yan?" Xia Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the effeminate young man. Despite their resemblance, their bearings and their voices were different. In fact, the effeminate young man sounded like a woman. "That's right, my honorable uncle," the effeminate young man said with a grin. "Uncle, I came to my cousin away. I know you don't like me. Don't worry. I won't force her to marry me. I'm not interested in her, nor am I interested in other women. I'm going to bring her to the outer boundary to find a man worthy of her. At the very least, he'll be stronger than my past self. Although Xiaoyu had experienced many things as the clan leader of the Xia clan, he still could not help but shudder inwardly upon hearing Yun Xianfeng's words. He asked in confusion, Qu Qingyan, what happened to you? Yun Xianfeng was much colder than Yun Qingyan. Xiaoyu could not imagine what could have happened to Yun Qingyan that gave him the strength of a supreme powerhouse. However, whatever it was, he was certain that Yun Qingyan must have paid a huge price in exchange for the power. After all, everything came with a price. Yun Xianfeng did not respond to Xiaoyu's question. Instead, he said icily, My dear uncle, you better hand over to me at once. Otherwise, I'll annihilate the Xia clan. Yun Xianfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he released his terrifying divine energy into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the members of the Xia clan felt slightly relieved when they found out the other party was Yun Qingyan, even though they had no idea what happened to him. However, when they heard his threats, chills ran up their spines. All of them turned to look at Xiaoyu in unison. Xiaoyu's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect Yun Qingyan to make such a bold statement. No matter what, it was impossible for him to hand his daughter over to him. At this moment, the projection of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse rebuked loudly, Impudent! The Xia clan is not. Before the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan finished speaking, Yun Xianfeng quickly destroyed his projection with just a strike. One had to know that the projection of a supreme powerhouse was not as strong as the true body, but it was still as strong as top advanced supreme gods. Yun Xianfeng smiled sinisterly and said, Uncle, stop wasting my time. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't hand her over, the members here will go to hell with you. Xiaoyu's expression was extremely unsightly. It was obvious that Yun Xianfeng was prepared to go through with his threat if he did not comply. He then tried to send a voice transmission to Yun Tingfeng, but it was quickly intercepted by Yun Xianfeng. Others would not be capable of such a feat, but Yun Xianfeng, who was comparable to a supreme powerhouse, naturally could do it. 9 breaths left, Yun Xianfeng said nonchalantly. However, he knew he was running out of time. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse must be on his way here at this moment. Moreover, it was likely that the Xia clan's supreme powerhouses brought his friends along as well. If they fought, the commotion would definitely alert the master of the Divine Offering Land, who was a powerful supreme powerhouse. Moreover, as the master of the Divine Offering Land, he was naturally invincible in the Divine Offering Land. For this reason, Yun Xianfeng had confirmed that the master of the Divine Offering Land was not in the Divine Offering Land before he came to the Xia clan. Yun Qingyan. Xiaoyu's expression was extremely gloomy, caught in a dilemma. At the same time, the members of the Xia clan fell into despair. All of them hoped that Xiaoyu would hand his daughter over to Yun Xianfeng to preserve their lives. They did not dare to voice their thoughts at this moment. Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, wanted to ask Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, about what happened to Yun Tingfeng. He also wanted to know how the Xia clan had offended the Yun clan, resulting in this disaster. Alas, his voice transmission was intercepted by Yun Qingyan, who was now Yun Xianfeng. Meanwhile, Yun Tingfeng, who was worried about his son, brought his son's soul pearl out to check if his son was safe. He was shocked when he discovered his son's soul pearl, although intact, was covered in hairline cracks. He was baffled as well, since he had never heard of or seen such a thing before. Did something happen to my son? Yun Tingfeng grew even more worried. He had no idea what could have happened to Yun Qingyan. He would never be able to imagine that his son had possessed the body of a supreme powerhouse and that his son's soul had merged with the remnant soul of the said supreme powerhouse. Not only that, but his son had also destroyed the Xia clan's estate and threatened to kill members of the Xia clan. Back in the Xia clan. You have 5 breaths left, Yun Xianfeng, who was created after Yun Qingyan possessed and merged with the remnant soul of a supreme powerhouse, said as he stared at Xiaoyu. Yun Xianfeng had calculated that it would take him 5 breaths to leave the Divine Offering Land for the Endless Void with Xia Ningshui. Then, he planned to leave the God-defying world. The body that Yun Qingyan possessed belonged to a supreme powerhouse from another world. In the past, he was sealed by a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying land and only regained his freedom when Yun Qingyan unsealed him. Alas, at that time he was nothing more than a remnant soul. Nonetheless, the supreme powerhouse was still very powerful. If he was unwilling, it would have been impossible for Yun Qingyan to possess it. He allowed Yun Qingyan to possess his body because it was a win-win situation for both of them. At this time, Xiaoyu asked solemnly, "Yun Qingyan, how can you be so ruthless? I have never mistreated you." Upon hearing these words, Yun Xianfeng laughed before he said, "Xiaoyu, do you really think I treat you as my uncle just because I address you as uncle? Moreover, I'm no longer Yun Qingyan. My name is Yun Xianfeng. Let me remind you, you have 2 breaths left." The members of the Xia clan panicked again upon hearing Yun Xianfeng's words, and they began to plead with Xiaoyu one after another. "Clan leader, please bring the eldest young miss out." Clan leader. It was only natural that the members of the Xia clan wanted to survive. At the same time, Kuer, also Xianing Shui, the eldest young miss of the Xia clan, was imprisoned along with Xiajie, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, in the Xia clan's ancestral hall. However, she and Xiajie had witnessed everything that happened after Yun Xianfeng appeared. The ancestral hall was a divine artifact that contained a space to confine living things. This divine artifact had been passed down for generations in the Xia clan to the various clan leaders of the Xia clan. Before the Xia clan's estate was destroyed, Xiaoyu had retrieved the divine artifact. Xiajie felt helpless as he witnessed everything silently. His hands were tightly clenched as he stared at the enemy with bloodshot eyes. There was nothing he could do against such a formidable enemy. After all, the enemy was a supreme powerhouse and had easily destroyed the manifestation of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. On the other hand, Kuo said at this moment, "Father, let me out." "I'm sorry, Shuer," Xiaoyu lamented inwardly as he released Kuo. His heart felt incomparably heavy. He did not have a choice due to his responsibilities as the clan leader of the Xia clan. Moreover, if he refused to release Kuo, Yun Xianfeng would kill everyone present. And in the end, Kuo would still fall into Yun Xianfeng's hands. Meanwhile, Yun Xianfeng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Kuo. "Cousin, my dear cousin, you're finally here." Yun Qingyan, Kuo's gaze was icy as she stared at the sinister, effeminate young man. Yun Xianfeng shook his head and corrected Kuo immediately. He said, "Cousin, I'm Yun Xianfeng now, I'm not Yun Qingyan now. Please remember my new name." At this time, Kuo also noticed Yun Qingyan's changes. It was clear that he was a completely different person now. When he looked at her now, there was no desire at all in his eyes. "Cousin, I know you yearn to reunite with your husband. However, you can trust that I won't allow that to happen. I'll take you away from the god-defying world before I find you a new husband. I'm sure he'll be furious when he finds out about this," Yun Xianfeng said before laughing heartily. When his laughter died down, he added, "My dear cousin, don't even think about ending your life. If you do, I'll annihilate the entire Xia clan." As soon as Kuo heard Yun Xianfeng's words, she quickly dismissed her thought of committing suicide. Just as Yun Xianfeng expected, she had planned to end her life rather than live a miserable life with Yun Xianfeng. "Cousin, resistance is futile. You better not resist. Otherwise, the members of the Xia clan will suffer the consequences," Yun Xianfeng said before he suddenly appeared next to Kuo. Then he reached his hand out toward Kuo. A strange energy surged out of Yun Xianfeng's body in just a blink of an eye. However, just as his energy was about to touch Kuo, a frosty voice rang in the distance. "How dare a native of the blood spectre world come to our god-defying world? Do you have a death wish?" Following that, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and rushed toward Yun Xianfeng. Yun Xianfeng's expression changed drastically. It was impossible for the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse and the reinforcement to arrive so soon. As such, he knew that this supreme powerhouse must be another supreme powerhouse who happened to be nearby. He could sense that the supreme powerhouse was rather powerful as well. Apart from that, it was obvious to him that the supreme powerhouse intended to protect Kuo. After a brief moment, Xianxia decided not to give up. He did not withdraw his energy and continued to extend it toward Kuer as he raised his hand to tear an opening in the space. Bang! A spatial tear appeared, and Xianxia was quickly pulled into the turbulent space just as the middle-aged man, who was a supreme powerhouse, arrived. Before he left, he glanced at Kuer, who had fainted in Xiaoyu's arms. He's a member of the Blood Spectre World's Soul Imprisonment Clan. Xiaoyu's expression changed as this thought appeared in his mind. At the same time, he quickly used his divine consciousness to check on Kuer, only to discover that her soul had been restrained by an unknown energy. Just as he was about to remove the unknown energy, "Don't touch that restraining energy," the middle-aged yelled. "The backlash will hurt her and even possibly destroy her soul. I'll go after him. The only way to remove the restraint now is to kill him or have another member of the Soul Imprisonment Clan remove it." Xiaoyu's face turned ashen upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man entered the spatial tear before it closed as soon as his voice fell. Xiaoyu looked at Kuer, who was lying motionlessly in his arms, guiltily. If he did not bring her out from the divine artifact, this would not have happened. At this time, Xiaojia's voice rang from the divine artifact in Xiaoyu's hands. "Let me out." Xiaoyu did not even think about it as he released Xiaojia from the divine artifact. Xiaojia's expression was unsightly as he looked at the unconscious Kuer. How's this possible? Meanwhile, the members of the Xia clan were silent. Those who pleaded with Xiaoyu to hand Kuer over to Xianxia felt so guilty that they were unable to raise their heads. Although they did not know what happened exactly, it was not hard to figure out that the matter was much worse than they had imagined. They also realized the gravity of the situation when they heard the middle-aged man say that not much could be done about the restraint placed on Kuer. Yunqingyan. Xiaoyu's expression was extremely dark as he sent a voice transmission to Yun Tingfeng. "Yanner." When Yun Tingfeng received Xiaoyu's voice transmission, he did not waste time and quickly went to the Xia clan. He was perplexed. He could not figure out how his son, who became a supreme god with much difficulty, became a supreme powerhouse now. He was also anxious to find out why his son's soul pearl was covered in hairline cracks. In the turbulent space, the middle-aged man failed despite trying his best to catch up with Xianxia. After all, he had a late start because he stayed back to warn Xiaoyu. "He's quite strong, so why is he afraid to face me? Did he alert the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse earlier?" It did not take long for the middle-aged man to figure out why Xianxia did not stay to confront him. After all, it would be almost impossible for Xianxia to escape once the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse and his friends arrived. "He's very decisive," the middle-aged man thought to himself as he shook his head. Then he raised his hand and tore an opening in the space to return to the divine offering land. Before the middle-aged man arrived at the Xia clan, Yun Tingfeng had already arrived. Yun Tingfeng was shocked when he saw the Xia clan's estate, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, had been reduced to rubbles. Yun Tingfeng asked Xiaoyu anxiously, "What happened?" "Where's Yanner?" Xiaoyu scoffed and said with a dark expression, "Yun Tingfeng, you really raised a good-for-nothing son." Initially, Xiaoyu thought that Yun Tingfeng was the culprit behind the matter. However, after thinking about it, he knew it was impossible for Yun Tingfeng to transform Yunqingyan into a supreme powerhouse. He confirmed his speculation completely when he heard the middle-aged man say that Xianxia was a native of the Blood Spectre world. "Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand what you're saying. Where's my son? You said he's now a supreme powerhouse? What happened?" Yun Tingfeng asked, growing more and more anxious. He brought out his son's soul pearl before he continued to say, "This is his soul pearl. This is the first time I've seen a soul pearl in such a state. Tell me, what happened to him?" After seeing the ruins that were the Xia clan's estate, Yun Tingfeng did not doubt Xiaoyu's words. At this time, the middle-aged man appeared and said in a loud voice, "I'll tell you what happened." "Senior," Xiaojia asked anxiously, "did you manage to capture him?" Despite the ominous feeling in his heart when he saw the middle-aged man returning alone, Xiaojia still could not help but ask this question. "I didn't," the middle-aged man replied as he shook his head. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng's expression turned solemn when he saw the middle-aged man. He had sensed the middle-aged man's domineering aura, so he knew that the middle-aged man was a supreme powerhouse comparable to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. That Xianxia was at a loss for words upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. At the same time, Xia Yu's expression had already turned grim. The weight of his daughter in his arms seemed to grow heavier at this time. It was as though she had grown heavier by 1,000 tons. While Xia Yu was overwhelmed by guilt, the middle-aged man asked Yun Tingfeng, "You're the clan leader of the Divine Offering Land's Yun clan. Yun Qingyan is your son." "Yes, senior," Yun Tingfeng quickly replied. Although he did not know the identity of the middle-aged man, he did not dare to be disrespectful to a supreme powerhouse. The middle-aged man said, "If I'm not mistaken, your son must have removed the seal on a supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre world's soul imprisonment clan. In the past, a few of my predecessors had faced the supreme powerhouses from the soul imprisonment clan. My predecessors couldn't destroy their souls, so they sealed them to let time erode their souls. The members of the soul imprisonment clan are skilled in soul techniques. Even if they die, they have ways to preserve their souls. It's not difficult for supreme powerhouses to destroy the souls of supreme gods from the clan, but it's difficult to destroy the souls of the supreme powerhouses from the clan. The only way to kill them is to let time erode their souls. As time depletes their energy and erodes their souls, they'll eventually die." The middle-aged man continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, your son must have stumbled upon a heavenly jewel which sealed a supreme powerhouse from the soul imprisonment clan. Your son must have removed the seal. They must have a made deal beforehand, and your son must have agreed to merge with the other party's remnant soul. This is a common way for members of the soul imprisonment clan to resurrect. Members of the soul imprisonment clan are asexual. They look like men, but their voices are feminine. Moreover, they don't have male reproductive organs. In other words, they have no desire, and their only goal is to become stronger and achieve immortality." The members of the Xia clan and Yun Tingfeng gained a better understanding of the Blood Spectre world's soul imprisonment clan after listening to the middle-aged man. At this time, Xia Yu could not help but ask, "Senior, what's going to happen to my daughter? Is there really no other way to break the restraint?" Although Kur was physically fine, Xia Yu could sense that her soul was getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps she would be unharmed for now, but if they could not find a way to break the restraint, her soul would eventually be destroyed, resulting in death. "There's no other way." The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a sigh, "I was too late. How am I going to explain this to that boy?" Upon hearing these words, Xia Yu, Xianxia, and Yun Tingfeng instantly knew that the middle-aged man was referring to Duanling Tian, Kur's husband, when he said, "that boy." Since the time flow where the divine fountain was located flowed differently from the outside world, Duanling Tian was able to focus on cultivating without pressure. He lost track of time as he cultivated, aware of the fact that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was determined to raise his cultivation base. Duanling Tian also did not keep his guard up when he cultivated like he usually would. After all, if there were any danger, it could only come from the supreme powerhouse who controlled the divine fountain, and if the other party intended to harm him, there was no reason for the other party to wait so long. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that the soul of his wife Kur had been restrained by a member of the Blood Spectre world's soul imprisonment clan. He was also unaware that the Xia clan's estate in the Divine Offering Land had been reduced to rubbles. At some point, the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan and his friends had rushed over to the Xia clan. Alas, it was too late and they could only leave in the end. Meanwhile, the master of the Divine Offering Land, who was in the midst of a game of chess with his old friend, stopped the game immediately when he was alerted to what happened. He quickly rushed back to the Divine Offering Land. Although the Divine Offering Land was his little world, due to it being a realm of gods in the god-defying world, it was not in his body. It was not impossible for him to return the Divine Offering Land to his body, but doing so would make it lose the protection from being a part of the god-defying world to a certain extent. However, doing so would also boost his strength greatly. As it turns out, The disturbance wasn't from the advanced chaotic region closing on the realm battlefield. It was due to the emergence of a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan in my divine offering land. He scoffed coldly as muttered under his breath, "You're really bold. I've memorized your aura. If you dare to enter the divine offering land again, you'll definitely die." As the master of the divine offering land, he was naturally much stronger in the divine offering land. In a mundane realm, on an island protected with layers upon layers of formations, a beautiful young woman stood at the peak of a mountain as she gazed into the distance. She was Duan Tian and Kua's daughter. As though she was connected by heart with her mother, she had begun to feel uneasy recently. Father's doppelganger from the law disappeared a few years ago after its energy was depleted. I wonder if he's okay. It's been almost 1,000 years, so the spatial passages between the lower realms and the realms of gods are about to open soon. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? Did something happen? Duan Ling's eyes were brimming with worries as she murmured to herself. At this time, a gentle voice rang from afar. Ling, here you are. Following that, a graceful figure appeared near Duan Ling. Aunt Wu, Duan Ling greeted respectfully as she cupped her fists together. The newcomer was Feng Tian Wu. Aunt Wu, I've been feeling very uneasy recently. Do you think something happened to my father? Duan Ling asked. Silly girl, Feng Tian Wu shook her head and said, don't think too much. Nothing will happen to your father. He has always been able to turn misfortunes into fortunes. It'll be no exception this time. When Feng Tian Wu spoke, her expression softened immediately. Despite her words, she also could not help but feel worried. In another place on the island, a peerless beauty stood silently in a courtyard as she looked at the sky. Juana, when you're cultivating, you should go out more. There are many interesting places in this mundane realm. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for his return here. To the Xia family, the appearance of the supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre world was undoubtedly a disaster. Their clan's estate was in ruins now. After the disaster, all of them carried out their respective duties. With everyone's effort, they quickly reconstructed the Xia clan's estate. Unexpectedly, during this time, Xia Yu publicly resigned from his position as the clan leader of the Xia clan. He planned to stay by his unconscious daughter's side after his resignation. The elders of the Xia clan expressed their wish for Xia Yu to continue holding the position until they could elect another clan leader so the clan would not fall into chaos. Initially, Xia Yu refused the elders. He only agreed after his third brother, Xianxia, persuaded him. Even then, he only handled a few important matters and spent most of his time by his daughter's side to atone for his guilt. My precious daughter, I heard and also confirmed that your husband is safe. He's really outstanding. If he's willing, when you marry him, I'll arrange a grand wedding for you. I was wrong in the past for agreeing to help the Yun clan deal with him. However, from now on, I'll only protect him. After all, he's your husband. Xia Yu, the majestic clan leader of the Xia clan, sat in a courtyard with a cup of wine in his hand and muttered to himself as he stared at the door of a room in the courtyard. At this moment, a thick beard covered the bottom half of his face, and his robe was stained with wine. Meanwhile, Xianxia was also shocked by his usually aloof brother's transformation. It made him realize that his brother had been putting up a front all this time. He did not doubt now that his brother truly cared about Kerr. His expression was complicated as he looked at his brother. He had never seen his dignified brother in such a state before. Duan Tian continued to cultivate without any regard for time. Previously, his speed of absorbing the divine fountain had slowed down, causing him to worry if he would be brought out of the divine fountain. As such, he only hoped that he would be able to become an intermediate supreme god before he was forced to leave the divine fountain. As time passed, just as he had expected, his speed of absorption became slower. It was particularly slow when he was on the verge of becoming an intermediate supreme god. As such, he became even more worried about being forced to leave before he became an intermediate supreme god. It was indeed not easy to become an intermediate supreme god. He struggled for a long time before he finally succeeded. At the critical moment when he was the most worried, he smoothly broke through and became an intermediate supreme god. After becoming an intermediate supreme god, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his speed of absorption had increased again. Although he was surprised, he did not stop absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain. After all, he had to absorb as much as he could. He would never be presented with this kind of opportunity again. Inside a pavilion on an island hovering in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man who was usually expressionless. Not bad. I didn't expect him to break through. Now that he has broken through, he shouldn't have any problem stabilizing his cultivation base. However, I don't think he'll be able to break through and become an advanced supreme god there. The young man seemed to recall something before he muttered to himself. I thought his eldest senior sister has great potential. It seems like he's not inferior to her at all. In fact, he might be even more outstanding than her. I'm looking forward to his future performance. After a moment, a frown appeared on the young man's face, and he sighed heavily. God-defying world. Although the God-defying world seemed peaceful on the surface, he had long discovered the undercurrent of tension that became stronger over the years. He and his peers were getting older, and the future of the God-defying world would depend on the younger generation in the future. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to spend nearly 200 years in the place where the divine fountain was located. During this time, not only did he become an intermediate supreme god, but he also completely stabilized his cultivation base and made further progress in his cultivation. In the end, his speed of absorption slowed down so much that he was forcefully brought out of the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian knew that once he was no longer a rudimentary supreme god and became an intermediate supreme god, the time here was no longer 10 days to a day inside the world. Instead, 5 days here would become equal to a day in the outside world. Almost 40 years. After Duan Ling Tian was brought out of the divine fountain, the familiar indifferent voice rang in the air again. You can now choose the supreme powerhouse divinity of your choice. Apart from the supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of earth, the law of wood, and the law of life, I have everything. Choose one. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck when he heard these words. Clearly, the other party possessed many supreme powerhouse divinities. He could not help but wonder inwardly, who is he exactly? Before entering the realm battlefield, Duan Ling Tian already knew how rare and precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was. Even supreme powerhouses might not necessarily possess one, and not every supreme powerhouse could leave behind a supreme powerhouse divinity after their death. Duan Ling Tian's knowledge about the supreme powerhouse divinity was limited until the announcement was made about the supreme powerhouse divinity being a part of the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. At that time, he learned a lot from the conversations he overheard. It was not easy for supreme powerhouses to create a supreme powerhouse divinity. They were only able to do so once they reached a certain level of strength. Needless to say, this was something weak supreme powerhouses were not capable of. The supreme powerhouse divinity would be created when a supreme powerhouse comprehended a law to a certain level. Someone capable of such a feat was considered extraordinary even among supreme powerhouses. One could only obtain a supreme powerhouse divinity from the supreme powerhouse who created it or kill the supreme powerhouse who created it. Senior. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. He did not realize his tone had changed when he spoke. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the time when he overheard the middle-aged supreme powerhouse who led him here address someone as my lord. At that time, he had dismissed it as a dream. After all, who could make a supreme powerhouse who stood at the peak between heaven and earth be so powerful? However, when he heard that the familiar voice, which had spoken to him since he arrived at this place, possessed so many supreme powerhouse divinities, unlike others who only possessed one or none, he knew that the other party had to be very strong. To possess so many supreme powerhouse divinities, the other party had to be very strong to create so many or to kill many supreme powerhouses to obtain their supreme powerhouse divinities. With this in mind, he felt that it was only natural that the middle-aged supreme powerhouse referred to the other party as my lord. I have a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space. Can you suggest which supreme powerhouse divinity I should choose now? Duan Ling Tian asked. Then he detailed the levels of comprehension of the various laws he comprehended in descending order: the law of space, the law of life, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth, the law of metal, and so on. He also told the other party how he initially considered choosing a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space so he could merge it with his original one and upgrade it to hasten his speed of comprehending the law of space. After that, Duan Tian waited patiently for the supreme powerhouse's response. He was not certain if the supreme powerhouse would be willing to advise him. After all, the other party was very strong even among supreme powerhouses. Previously, Duan Tian assumed that all supreme powerhouses were about equal in strength. He did not expect that there were differences in strength between supreme powerhouses as well. In some cases, the difference was similar to that between a top advanced supreme god and an ordinary supreme god. Will he advise me? Duan Tian wondered inwardly, feeling anxious. He did not know if a high and mighty supreme powerhouse would bother to advise him, a mere intermediate supreme god. However, it did not take long before he obtained the answer. There's nothing wrong with your initial plan. Another supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space will certainly hasten the speed of your comprehension. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian assumed that the supreme powerhouse would encourage him to follow his initial plan. However, the supreme powerhouse's following words made him realize how ignorant he had been. However, have you considered the possibility that the supreme powerhouses of the two supreme powerhouse divinities might have different styles of comprehending the law of space? There's a possibility that the two styles are conflicting. If that's the case, the new supreme powerhouse divinity you obtain will be rendered useless. Not only that, but it might even harm you. Duan Tian fell silent after listening to the supreme powerhouse's words. He wondered if the supreme powerhouse could tell if the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space was compatible with his own supreme powerhouse divinity. As though the supreme powerhouse could read Duan Tian's mind, he said, I have two supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of space, but I don't know if they're compatible with yours. Since you comprehend the law of space, you should know that everyone may travel the same path in the beginning, but eventually everyone's paths would diverge. In my opinion, I don't think it's necessary for you to choose a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space. The one you have is good enough to help you comprehend the law of space to its perfect form. Another one might hasten your speed, but it might also slow you down. Nonetheless, the final decision lies with you. The supreme powerhouse did not force his opinion on Duan Tian. After all, it was inappropriate. Thank you for your advice, senior, Duan Tian said, expressing his gratitude. Then he added, I won't choose another supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space then. Do you have any suggestions on which one I should choose? The supreme powerhouse remained silent. The duration of the silence was longer than before. Just when Duan Tian thought the other party had ignored him, the other party said, You can choose between the law of time or the law of life. Duan Tian mulled over the two choices for a long time after hearing the suggestion. His law of life was stronger than his law of time. Based on his comprehension, he should choose the law of life. However, the supreme powerhouse was aware of this, but the supreme powerhouse did not single out the law of life. Instead, the supreme powerhouse threw the law of time into the mix. This meant that the law of time must have some advantage over the law of life. Moreover, the supreme powerhouse was aware of the existence of the divine tree of life in Duan Tian's little world. The divine tree of life would complement the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of life, and their effect would be similar to two supreme powerhouse divinities with the same law that did not conflict. And yet, the supreme powerhouse still suggested the law of time. After making up his mind, Duan Tian took a deep breath and said, Senior, I've made up my mind. I'll choose the supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of time. Duan Tian had always found the law of time mysterious. It was only when his master inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse who was an expert in the law of time that he was able to grasp and comprehend the law of time with his master's guidance. Since then, his comprehension of the law of time had improved greatly. Naturally, it was still nowhere near the level of his law of space. Under normal circumstances, Duan Tian would ask about the reason why the supreme powerhouse suggested the law of time along with the law of life. However, he did not do so because he felt that it was obvious the supreme powerhouse favored the law of time. Moreover, he was also worried about annoying the supreme powerhouse if he asked too many questions. After all, he was just a mere intermediate supreme god whom supreme powerhouses could kill with just a thought. Are you sure? There's no turning back after this? The other party asked. I'm sure, Duanling Tian said without any hesitation as he nodded. The law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws, was known to be the trickiest law. It could manipulate time. It was also the reason Duanling Tian was able to stay for such a long time in the divine fountain without wasting much time outside. Apart from that, when faced with an enemy, one could even stop time to kill one's opponent. Very well. Following that, an object that resembled the supreme powerhouse divinity in Duanling Tian's possession appeared in midair before it flew toward him. The supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of time? Duanling Tian could barely contain his excitement when he saw the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in front of him. After you put away the supreme powerhouse, I'll send you out, the supreme powerhouse said. Thank you, Senior, Duanling Tian said respectfully. However, he did not put away the supreme powerhouse divinity immediately. Instead, he asked, Senior, may I ask for your name? It's inappropriate for me not to know your name after receiving so much guidance from you. At the same time, in a pavilion on an island suspended in the endless void, which looked like it existed since the beginning of time, a white-clad young man leaning against the pavilion smiled faintly. Interesting. He's able to remain calm in front of a supreme powerhouse divinity. Back at the location of the divine fountain, it did not take long before Duanling Tian obtained a reply. It's not important to know my name. You'll naturally know my name once you become a supreme powerhouse. Thank you, Senior, Duanling Tian said as he cupped his fists together. He did not press for the name of the supreme powerhouse. After that, Duanling Tian reached out for the supreme powerhouse divinity. As soon as the tips of his fingers touched it, his surroundings began to distort and his vision turned blurry. Then he lost consciousness. When Duanling Tian regained consciousness, he discovered that he was near the profound energy land's Myriad Laws Academy. What's going on? Shouldn't I be sent to the realm battlefield after obtaining the supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space? Duanling Tian was puzzled. For a moment he was confused and thought he was dreaming. He could not find his new supreme powerhouse divinity. He searched his memories and clearly remembered his time in the advanced chaotic region. To confirm that he was not dreaming, he even checked his cultivation base. Indeed, he was already an intermediate supreme god, and his cultivation base was also completely stabilized. However, where was the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time? He only saw the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space in his spatial ring. I'm not dreaming. Everything is real. So what happened? Did the supreme powerhouse take back that supreme powerhouse divinity? Duanling Tian wondered out loud. After a moment, Duanling Tian's attention was distracted by the conversation between a few students from the Myriad Laws Academy who were passing by. Hey, did you hear? Vice Academy Master Hong Yifeng is stepping down from his position. It's said that his junior brother, Yang Yuchan, will replace him and become the new Vice Academy Master. Yang Yuchan? That monster is going to be our Vice Academy Master. Duanling Tian felt that he had gone crazy when he heard the conversation. Yang Yuchan was Duanling Tian's third senior brother in the Inner Palace faction. Before he joined the academy, Yang Yuchan was already the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. As such, he could not make sense of the student's words about his third senior brother replacing his second senior brother to be the Vice Academy Master. Although he had never met his second senior brother, he knew that the other party's name was Hong Yifeng. What's going on? Why did they say third senior brother is about to become the Vice Academy Master when he has held the position for so many years? Driven by confusion and curiosity, Duanling Tian stepped forward and approached the students. He brought his student token out to avoid frightening them, and as expected, the students let down their guard after seeing the token. Duanling Tian was even more confused after speaking to the students. According to them, Yang Yuqin was selected to become the Vice Academy Master last month. After the students left, Duanling Tian continued to ask a few more students he encountered about the matter. It seems like my speculations are right. Duanling Tian knew that he had appeared here after touching the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. However, after he arrived, he could not find it. Perhaps I was sent here by the supreme powerhouse divinity. However, it shouldn't possess such an ability. It's more likely that I was sent here by that supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian knew how supreme powerhouse divinities worked since he already possessed one. He thought that the supreme powerhouse must have used the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time to send him here. Now that Duanling Tian confirmed that what he was experiencing was real, he did not return to the Myriad Laws Academy. After all, there was no use returning to the academy when he had been sent to a time when he was not even born yet. Yang Yuqin was the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy for at least 1,000 years after all, and he was sent to the time when Yang Yuqin was just about to become the Vice Academy Master. Even father and mother haven't been born at this time period, let alone me. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. Third senior brother doesn't know who I am at this time. If I meet him now, whether it's good or bad, it'll definitely change the past and the future. I can't take this risk. Duanling Tian wandered far away from the Myriad Laws Academy. It would have been dangerous for him to do so even when he was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. However, now that he was an intermediate supreme god with a completely stabilized cultivation and was capable of killing some advanced supreme god, he was rather certain of his safety. Even if he encountered Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he would be able to retreat safely even if he could not defeat Yun Tingfeng. Duanling Tian had yet to test out his strength after becoming an intermediate supreme god. However, he had a feeling that not many could kill him in the profound energy land even if he could not defeat them. Even third senior brother and second senior brother aren't a match for me during this time. Duanling Tian thought to himself, coming to a halt. Then, an idea appeared in his mind. Should I hide my identity and spar with third senior brother? However, I'll have to wait for him to leave the Myriad Laws Academy. Although I can easily escape from the Academy Master, I won't be able to escape if the Academy's guarding formation is activated. After all, Duanling Tian knew that the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was set up by a supreme powerhouse. Half a month later, Yang Yuqin ran into an intermediate supreme god who wanted to spar with him outside of the Myriad Laws Academy. In the end, he was defeated with a single strike. Who is he? Even eldest senior sister isn't as strong as him before she became an advanced supreme god. Yang Yuqin shuddered inwardly as he watched the other party fly into the distance. He was naturally unaware that the other party, who was dressed in a loose robe and a hat, was his junior brother from the future. Back to the future. After Duanling Tian disappeared, the white-clad young man suddenly appeared next to the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in midair. His face was pale, and a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his lips. He murmured, "I hope it's worth the try. I didn't expect it to take such a huge toll on me despite my current strength. The act of traveling back to the past was amazing." Supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds could send those with weaker cultivation bases back to the past. But it was impossible for even the strongest supreme powerhouse to send a supreme god back to the past unless they possessed a precious treasure that contained the law of time like the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. However, supreme powerhouses were rarely willing to use such a precious treasure even if it was for the sake of their direct descendants, let alone others. Duanling Tian did not understand the benefits of traveling back to the past. He thought that there were none. He was unaware that after experiencing this, his comprehension of the law of time would improve after he returned to the future. After being sent about 1,000 years back in time, Duanling Tian waited for Yang Yuqin to leave the Myriad Laws Academy to spar with Yang Yuqin. After he defeated Yang Yuqin, he left, feeling smug. He did not look for eldest senior sister or fourth senior sister who were not at the academy, afraid of changing the events in the past and future. After all, who knew if it would bring grave consequences? At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Did it happen at this time? Duanling Tian recalled the young girl called Duan Xiaoyu. When he first met Duan Xiaoyu, she mistook him for her brother. However, based on her initial reaction when she saw him, he did not think it was a mistake at all. As such, he had been perplexed at that time. When he met his master, Feng Qingyang, he told his master about the encounter, and his master speculated that he might have traveled back in time at some point and met Duan Xiaoyu. Although the speculations made sense, they still sounded too amazing to be true at that time. It was not easy to travel back in time after all. The stronger he became, the more difficult it would be for him to be sent back to the past. After all, if those who were very powerful were easily allowed to go back in time, they could easily change the course of history. Imagine what it would be like if a supreme powerhouse could easily travel back in time. He or she could easily annihilate everyone who stood in his or her way. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when this theory appeared in his mind. If Master is right, I'll meet Duan Xiaoyu during this time, and she'll acknowledge me as her brother. Then another thought appeared in his mind. Kur hasn't reincarnated at this time, right? She's still Xia Shui, the eldest young miss of the Xia clan. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought about looking for Kura in the divine offering land Xia clan. However, as Xia Shui now, Kura did not know who he was at all. Nonetheless, he still decided to have a look. It was rather easy for Duan Ling Tian to travel from the profound energy land to the divine offering land. After all, the realm battlefield had yet to open, and the spatial passages were open. It was also easy to travel to the lower realms. Since he was not a native of a realm of gods, his power would not be suppressed even when he went to the lower realms. I wonder if the strength of supreme powerhouses who are natives of realms of gods is restricted in the lower realms? Driven by curiosity, Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world about it. He also explained that he had traveled back about 1,000 years in time. The world-cleansing divine water was now conscious thanks to the divine fountain. The world-cleansing divine water was in shock and disbelief when she heard this. Based on what she knew, even a supreme powerhouse skilled in the law of time might not be able to send the weakest rudimentary supreme god 15 minutes back in time, let alone 1,000 years. Even if he was capable of such a feat, there would be repercussions. After the world-cleansing divine water calmed down, she said, "Natives of realms of gods who became supreme powerhouses will still be restricted when they go to the lower realms. However, this restriction will be removed once they're strong enough to form a supreme powerhouse divinity. Before they're able to form supreme powerhouse divinities, their powers will be suppressed in the outer boundary as well. If their strength is restricted, they would only be as strong as a top advanced supreme god. It's also for this reason that many supreme powerhouses don't go to the outer boundary without a reason. After all, they're worried about dying there." Suddenly, "No! Little Tian, hurry up and seal your little world. I sense the repelling force from myself from this time," the world-cleansing divine water cried in panic. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's heart began to palpitate. He could sense that the divine tree of life in his little world, which was filled with vitality, slowly withering. He hastily sealed his little world before his heartbeat finally returned to normal. So it turns out resistance occurs when two same beings exist at the same time. Duan Ling Tian did not experience any resistance because he was not born yet at this time. Does this mean humans can only travel back to the time before they were born? This means that it's more difficult for others to travel back in time. After all, I don't think there are any rudimentary supreme gods younger than 1,000 years old in the god-defying world, let alone an intermediate supreme god who has stabilized his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian came to this conclusion after he met Ning Yixian, the former strongest young prodigy in the god-defying world from the divine offering lands Ning clan, which was a prime supreme rank force. In fact, an advanced lord of gods below the age of 1,000 is considered a monstrous prodigy in the god-defying world. Even then, someone with such talent would not be able to change the course of history if they were sent back in time. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened after thinking about these things. At this time, he was almost completely certain that the supreme powerhouse who had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity had sent him back to the time before he was born. He must have paid a huge price for sending me back 1,000 years back in time. I wonder what's his reason. Is he planning to possess my body after I grow stronger to a certain level? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he thought about this. He could not believe that the supreme powerhouse did not have any motives at all. Although he did not know if supreme powerhouses had to face heavenly tribulations and risk death, he could not help but feel skeptical. Why would the other party pay such a huge price just to send him back in time? It was not like the other party had specific missions for him in the past. Forget it. I'll go and have a look at Kura first. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to arrive near the Xia clan's estate in the Divine Offering Land. With his current strength, the clan leader of the Xia clan would definitely welcome him warmly. However, he was afraid of affecting the past and the future. He would be content as long as he could catch a glimpse of Kuer, who was still Xianxia, the eldest young miss of the Xia clan now. Duanling Tian spent half a month outside of the Xia clan's estate before he found out that Xia Ningyu was in closed-door cultivation and had not appeared in front of the public for at least a decade now. Although he was disappointed, he did not let it affect him. With this discovery, he left the Divine Offering Land and returned to the Profound Energy Land. It was unrealistic for him to continue waiting for Xianxia to appear. Moreover, he was curious about how he met Duan Xiaoyu. After returning to the Profound Energy Land, Duanling Tian kept his distance from the Myriad Laws Academy, afraid of affecting the future. 2 years passed before he finally met Duan Xiaoyu. Master was right. I really met her after I traveled back in time. Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited even though he had already expected this. Before meeting Duanling Tian, Duan Xiaoyu's name was only Xiaoyu. She had adopted her mother's surname, Xiao. After Duanling Tian saved her life, he became the second most important person in her life, so she adopted his surname as well. Duanling Tian did not dissuade her from doing so since he knew how persistent she could be based on their encounters in the future. Brother, I want to avenge my mother with my own hands. Duanling Tian could not help but feel distressed seeing how resolute Duan Xiaoyu was about seeking revenge when she was so young. Seeing her determination, he did not avenge her mother on her behalf. Duan Xiaoyu was the illegitimate child of a young master from a heavyweight supreme rank force. He was already engaged when he had an affair with Duan Xiaoyu's mother. After Duan Xiaoyu was born, he led a group of men to hunt the mother and daughter down to prevent his fiancée from learning about their existence. In the end, in order to protect Duan Xiaoyu, her mother was killed by his right-hand man. It was also at that time that Duanling Tian promptly appeared and saved Duan Xiaoyu before killing her father's men. When Duanling Tian found out that the culprit was Duan Xiaoyu's biological father, he was livid. Seeing how resolute she was, he also did not offer to avenge her mother for her. He took her under his wings after saving her. After some time had passed, Duanling Tian discovered that Duan Xiaoyu's divine energy seemed to have been suppressed. No matter how she cultivated, she could not progress at all. Eventually, he realized it was due to his presence. For this reason, he entrusted her to another person. When Duan Xiaoyu, who was only about 7 or 8 years old at this time, found out about Duanling Tian's decision, she asked, "Brother, are you abandoning me?" Duanling Tian felt distressed when he saw the crestfallen expression on her face. He stroked her head and said as he shook his head, "Little you, I'm not abandoning you. However, if you stay with me, you won't get any stronger. Let me tell you a secret." Then, Duanling Tian told her that he was from the future so that she would not overthink things. Although it sounded ridiculous, Duan Xiaoyu did not doubt Duanling Tian at all. "However, brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Little you, don't you want to avenge your mother? You won't be able to do so if you don't get stronger. Brother, will I meet you in the future?" "Of course, we'll meet in the future. However, you have to promise me that you'll never reveal your identity until I recognize you." After that, he told Duan Xiaoyu about where and when they would meet in the future. "All right, let's look for someone to care for you before we separate." In the beginning, Duanling Tian wanted to find a family to foster Duan Xiaoyu, but she rejected it. She insisted she only needed one person to look after her. After all, her mother had single-handedly raised her. As such, he began to look for the perfect candidate. He rescued a few supreme gods, including an advanced supreme god. They were all very grateful and were willing to serve Duanling Tian. Following that, before entrusting Duan Xiaoyu to them, Duanling Tian decided to test them. He pretended to leave her with them and left. Initially, they were good to her. However, when faced with life-threatening situations, they did not hesitate to abandon her at all. For this reason, Duanling Tian killed all of them without holding back. After all, they went back on their words and broke their promise to him. After testing more than a dozen candidates, Duan Tian finally found someone reliable. It was an old woman. She was an advanced supreme god who had just stabilized her cultivation base. Faced with a life-or-death situation, she did not flinch as she stood her ground and tried her best to send Duan Xiaoyu to safety. The old woman was the revered elder of a heavyweight supreme rank sect in profound energy land. She also had followers, and one of them stunned Duan Tian. Duan Tian had met that person before. She was the beautiful woman next to Duan Xiaoyu, a rudimentary emperor of gods. He met her along with Duan Xiaoyu 1,000 years later. Duan Tian could not help but smile when he recalled how everyone thought she was Lord of Gods when she made a move during their first meeting. The woman was Yu Xian. He had met her at auction in the profound energy land before he joined the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, he had found her mysterious and powerful. After all, she could have crushed him to death with just a finger at that time. However, things were different now. Young Master Duan. After Yu Xian learned that Duan Tian was more powerful than the old woman she followed despite only being an intermediate supreme god, she became very respectful. She did not even dare to look Duan Tian in the eyes. No wonder. At this time, Duan Tian finally realized why Yu Xian had addressed him respectfully as young Master Duan at that auction 1,000 years later. As it turned out, she had met him 1,000 years ago when he was an intermediate supreme god. Needless to say, at this time, Yu Xian was still unaware that she would meet him after 1,000 years when he was not so strong. After staying with Duan Xiaoyu for a few more days, Duan Tian was ready to leave. "Brother, will you come back?" Duan Xiaoyu asked, filled with reluctance. Her cheeks were already wet with tears, making her look even more pitiful. "Silly girl," Duan Tian said as he smiled warmly and patted her head. "Didn't I say before? It won't be long before we meet again. I can't come back. In the future, when you grow up, you'll be able to meet me. I've even told you the location. Did you forget it?" "No," Duan Xiaoyu said, still reluctant. "I just think that 1,000 years are too long." "It's not long." Duan Tian smiled and said, "Cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be an emperor of gods or even a supreme god." Although the young Duan Xiaoyu was reluctant, Duan Tian knew that he could no longer stay by her side and negatively affect her. Due to him coming from the future, his cultivation would not rise in the past. Not only that, but the cultivation of the people around him in the past would not improve as well. He was a disaster to those close to him in the past since cultivation was useless in his vicinity. "I can't even cultivate here. Why was I sent back in time? To comprehend the law of time." At this time, Duan Tian also vaguely realized something. Apart from the law of time, he could not cultivate and comprehend the other laws. There was no restriction on the law of time at all. Most importantly, with just half the effort, he could obtain twice the result. This was somewhat similar to when he comprehended the law in the Chamber of Law. As such, after being separated from Duan Xiaoyu and the others, Duan Tian found a place and began to comprehend the law of time. He only went out twice, and both times he went to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. Unfortunately, Kur, who was Xianxia now, was still in closed-door cultivation. "Perhaps she'll only come out when I was about to be born. Forget it. I won't see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Kur now." Xianxia, the eldest miss of the Xia clan, was not yet Kur. She did not have Kur's memories or experience. For the time being, she had nothing to do with Duan Tian at all. After making up his mind, Duan Tian focused on comprehending the law of time, losing track of time. During the process, he found that his speed of comprehending the law of time was extremely fast. It was much faster than when he used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. How did that supreme god do it? How did he send me, an intermediate supreme god, so far back in time? It's truly unbelievable. My speed of comprehending the law of time here is unbelievably fast. Duan Tian had experienced many things in his life, but he was still shocked at his speed of comprehending the law of time. He had gained a lot from his time here. My law of time should be able to faintly manifest the phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles now, right? Not long after, My law of time is able to manifest the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles now. After some time passed. Currently, I feel like my law of time is on par with my law of space. If I continue to comprehend it here, will it surpass my law of space? Duan Ling Tian was naturally excited when he thought about this. Alas, it did not take long for reality to hit him. Not long after he continued to cultivate, he felt an irresistible force shrouding him. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, a thought appeared in his mind. Am I going back? Naturally, he meant going back to the future. Duan Ling Tian had long speculated that every minute he spent in the past would take a toll on the supreme powerhouse who sent him here. It would be strange if there was no price for sending someone back to the past. While Duan Ling Tian was being sent back to the future, he was unaware that his father had just been born not long ago in the Saint Province realm, a mundane realm. His father, Duan Rufeng, was only 3 years old. He was just a naughty little boy running around butt naked with snot running down his nose at this time. How could he have known that he would have a very outstanding son in the future? When Duan Ling Tian regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to where he was near the divine fountain. However, this time he saw a supreme powerhouse hovering in the air. Duan Ling Tian was in a trance at this moment. It felt as though just a moment had passed even though he spent quite a long time in the past. In order to verify that he did not imagine his experience, he quickly checked his law of time. My law of time. Duan Ling Tian soon discovered that his level of comprehension of the law of time was indeed on par with his law of time. He truly did return to the past and comprehended his law of time there. What a pity! If I had more time in the past, my law of time would have surpassed my law of space. After sighing regretfully in his heart, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and chided himself for being greedy. After all, the opportunity that he had been given was something most people could only dream about. I stayed for so many years in the past, but only a moment had passed in the present. Duan Ling Tian reached out for the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. He felt that a lifetime had passed, but at the same time it also felt that only a moment had passed. After putting away the supreme powerhouse divinity, he turned to face the supreme powerhouse and bowed. Thank you, Senior. He knew very well that the other party must have paid a heavy price to send him back to the past. When you cultivate in the future, it's best for your law of time and law of space to progress concurrently. This will greatly help you to become a supreme powerhouse. The supreme powerhouse's voice reverberated through the entire space when he spoke. After a moment, the supreme powerhouse suddenly said, "Your wife has encountered a problem in the divine offering land's Xia clan. As such, I'll send you there." Duan Ling Tian was excited when he heard that his law of space and law of time could progress concurrently even if it would take more time and effort from him. Moreover, he now possessed the supreme powerhouse divinities that contained the law of space and the law of time respectively. His speed of comprehension from the divinities alone far exceeded that of normal people. However, when Duan Ling Tian heard the supreme powerhouse's final words, he froze immediately. Kua! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he recovered his senses. Following that, he felt a monstrous force shrouding him as the void in front of him twisted violently, causing his vision to turn blurry. When he regained his vision, he found himself standing in front of a brand new building. Although it was new, he could tell at a glance that it was the Xia clan's estate. It resembled what he had seen from a distance in the past. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and crossed the barrier of the Xia clan's estate. Meanwhile, the members of the Xia clan patrolling the estate did not discover Duan Ling Tian's presence until a few moments after he appeared. In the past, Duan Ling Tian would not have dared to enter the Xia clan so rashly. However, the only thing on his mind now was to save his wife, Kur. At this time, the members of the Xia clan surrounded Duan Ling Tian. "Who are you? Why did you trespass into our Xia clan's estate?" Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would have panicked if he was thrown outside the Xia clan's estate by a supreme powerhouse. He also would not have recklessly entered the Xia clan's estate. However, at this time, faced with the questions from the patrolling members of the Xia clan, he was only worried about Kur. Duanling Tian only wanted to find out what had happened to Kuer and what the Supreme Powerhouse's words meant. As such, he ignored the patrolling members of the Xia clan and flew away. Even a Supreme Powerhouse said that Kuer had encountered a problem. This meant that Kuer must have encountered a serious problem. After all, most big problems for cultivators were only small matters to Supreme Powerhouses. For example, killing a top advanced Supreme God might be an almost impossible matter to most people, but it was extremely easy for a Supreme Powerhouse. Stop him. He plans to force his way into our clan's estate. Capture him. Attack. Duanling Tian flew toward the Xia clan's estate at high speed. But before long, a group of elders and disciples appeared in front of him. At the same time, the earlier patrolling members also caught up with him from the back. Scram! Duanling Tian roared. He was burning with anxiety, and it took almost all of his self-control not to kill them. A spatial storm raged around him, causing the void to ripple. The members of the Xia clan were immediately forced to retreat. Duanling Tian's terrifying law of space could be sensed in the raging spatial storm at this moment. His divine energy as an intermediate supreme god felt like an unstoppable force to the elders and disciples of the Xia clan. The strongest among this group of members of the Xia clan were 3 intermediate supreme gods. However, faced with Duanling Tian, who was comparable with most top advanced supreme gods, they were naturally no match for him. Even if they joined forces, their combined strength seemed insignificant compared to his. It was just like how the stars could never outshine the moon. In just a moment, Duanling Tian suppressed the 3 intermediate supreme gods and the others, who were a mix of rudimentary supreme gods and a few advanced emperors of gods. Excluding the 3 intermediate supreme gods, if the others had not retreated in time, they would have been killed with just one strike. Boom! When the dust settled, Duanling Tian hovered in the void. The members of the Xia clan stood in the distance with horrified expressions on their pale faces. So strong. He's just an intermediate supreme god, right? How can an intermediate supreme god be so strong? I've seen the clan leader fight before. If he doesn't use his divine weapon, his strength is on par with his. An intermediate supreme god has strength on par with our clan leader? Many people were in shock and disbelief. Some even felt that they were dreaming for a brief moment. How could it be possible for an intermediate supreme god to be so powerful? At this moment, a scoff rang in the air before a burly old man appeared in the sky with a group of old and middle-aged men behind him. Their expressions were one of righteous indignation, furious that someone hurt the members of the Xia clan and was trying to force his way into the Xia clan's estate. This group of newcomers was elders of the Xia clan, and the old man in the lead was the second elder of the Xia clan. The second elder of the Xia clan came to a stop across from Duanling Tian. He stared at Duanling Tian with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you break into our Xia clan's estate?" "I'm Duanling Tian." At this time, Duanling Tian had calmed down a lot after venting his anger and anxiety on the patrolling members of the Xia clan. He continued to say, "I'm here because the Supreme Powerhouse who rewarded me ranking first in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking told me that my wife, Kuer, also eldest young Miss Xianxia of the Xia clan, has encountered a problem. I harbor no ill intentions toward the Xia clan. I'm only here to see my wife." Everyone fell silent when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian? They were a little uncertain earlier, but when Duanling Tian mentioned his name and that he ranked first in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking, they inhaled sharply. They were not unfamiliar with Duanling Tian's name. After all, recently, he had become very famous in the Divine Offering Land and other realms of gods. They naturally heard that he was from the mundane realm. He was not even 1,000 years old when he became a rudimentary supreme god. Not only that, but he ranked first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking and the overall ranking in the Advanced Chaotic Region. Although he was just a rudimentary supreme god, he was comparable to top intermediate supreme gods. He's Duanling Tian? As it turns out, it's him. I heard that the eldest young Mrs. husband in this life is someone from the mundane realm. However, I heard that her husband is very weak. How is he so strong? So Duanling Tian had a connection with our Xia clan? The disciples of the Xia clan who were frightened and ashamed after being suppressed by Duanling Tian earlier returned to their senses. Unlike before, joyful expressions could be seen on their faces. Earlier, they were ashamed and furious because they thought he was an outsider. But upon learning about his connection to the Xia clan, all traces of dissatisfaction in their hearts vanished immediately. Moreover, before Ku'er met with an accident, Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had instructed them not to be rude if Duanling Tian came and to treat him like an esteemed guest. At that time, most of them assumed Xiaoyu's treatment of Duanling Tian was due to Duanling Tian's monstrous talent. Many of them also did not think that Duanling Tian would come to their Xia clan even if the clan was a prime supreme rank force. After all, currently, he was recognized as the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world. Many prime supreme rank forces made many generous offers just to recruit him. As such, when they heard Xiaoyu's order, they felt that Xiaoyu was thinking too much. Why would Duanling Tian come to the Xia clan? However, after learning that Duanling Tian was the husband of Xianing Shui, their eldest young miss, realization finally dawned on them. No wonder clan leader gave such an order at that time. I found it strange previously, but it makes sense now. That's right. Since Duanling Tian is our clan leader's son-in-law, it's only natural for him to come to our Xia clan. The Xia clan has made it. Such a genius actually came to our clan. The group of people from the Xia clan were all pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was slightly confused when he heard that Kua's father in her previous life, Xiaoyu, actually ordered everyone to treat him like an esteemed guest. He found it hard to believe that Xiaoyu was treating him so politely. In Duanling Tian's eyes, Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had always been a villain. After all, Xiaoyu forced Ku'er to marry Yunqing Yan in her previous life. Moreover, it seemed that Xiaojia, the third master of the Xia clan, also resented Xiaoyu. As such, it was hard for Duanling Tian to believe that Xiaoyu actually welcomed him. Is it due to my achievements on the realm battlefield? Or is it because something happened to Ku'er? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly as his expression changed. Duanling Tian, the second elder of the Xia clan, and the other elders, who were originally furious, were also stunned. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be Duanling Tian. After the revelation, they looked at him and realized that the young man in front of them indeed fit the description. He was dressed in a purple robe, and he was handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. Suddenly, the expression of one elder changed as he exclaimed, "Wait, isn't Duanling Tian just a rudimentary supreme god? The last time he was seen in the advanced chaotic region, he was still a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. For this, he broke through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god and even stabilized his cultivation base. Earlier, before the elders arrived, they received a message that a very powerful intermediate supreme god was forcing his way into the Xia clan's estate. It was suspected that the other party was not inferior to a top advanced supreme god. At that time, they did not take the message seriously. It was unlikely that an intermediate supreme god was on par with a top advanced supreme god, after all. Even the two known strongest intermediate supreme gods only possessed the strength of a powerful advanced supreme god. There was still some gap between the strength of the duo and a top advanced supreme god. They were shaken again by this revelation. Duanling Tian, you've become an intermediate supreme god and stabilized your cultivation base? The realm battlefield only closed a few years ago, but he has already made a breakthrough? What's going on? His cultivation speed is out of this world. I heard that he was stuck in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god for many years and was unable to stabilize his cultivation base. How did he become an intermediate supreme god so quickly? While a few elders voiced their doubts, some members returned to their senses and spoke up. It must be because he has absorbed a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Everyone agreed with these words immediately, and their doubts were immediately dispelled. They knew that he was not only rewarded with a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, but he was also allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. Some of them could not help but wonder if the Xia clan would get some liquid from the divine fountain since he was Xiaoyu's son-in-law. Duanling Tian truly did not expect he would receive such an enthusiastic reception during his first visit to the Xia clan. After listening to the conversations in his surroundings, he also learned that he was so enthusiastically received not only because of Xiaoyu's order, but also because of the divine fountain. This was not surprising since the divine fountain was a supreme treasure that even supreme powerhouses coveted, let alone ordinary cultivators. Everyone is so materialistic no matter where I go. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. At this time, the furious expression on the face of the second elder of the Xia clan had long disappeared. He smiled warmly and said, "As it turns out, the young master has arrived. Greetings, young master. I'm Xia Dongming, and I'm the second elder of the Xia clan." Previously, Xia Dongming did not believe it when he heard that an intermediate supreme god possessed the strength of a top advanced supreme god. However, after learning that the other party was Duanling Tian, he no longer had any doubts. After all, when Duanling Tian was just a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, he was already on par with top intermediate supreme gods. Perhaps the title of the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world is going to change hands again, Xia Dongming thought to himself. Previously, in the advanced chaotic region, a supreme powerhouse had declared that Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Laws Academy was the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. However, later when the results of the rankings appeared, an unknown intermediate supreme god claimed the first and second place for the intermediate supreme god ranking and the overall ranking respectively. As such, quite a few people at that time felt that the unknown intermediate supreme god should be the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. However, Hong Yifeng was declared to be the strongest by a supreme powerhouse. Almost everyone trusted the words of a supreme powerhouse, so most people still believed that Hong Yifeng was the strongest. There are two camps. One supports Hong Yifeng, and the other one supports Xianxia. However, if the two camps find out that Duanling Tian has become an intermediate supreme god and also stabilized his cultivation base, both will agree that Duanling Tian is stronger than Hong Yifeng and Xianxia, Xia Dongming thought to himself. Xia Dongming was certain about this. Duanling Tian was very popular after all. Moreover, previously Duanling Tian was known as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the history of the god-defying world. There had never been such a powerful rudimentary supreme god. This was also verified by a few supreme gods who had lived for a very long time. Before Duanling Tian could speak again, Xia Dongming said respectfully, "Young master, please come inside." Then he added, "Third master had ordered us to notify him immediately if you come. Third master will be coming to meet you after this." Duanling Tian followed Xia Dongming into the Xia clan's estate. He was not surprised when he saw how big the estate was, but he was quite puzzled by how new everything looked. The Xia clan was a prime supreme rank force and had a long history. Even if they maintained the estate well, it was impossible for it to look so new. However, Duanling Tian did not dwell on this matter for too long before his thoughts returned to Kur. He asked, "Second elder, Kur, did something happen to her?" The bright smile on Xia Dongming's face stiffened immediately upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. He was so distracted by Duanling Tian earlier that he completely forgot about the eldest young miss situation. Xia Dongming smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, it's a long story. When you see the third master later, you can ask him about it." Xia Dongming could tell that Duanling Tian was unaware of Kur's specific situation, and he did not have any intention to enlighten Duanling Tian himself. After all, what if Duanling Tian decided to kill the messenger? Although the possibility was small, he was still very careful. Duanling Tian made a sound of acquiescence and nodded. At the same time, he looked forward to meeting Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. He still vividly remembered the unkempt, middle-aged man he met a long time ago. At that time, Xianxia had given him the 7 orifices exquisite sword and a fragment of the profound divine metal. It was also then that he began to collect the 5 divine elements, which played a huge path in his growth. Not long after, Duanling Tian saw a familiar figure in the sky up ahead. When he saw the unkempt Xianxia, he felt that Xianxia was still the same. The years did not leave any traces on Xianxia at all. When Xianxia saw Duanling Tian, he said, "Good lad, you're finally here." Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited when he saw Xianxia. He had not felt so emotional for a long time now. He called out, thrilled, "Third uncle." In the past, Xianxia had told Duanling Tian to address him as third uncle. Although Duan Tian was excited to see Xianxia, he naturally did not forget about Kuer. Kuer. As soon as Duan Tian mentioned Kuer's name, the joyful expression on Xianxia's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a grim expression. Seeing this, Duan Tian's heart sank. There was no doubt that something bad had happened to Kuer. Although he did not doubt the Supreme Powerhouse's words, he was even more worried after seeing Xianxia's reaction. Third uncle. Before Duan Tian could ask any question, Xianxia said, "I'll bring you to her now and fill you in on the way." Duan Tian did not hesitate and followed Xianxia, who had turned around to leave. Meanwhile, Xia Dongming and the others only watched as the duo left. Second elder, will young master be staying in the clan? An elder asked. It's hard to say, Xia Dongming said as he shook his head. At the same time, a few elders of the Xia clan sent out messages in all directions outside of the Xia clan. The Xia clan was not strict, and many of the members had connections with people outside of the clan. As it happened, one message was sent to the Yun clan, a prime supreme rank force in the Divine Offering Land. To be precise, it was sent to Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan. Duan Tian has arrived at the Xia clan's estate? Yun Tingfeng's expression darkened immediately after receiving the voice transmission. Although he had expected this day to come, he did not expect it to come so soon. He's become an intermediate supreme god and also stabilized his cultivation base? Not only that, but he's suspected to be on par with Xiaoyu. A troubled expression appeared on Yun Tingfeng's expression immediately. He knew that it would not be easy to deal with Duan Tian now unless the ancestor of the Yun clan personally made a move. Otherwise, he might have to join forces with a few top advanced supreme gods to deal with Duan Tian. Even if he could convince a few top advanced supreme gods to help him, he still needed to find a chance before he could kill Duan Tian. Such a chance was definitely hard to come by. No matter how difficult it is, I still have to find a way to deal with him. He has already stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Once he becomes an advanced supreme god, no one in the Yun clan will be a match for him except for the ancestor. Yun Tingfeng burned with anxiety the more he thought about this matter. The Xia clan's estate. Duan Tian, who was unaware of Yun Tingfeng's thoughts, followed Xianxia to Kuer's courtyard and learned about what happened to Kuer. Kuer had fallen into a coma after her soul was restrained by a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan. Through some unknown means, Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, merged with the remnant soul of a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan from the Blood Spectre world, one of the myriad worlds. Most importantly, the member of the Soul Imprisonment clan was a supreme powerhouse. After the merge, Yun Qingyan changed drastically. He was no longer obsessed with possessing Kuer. However, he was now obsessed with keeping Kuer and Duan Tian separated. Yun Qingyan. Duan Tian gritted his teeth as flames of fury burned in his eyes. He did not expect that the good-for-nothing person whom he had been dismissive of would actually stir up so much trouble. Moreover, the other party managed to find a shortcut and became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Tian was also aware that after the merge, Yun Qingyan was no longer the same Yun Qingyan. After a moment, Duan Tian asked, "Third uncle, is there really no way to wake Kuer up? What if I ask a supreme powerhouse to remove the restraint on her soul?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's useless. Previously, a supreme powerhouse came. My eldest brother and I asked for his help, but he said even supreme powerhouses are unable to help because the other party who cast the restraint is a supreme powerhouse as well." Duan Tian's heart sank when he heard these words. Originally, he thought he would be able to ask for help from one of the two supreme powerhouses he met earlier. He could even ask for help from the Xia clan's ancestor. It did not matter if he had to owe a favor. However, he did not expect that even supreme powerhouses would not be able to help Kuer. Xianxia continued to say, "That supreme powerhouse said that there are only two ways to wake Kuer up. The first is if the person who restrained her soul releases her. Needless to say, this is impossible. The second way is to kill the person who restrained her soul. Once he dies, the restraint will naturally disappear. It's similar to soul energy when it's injected into soul pearls. It'll disappear when the owner of the energy dies, or it'll gradually dissipate with the passage of time. However, we can't wait for the restraint to dissipate. I'm afraid Shuer won't survive that long. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed upon hearing these words. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia came to a stop in front of a courtyard. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the courtyard. It was impossible to tell if the other party was cultivating or resting at this moment. The middle-aged man was handsome. Although he was only sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, his majestic aura was undeniable and obvious. Clearly, he was someone who had been in a high position all his life. When Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia walked in, Xiaoyu opened his eyes. He first nodded at Xianxia before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Xianxia, with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity, he had been notified by the elders that his son-in-law had arrived. In all honesty, he had been dissatisfied with his son-in-law in the beginning. He felt that his daughter only fell in love with a man from a mundane realm because she lost her memory after she reincarnated. As such, when Yun Qingyan brought her back, he did not say anything about Yun Qingyan separating his daughter and her husband from the mundane realm. He truly felt that his son-in-law was not worthy of his daughter. After receiving various news about Duan Ling Tian's actions in the chaotic region and advanced chaotic region, Xiaoyu finally began to take Duan Ling Tian seriously. After all, Duan Ling Tian was born in a mundane realm, the lowest of the lower realms, but he was able to achieve such feats. Even if Duan Ling Tian had various fortuitous encounters, his journey here was nothing short of a miracle. In fact, there were many supreme powerhouses from mundane realms as well, and their journeys were also miraculous. However, compared to Duan Ling Tian, they were not as shocking. After all, no one had ever entered the realm of a supreme god before reaching 1,000 years old. As expected, he's already an intermediate supreme god. Xiaoyu quickly confirmed that his son-in-law, whom he was meeting for the first time, had indeed become an intermediate supreme god. Not only that, but his son-in-law had also stabilized his cultivation base. He was both surprised and unsurprised at the same time. He was surprised that Duan Ling Tian went from a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base to an intermediate supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base. However, it was not completely unexpected since Duan Ling Tian was allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. It would truly be unexpected and surprising if Duan Ling Tian became an advanced supreme god. At this moment, Xianxia, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, began to make the introduction. Ling Tian, this is my eldest brother, Xiaoyu. He's the clan leader of the Xia clan. Even without the introduction, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed Xiaoyu's identity. His gaze was also complicated when he looked at Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, he still nodded and said, Clan leader Xia. In fact, as Kuer's husband, it would have been more appropriate for Duan Ling Tian to address Xiaoyu as father instead of clan leader Xia. However, he really could not bring himself to address Xiaoyu as father. After all, Xiaoyu was complicit in imprisoning his family and friends back then. He also supported Kuer's marriage to Yun Qingyan. Let alone father. Duan Ling Tian could not even bring himself to address Xiaoyu as Uncle Xia. Addressing Xiaoyu as clan leader Xia was his way of alienating Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's form of address. After all, the other party was his son-in-law. How could his son-in-law address him as such? Meanwhile, Xianxia saw Xiaoyu's stunned expression and could not help but smile mockingly at his brother. In the past, his eldest brother had looked down on and underestimated Duan Ling Tian, leading him to make a series of bad decisions. Otherwise, things might not have turned out this way. Currently, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to change the form of address unless his niece said something about it. When Xiaoyu returned to his senses, he saw the mocking smile on Xiaojia's face and could instantly guess Xiaojia's thoughts. However, he was not angry. He only sighed and smiled wryly before he said, Go in. She's inside. Don't be reckless and probe her soul with your soul energy. If you really want to do so, make sure you don't get close to her soul. Otherwise, the restraint will see your energy as a threat and destroy her soul immediately. Xiaoyu's expression grew more and more solemn as he spoke. "Thank you, clan leader Xia," Duanling Tian said with a nod before he entered the house. Xia Jie accompanied Duanling Tian until they were in front of a door to a room. Then he said, "Shuer is in this room. Go in. You've not seen her for hundreds of years, so take a good look at her." Xia Jie sighed after he finished speaking. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he opened the door and entered the room. He froze as soon as he entered the room. The room resembled his and Kur's room in the mundane realm. The positions of the cabinet, table, chairs, and bed were all the same. A painting hung on the wall next to the cabinet. It was a painting of a man, a woman, and a little girl. Although the painting was not very good, Duanling Tian knew immediately that the painting was of him, Kur, and Duan Xiling when she was a child. Kur hasn't seen Xiling as an adult even though Xiling is her biological child. Duanling Tian's heart trembled when this thought appeared in his mind. Compared to his wife, Duanling Tian was more unfortunate. At least, he had seen his daughter grow from a little girl to a pretty woman. At this moment, tears brimmed in Duanling Tian's eyes as his heart surged with emotions. He closed his eyes and raised his head, but it did not prevent his tears from falling down his face. He quickly evaporated his tears and took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage to look at the beautiful figure lying on the bed. About 900 years had passed, but his wife still looked the same. However, he knew that she must have suffered a lot and experienced many things over the years. His wife had been on the realm battlefield for hundreds of years. As someone who had been to the realm battlefield as well, he could only imagine how many times she had a close brush with death. Duanling Tian came to the bed and looked down at his wife before he squatted down. He reached out and gently stroked his wife's cheek as he whispered, "Kur, I'm here. You've suffered over the years. Don't worry, I'll definitely wake you up. At that time, I'll bring you back to see our daughter. One day, we'll all be reunited and live together happily." Duanling Tian's voice was soft, but it was filled with determination. Unfortunately, despite Duanling Tian's emotional words, the woman on the bed remained motionless. Due to the restraint on her soul, she could not perceive anything in the outside world at all. How could she hear his words? She could not even hear voice transmission at this moment. Duanling Tian remained crouched next to the bed as he recounted his experience after they were separated. When he was finally done speaking, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by 10 million blades when he saw her lying motionlessly and expressionlessly. "I'll stop here," Duanling Tian said tenderly. "I don't know if you heard me, but I'll tell you all about it again when you wake up. No matter how many times you want to hear it, I'll tell you. I should bring you away now and let Xiling take care of you. However, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't even know how many people are targeting me now. I don't want to bring harm to you, so you'll have to stay in the Xia clan for now. I'll bring you back to see Xiling after I find a way to wake you up." Today was the day Duanling Tian spoke the most in his life. Usually, he did not speak much in front of others. He was an introvert, after all. However, faced with his wife whom he had not seen for about 900 years, he could not hold back his words at all. Unknowingly, half a day and a night had passed. When Duanling Tian finally walked out to the courtyard, Xiaojie, who was sitting cross-legged in the air like Xiaoyu, opened his eyes. He asked with a smile, "You're finally out?" Currently, the young man who was incredibly weak in the past possessed strength that possibly surpassed his. He lamented how the younger generation had surpassed the older generation, but at the same time, he was truly happy that his niece found such an excellent husband. Xiaoyu also opened his eyes at this time. His gaze remained complicated when he looked at Duanling Tian. He met Duanling Tian for the first time yesterday, and today was his second time meeting Duanling Tian. Third uncle. When Xiaoyu heard Duanling Tian address Xiaojie as third uncle, Xiaoyu knew that Duanling Tian was deliberately targeting him by addressing him as clan leader Xia. However, he also knew he deserved this alienation. After all, there was no denying he disliked Duanling Tian before and targeted Duanling Tian, even if he had done it to protect the future of the Xia clan and the safety of the Xia clan's ancestor. He comforted himself inwardly. telling himself that his son-in-law's attitude was understandable considering everything he had done. Xianxia asked Duan Lingtian, "What are your plans next?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He asked, "Third uncle, what do you think?" Xianxia stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you asking for my advice?" Duan Lingtian nodded. He was very clear about his current situation. The Supreme Powerhouse had directly sent him to the Xia clan. There was no doubt that the members of the Xia clan had already spread the news of his arrival. Many outsiders must know that he was now in the Xia clan. Although he had been here a day and a night, who knew how many people were lying in wait for him outside? After all, he was currently in possession of a large amount of liquid from the Divine Fountain. Although he was now an intermediate Supreme God, the Divine Fountain was something that even Supreme Powerhouses would kill for. After all, a man's wealth could bring his own ruin due to others' greed. Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that although the two powerhouses he met were rather easygoing, it was not certain that they would protect him even if they cherished talents. He naturally would not bet his safety and life on this possibility. Although Duan Lingtian was finally reunited with his wife, Kur, she was in a coma. She did not even know that he had come to see her, and she could not hear him. Despite the reunion, he did not feel any joy at all. The burden on him that had just been lifted previously seemed to have returned. The outer boundary, the blood specter world, the soul imprisonment clan, and Yun Qing Yen. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do most now was to find the person from the blood specter world's soul imprisonment clan, whom Yun Qing Yen had merged with. He could not wait to kill the other party so his wife would wake up. However, this was not realistic. He did not even know how to leave the God-defying world now, nor did he know where the blood specter world was located. Apart from that, he was no match for the person whom Yun Qing Yen had merged with. The other party was a supreme powerhouse after all. Duan Lingtian knew that his next course of action should be to leave the God-defying world and explore the outer boundary like his eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet. With this, he would be able to further improve. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from Subai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, that all advanced supreme gods in the God-defying world would be assigned to places in the outer boundary for a period of time. In the outer boundary, the God-defying world was only one of many myriad worlds. Moreover, it was only a second-tier world and was not among the strongest worlds among the myriad worlds. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian still wanted to listen to Xianxia's advice. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before he calmly said, "You're currently in a bad situation. Before this, no one knows your whereabouts. At most, those people would go to the profound energy land and lie in wait for you near the Myriad Laws Academy. However, news about you being in the Xia clan has likely spread. It's likely that there are already people lying in wait outside of the clan, hoping to kill you when you leave. After all, everyone covets the divine fountain in your possession." Xianxia sighed as he continued to say, "Although the divine fountain is useless to supreme powerhouses, it's useful to everyone below the realm of a supreme powerhouse. Many supreme gods are faced with the threat of their respective heavenly tribulations which might seriously injure or even kill them. To survive, they'll do anything to get stronger to resist their heavenly tribulations. These people are desperate. In their eyes, they'll die if they can't obtain the divine fountain in your possession." Xianxia's analysis was an accurate description of Duan Lingtian's situation. Duan Lingtian already knew this, so he nodded in agreement and waited for Xianxia's next words. He knew the advice would come next. As expected, Xianxia continued to say, "You have no other choice now. You might be safe if you remain here or in the Myriad Laws Academy, but you can't stay forever. As such, you only have one choice, and that is to leave the God-defying world and go to the God-defying world's territory in the outer boundary where no one knows you. Even if word spreads about you, you won't be targeted so soon in the outer boundary. All kinds of powerful people from the myriad worlds gather in the outer boundary. The God-defying world is just one of them. You have to be mentally prepared. The God-defying world is one of the stronger worlds, and eventually, those from the other worlds will hear about the monstrous prodigy who's acknowledged by the God-defying world. Once they find out that you possessed a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain, they'll definitely be tempted and target you as well. However, it'll take longer for news to spread there. Moreover, most people won't simply spread the word, so there'll be fewer competitors. Everyone wants it for themselves after all. Xiajia's suggestion was similar to Duanling Tian's idea, and he also learned about the vastness of the outer boundary through Xiajia's words. The outer boundary where supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds gathered was the most suitable place for Duanling Tian right now. It was impossible for him to find a safe place in any realm of gods in the god-defying world. Perhaps Duanling Tian would be safe if he remained in the Xia clan or the Myriad Laws Academy. But how could he hide in those two places forever? At the same time, Duanling Tian also learned through Xia Jie's words that the Myriad Laws Academy was not just a simple heavyweight supreme rank force. Otherwise, Xia Jie would not have said that he would be safe if he remained in the Myriad Laws Academy. Duanling Tian nodded and said as he looked at Xia Jie, "Third uncle, I also plan to go to the outer boundary. However, I don't know how to go to the outer boundary." This was the most important question. He could only go to the outer boundary after obtaining an answer. Xia Jie smiled slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. He said, "You don't have to worry about this. A prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land. Our Xia clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary." Duanling Tian's eyes brightened immediately when he heard Xia Jie's words. However, at this moment, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly refuted Xia Jie's words, saying, "He can't use the transportation formation." Xia Jie frowned, and Duanling Tian was puzzled. Xia Yu continued to say, "It's true that our clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary. However, third brother, have you thought about whether that place is safe for him? You spoke about him being targeted, but have you considered that he might be targeted by supreme powerhouses guarding that place? Even if the divine fountain is useless to supreme powerhouses, they covet it. Can you guarantee that they won't be tempted by the divine fountain?" Xia Jie's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He had indeed overlooked this matter. He had thought far enough that he even warned Duanling Tian about people from other worlds eventually finding out about the divine fountain and targeting him. He also thought about how those from prime supreme rank forces in the divine offering land and other realms of gods, with transportation formation to the god-defying world's territory, would eventually look for Duanling Tian in the outer boundary. He had considered all these threats, but he had forgotten about the supreme powerhouses themselves, especially the ones that guarded the entrance on the other end of the transportation formation. He had thought that Duanling Tian would be relatively safe in the territory of god-defying world in the outer boundary since it was guarded by the god-defying world's supreme powerhouses. However, what if the supreme powerhouse themselves decided to attack Duanling Tian? Truly, a man's wealth could bring his own ruin due to others' greed. Duanling Tian's divine fountain was not only tempting to supreme gods, but also supreme powerhouses. Although the supreme powerhouses could not use the divine fountain, they had direct descendants, especially those they favored, who would benefit greatly from it. Even if a supreme powerhouse did not have descendants, he or she could exchange the divine fountain for many things in the outer boundary. There was no lack of demand for the divine fountain after all. Then, if he can't go to the outer boundary using our transportation formation? Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, frowned slightly. He agreed with his brother about the danger of going to the outer boundary using the Xia clan's transportation formation. However, even if Duanling Tian did not go to the outer boundary from here, Duanling Tian still had to face countless supreme gods after leaving the Xia clan. He felt powerless thinking about this matter. Even if Xia Jie was willing to escort and accompany Duanling Tian, he was not sure if he would be of much help. After all, he might not even be as strong as Duanling Tian now. If he went with Duanling Tian, let alone helping Duanling Tian, it would be good if he did not drag Duanling Tian down. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat and he became even more vigilant after listening to Xia Yu's words. Even supreme powerhouses are after me now? After a while, Xia Yu said in a deep voice, "I'll request for our ancestor to return in person." Xia Jie's frown deepened upon hearing this. Our ancestor? Even if our ancestor returns and personally accompanies Duanling Tian, it might not be enough. The supreme gods definitely won't give up and might even work together. It'll also alert the other supreme powerhouses. Xia Jie's heart sank when he thought about the current situation of the Xia clan's ancestor. The ancestor was in fact a very ancient existence, but he was injured during his last once-in-10,000-year time heavenly tribulation and had yet to fully recover. This was also the reason his eldest brother was threatened by Yun Tingfeng. If the Xia clan's ancestor was in peak condition, how could Yun Tingfeng use the Yun clan's ancestor to threaten the safety of the Xia clan's ancestor? If the Xia clan's ancestor returned to bring Duan Ling Tian away, it would be bad if the ancestor was attacked by another supreme powerhouse. Even if it was unlikely that he would die, he would still be greatly injured. At that time, his chance of surviving his next time heavenly tribulation would be 0. Xiaoyu explained in a deep voice, I'm not planning to ask the ancestor to bring him to the outer boundary. I plan to ask the ancestor to open a spatial passage. Through the turbulent space, he can travel upstream and still go to the outer boundary. Xia Jie inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Enter the turbulent space and travel upstream. Isn't that too dangerous? Let alone an intermediate supreme god, it'll be dangerous even for an advanced supreme god to enter the turbulent space and travel upstream. Xiaoyu glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he asked Xia Jie, do you still regard him as an ordinary intermediate supreme god? Then, he looked back at Duan Ling Tian and said, if I enter the turbulent space and travel upstream to the outer boundary, I'm 70% certain that I'll survive. With Xiaoyu's strength, he had a 70% chance of survival and a 30% chance of dying if he entered the turbulent space and traveled upstream to the outer boundary. Xiaoyu continued to say, think about it yourself. If you leave through our Xia clan's transportation formation, the chances of you dying are higher. Moreover, you won't be able to seize the initiative in dealing with those who want to harm you and snatch your divine fountain. However, if you enter through the turbulent space, even supreme powerhouses will have difficulty pinning down your whereabouts. It's impossible to find someone in the turbulent space. However, traveling in the turbulent space doesn't just depend on strength, it'll also depend on your luck. In any case, the choice is yours to make. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Xia Jie looked at Duan Ling Tian silently. He did not dissuade Duan Ling Tian because he also felt this was Duan Ling Tian's best choice. Faced with the two brothers from the Xia clan, Duan Ling Tian said, I understand, clan leader Xia. Thank you. Then, he continued to say, I won't let the ancestor of the Xia clan help me in vain. Before I leave, I'll leave behind some liquid from the divine fountain for the Xia clan. It was too big a favor for the ancestor of the Xia clan to return just to help Duan Ling Tian, so he decided to repay the Xia clan with some liquid from the divine fountain. Although his wife was from the Xia clan, he had yet to acknowledge the clan for now. It would depend on his wife whether he acknowledged the clan as his family or not. For now, he would not let the Xia clan help him for nothing. Xiaoyu did not hesitate and immediately rejected Duan Ling Tian. There's no need for that. I'm helping you not because of the divine fountain. As Shuer's father, I'm indebted to her. This is my way of repaying her. Moreover, you can see this as the Xia clan investing in you. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Duan Ling Tian said decisively, if clan leader Xia refuses me, then I'd rather you not ask for the Xia clan's ancestor help. I'll depend on myself to leave. Duan Ling Tian continued to say in a tone that brooked no argument, as for my relationship with the Xia clan in the future, it'll have to depend on my wife's attitude. Before that, I don't want to be involved with the Xia clan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was stunned. Then, he sighed and said, as you wish. At the same time, Xia Jie's gaze turned even more complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian now. The young man who was incredibly weak in the past grew so quickly and was now on par with his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Shuer really found a good man, Xia Jie thought to himself. At the same time, he also thought that the risk Kuer took when she chose to reincarnate was worth it since it led her to Duan Ling Tian. Following that, Xiaoyu contacted the ancestor of the Xia clan and requested that he return to the Xia clan in person. Meanwhile, outside the Xia clan's estate, more and more people began to show up a distance away from the Xia clan. There were not only powerhouses from prime supreme rank forces in the divine offering land, but there were also powerhouses from other realms of gods who rushed over after receiving the news. All of them shared one purpose: ask Duan Ling Tian for some liquid from the divine fountain. If he was willing to cooperate, then the matter would end peacefully. Otherwise, they would snatch it from him. However, among these people, not all of them were here to target Duanling Tian. There were Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng, who came from the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. The duo had rushed over as soon as they received the news. Unlike the others, the duo did not lurk in the vicinity of the Xia clan's estate. Instead, they walked up to the Xia clan's estate. When the duo arrived at the entrance of the Xia clan's estate, Yang Yuchun said loudly, "I'm Yang Yuchun from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. I came with my second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, to visit the clan leader of the Xia clan." Recently, the duo had enlisted their friends' help to patrol the areas around the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. They killed many people who were lying in wait for Duanling Tian, dyeing the ground red. With that, the duo's fearsome reputation grew in the Profound Energy Land. This was particularly true for Hong Yifeng, the second member of the Inner Palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy. Although he was just an intermediate supreme god, he was not weaker than powerful advanced supreme gods. In fact, many powerhouses in the Profound Energy Land speculated that he was very close to being as strong as a top advanced supreme god now. If he broke through into the realm of an advanced supreme god, he would directly become a top advanced supreme god, and his strength would not be weaker than some leaders of prime supreme rank forces. In the past, the Inner Palace faction was much more low-key. However, Hong Yifeng, Yang Yuchun, and Duanling Tian rose to fame. The Inner Palace faction could no longer hide its brilliance. At some unknown time, an old supreme god sighed and said to other supreme gods. First, there was Huangfu Mengyuan. Now there are Duanling Tian, Hong Yifeng, and Yang Yuchun. The Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy might just affect the future of the god-defying world. Along with its members, the Inner Palace faction naturally became famous. In the outer boundary where powerhouses from the myriad worlds gathered, in a burial ground that was dyed red from blood and littered with corpses and bones. Occasionally, a few hideous and horrifying monsters could be seen scampering across the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang in the air, and a blood-red figure rose up from the burial ground and shot up into the sky in the distance. As the figure flew away, he shouted angrily, "Huangfu Mengyuan, you crazy woman! I already gave that thing to you, and I promised not to steal it from you. What more do you want?" Behind the man, an icy beauty chased after him. She said coldly, "The blood essence of your clan is also a great tonic. I can give it to my junior sister." The commotion shattered the eerie silence of the burial ground in just an instant. Following that, a green light suddenly appeared, causing the surroundings to pale in comparison. It shot toward the direction where the blood-red figure fled at blinding speed. In the next moment, "No!" A shrill cry filled with unwillingness rang from the distance before the powerful aura in the distance disappeared. The icy beauty flew toward the direction of the cry before she extended her slender hands and made a few hand gestures. In just a blink of an eye, a mist of blood appeared in the air. Subsequently, drops of blood that flashed with golden lights appeared. In the Divine Offering Land Xia clan, with the arrival of the duo from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, the atmosphere turned heavy. At this moment, a handsome boy from the Xia clan looked at the two figures in the distance who were being led into the Xia clan by a member of the clan. He murmured, "Are those two Duanling Tian's senior brothers?" As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man standing next to the boy smacked the boy's head and rebuked, "What Duanling Tian? Brat, don't address young master by his name." The boy's face turned pale in pain as he said aggrievedly, "Yes, father." When the boy recovered from the pain, the aggrieved expression on his face was replaced with admiration and longing as he said, "I heard that young master has been acknowledged as the strongest person among the young prodigy in the god-defying world. It'll be great if I can achieve half of his achievements at his age." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was the boy's father, only remained silent. He felt that his son was getting carried away. At the same time, he thought to himself, "When we return, I'll have to give him a spanking to keep him grounded. When I was his age, I wasn't as unaware as he is. Let alone a monstrous prodigy like Duanling Tian." I didn't even dare to think that I could be half as capable as our clan leader. If it were in the past, the Xia clan would have also welcomed the duo from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction when they visited, but it was impossible for Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, to personally welcome them. However, currently, Xia Yu had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his son-in-law even if Duan Ling Tian did not want to have anything to do with him now. As such, he came to welcome his son-in-law's two senior brothers in the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction and treated them as distinguished guests. Greetings, clan leader Xia. I'm Yang Yuchen. Greetings, clan leader Xia. I'm Hong Yifeng. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng well flattered that Xia Yu came to welcome them in person. They did not expect to be treated so well in the Xia clan. Then, the two exchanged a glance discreetly as they wondered if the rumor of their junior brother being the young master of the Xia clan was true. However, based on Xia Yu's treatment, it seemed like Xia Ningshui, the eldest young miss of the Xia clan, was indeed their junior brother's wife. After exchanging greetings, Xia Yu told the duo about his daughter choosing to reincarnate to escape from her arranged marriage and the series of events that happened after she returned to the Xia clan in this life. Upon learning that Kuer had fallen into a coma due to the restraint placed on her soul by a supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre world, the duo's expressions darkened. Both of you should go and meet your junior brother. He's leaving soon, Xia Yu said. He did not keep the duo for long. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the duo's arrival. If he knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Leave. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were startled when they heard Xia Yu's words. Xia Yu nodded. I haven't told you about his current situation, but I'm sure you're aware of it. In any case, I plan to ask our clan's ancestor to return in person so he could open a spatial passage that'll allow him to enter the turbulent space and go to the outer boundary. If he leaves through our clan's outer boundary, I'm afraid he'll be targeted by the supreme powerhouse guarding the other side of the transportation formation because of the divine fountain. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed like their junior brother did not have much of a choice. His only other choice was to stay in the Xia clan's estate. Yang Yuchen, who was more familiar with Duan Ling Tian, knew that Duan Ling Tian definitely would not choose to stay in the Xia clan. The divine fountain was a great treasure, but it took time to absorb it. However, one did not have to consciously cultivate after absorbing it. After absorbing into one's body would automatically digest it. However, if one fought, the speed of digestion would accelerate. It's also for this reason that the divine fountain was such a coveted treasure even by supreme powerhouses. Let's go and see junior brother first, Yang Yuchen said to Hong Yifeng before he said to Xia Yu. Clan leader Xia, please ask someone to lead us to him. I'll bring you to him, Xia Yu said. He did not put on airs at all in front of the duo and was more like a kind elder to them. As such, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's impression of Xia Yu was rather good. However, they also knew that Xia Yu's friendliness had everything to do with their junior brother. With their junior brother's talent, how could Xia Yu be dissatisfied with their junior brother? Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, in the Divine Offering Land's Xia clan at all. He was naturally surprised. Yang Yuchen smiled brightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian. He did not forget to introduce Hong Yifeng to Duan Ling Tian. He said, Junior brother. This is our second senior brother. After greeting Yang Yuchen, Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together at Hong Yifeng. Greetings, second senior brother. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Although this was Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting Hong Yifeng, his second senior brother, he had heard about Hong Yifeng from Lang Chun Yuan, his fourth senior sister. As such, he knew that Hong Yifeng was a kind person. According to Lang Chun Yuan, Hong Yifeng was not as cunning as Yang Yuchen and had never deceived her. Hong Yifeng laughed and said, I heard from third junior brother that you're very handsome. After meeting you today, it seems like he didn't lie to me. If eldest senior sister knows that we have a junior brother like you in our inner palace faction, she'll definitely be overjoyed. Although it was their first meeting, Hong Yifeng was not reserved at all. As such, Duan Ling Tian felt that Hong Yifeng was very easygoing. However, Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Hong Yifeng, knew that Hong Yifeng was only easygoing and friendly to the members of the Inner Palace faction. He was rather hot-tempered when faced with outsiders and would kill those who offended him or the members of the Inner Palace faction. He was very protective of the members of the faction after all. In the past, someone had bullied Yang Yuchun. At that time, Hong Yifeng went to the other party's sect and almost annihilated the sect. The junior brother and two senior brothers chatted very happily. At some point, Duanling Tian asked Yang Yuchun why Yang Yuchun failed to rank in the Intermediate Supreme God ranking, and learned that Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng both failed to rank in the ranking because they were busy looking for him. He was usually very calm, but he could not help but feel moved when he heard Yang Yuchun's reply. After all, his two senior brothers gave up on the rewards of the Intermediate Supreme God ranking for him. Moreover, the reward was liquid from the Divine Fountain. He was not sure if his two senior brothers would be able to rank in the top 3, but he was certain they would have no problem ranking in the top 10. Second senior brother. Third senior brother. Duanling Tian did not hesitate and quickly brought out the liquid from the Divine Fountain, intending to share it with the duo. The duo refused initially, but after Duanling Tian persuaded them, they finally agreed to take a small amount of liquid from the Divine Fountain. Before meeting Duanling Tian, Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng had conversations about asking Duanling Tian to give them some liquid from the Divine Fountain. However, after meeting Duanling Tian, they did not hesitate to refuse him. After all, they had been joking with each other previously. However, since Duanling Tian was adamant that they accept the liquid from the Divine Fountain, they finally acquiesced and only took a little. After giving the duo some liquid from the Divine Fountain, Duanling Tian said solemnly, "Second senior brother, third senior brother. News of me being in the Xia clan has spread. I'm sure those people also know that the two of you visited the Xia clan. They'll definitely be able to guess that I've given you some liquid from the Divine Fountain. You have to be careful." Duanling Tian was worried that the liquid from the Divine Fountain would bring trouble to his two senior brothers. Upon seeing the worried expression on Duanling Tian's face, Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng shook their heads and smiled. "Don't worry. It won't take much time for us to absorb the liquid from the Divine Fountain. At most, we'll absorb it in the Xia clan. If we absorb the liquid, those people have no reason to target us anymore. If they don't believe us, we'll just ignore the weak ones and show the strong ones our spatial rings or even our little worlds to prove our words. However, if they really dare to look into our spatial rings and little worlds, we'll definitely commit them to our memories. We might not be a match for them now, but it won't be the case in the future." Hong Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly while Yang Yuchun sneered. If someone was so ignorant as to look through their spatial rings and little worlds, they would definitely not let go of the offense. Duanling Tian felt relieved after hearing those words. He said, "That's a good idea. I'll stop worrying then." Yang Yuchun said with a smile, "Junior brother, your father-in-law seems to be very satisfied with you. When second senior brother and I arrived, he personally welcomed us and led us here." Duanling Tian smiled upon hearing these words. Before his two senior brothers arrived, he had learned of Xia Yu's past difficulties and his burdens as the clan leader of the Xia clan from Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. However, it did not mean he was ready to accept Xia Yu as his father-in-law. Although Duanling Tian could understand Xia Yu's difficulties and burdens, he could not understand how a father could sacrifice his daughter's lifelong happiness for the sake of the clan. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. He knew that this did not mean that Xia Yu was a bad person, but it did not change the fact that he disagreed with Xia Yu's actions. As the leader of the Xia clan, Xia Yu was tasked with shouldering the entire Xia clan. It was understandable that he chose to prioritize the safety of his clan over his daughter's happiness. He had to consider the bigger picture. However, if Duanling Tian were in Xia Yu's shoes, he would have resigned from his position as the clan leader and protected his daughter instead. If the clan threatened him, he would bring his daughter with him and leave the clan. However, he also knew that it would not be an easy decision. After all, there was no doubt that the clan had invested a lot of resources into its clan leader. He was not an ungrateful person. Hence, Duanling Tian did not hate Xia Yu at all. He just could not accept Xia Yu's decision for the time being, even if he could understand Xia Yu. Needless to say, if Kur forgave her father, he definitely would accept Xia Yu. Before the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse arrived, Duanling Tian spent most of his time with his two senior brothers. Through their conversations about the Inner Palace faction, he had a better understanding of how monstrous their eldest senior sister, whom he had yet to meet, was. Hong Yifeng said with a sigh. It was only after I entered the advanced chaotic region that I found out eldest senior sister was acknowledged by supreme powerhouses as the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world. After experiencing so many things in the realm battlefield, I thought I had closed the gap between us a little. Alas, I was too naive. Eldest senior sister improved much more than I did. After that, Hong Yifeng looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, junior brother, eldest senior sister will definitely be overjoyed when she finds out that our inner palace faction has another monstrous talent like you. She's not a stingy person. She'll definitely prepare a huge welcome gift for you when she meets you. Yang Yuchun looked at Hong Yifeng and said with a sneer, second senior brother, you said that eldest senior sister isn't a stingy person. How about you? It seems like you didn't prepare a welcome gift for junior brother. Did you? Hong Yifeng was briefly stunned by Yang Yuchen's words. Then he said sheepishly, third junior brother, you know how poor I am. Moreover, I haven't been to the outer boundary yet. How's it possible for me to have any treasure that's worthy of junior brother? Moreover, whatever I'll be able to come up with will definitely pale in comparison to the liquid from the divine fountain. After Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he brought his spatial ring out and emptied its contents in front of Duanling Tian before he said, junior brother, if you see anything you like, please take it. Among the things from Hong Yifeng's spatial ring was the vial of liquid from the divine fountain that Duanling Tian gave him. Based on the flashing light on Hong Yifeng's spatial ring, it was clear that he really emptied it and did not hide anything at all. He was very honest. Duanling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, second senior brother? Third senior brother was just teasing you. I don't lack anything at the moment. Please put away your possessions. Hong Yifeng kept insisting even after Duanling Tian declined his good intentions. Finally, Duanling Tian chose 2 items that were useful to him to appease Hong Yifeng. Although Duanling Tian's time with his 2 senior brothers was short, they got along very well. When the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse finally arrived, Duanling Tian had to bid farewell to his 2 senior brothers. Yang Yuqin and Hong Yifeng watched as the supreme powerhouse tore an opening in the space so Duanling Tian could enter the turbulent space. Thank you, senior, Duanling Tian said with a bow, expressing his gratitude to the supreme powerhouse before he left. He was determined to repay this favor. Be careful after you enter the turbulent space, the supreme powerhouse said. He did not put on airs. After all, Duanling Tian was among the strongest cultivators in the god-defying world. He, like most supreme powerhouses, had high regard for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian might not be a match for him now, but Duanling Tian might surpass him after Duanling Tian became a supreme powerhouse. He'll become an extraordinary supreme powerhouse if he becomes a supreme powerhouse, the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse thought to himself. He was very confident about this. After all, considering how Duanling Tian was comparable to top intermediate supreme gods when he was just a rudimentary supreme god, one could only imagine how strong Duanling Tian would be once he became a supreme powerhouse. After Duanling Tian entered the turbulent space, the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan said to Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng, the both of you will definitely be targeted once you leave the Xia clan. I'll escort you back to the profound energy land. The duo was naturally astonished. However, they also knew that Xia Yu must have mentioned them to the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. If there are no accidents, your eldest senior sister should become a supreme powerhouse soon, the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse said. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse was courteous to Yang Yuqin and Hong Yifeng not only because of their close relationship with Duanling Tian, but it was also because they were Huangfu Meng Yuan's junior brothers. He was certain that Huangfu Meng Yuan would become a supreme powerhouse before Duanling Tian. Moreover, she would not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse once she became one. If he could befriend her 2 junior brothers, it would also help him to build a connection with her. Thank you, senior. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng also wanted to return to the Myriad Laws Academy as soon as possible. Although they could also cultivate in the Xia clan, it was not their home after all. Supreme powerhouses are really terrifyingly powerful. Duanling Tian was still in awe as he traveled through the turbulent space on a path of colorful energy. As he traveled, mysterious forces from the surroundings kept attacking him, but they were fortunately blocked by a translucent barrier. However, He soon discovered that the path created by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse was gradually dimming. Fortunately, he could see the end of the path in the distance. Although the path could not be maintained for long, he was still amazed by how incredibly powerful a supreme was to be able to create a path in the turbulent space. No wonder people say that the gap between an advanced supreme god and a supreme powerhouse is almost insurmountable. It's like the difference between an ordinary person and God. Soon after, Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn when he recalled the words of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. According to the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, the path might not necessarily lead him into the outer boundary. There was a possibility that he might end up in the endless void sandwiched between the outer boundary and the God-defying world. He might also end up near or in the worlds neighboring the God-defying world, which were mostly weaker worlds colonized by the God-defying world. Although the God-defying world was not among the strongest worlds, it was still one of the 18 second-tier worlds ruling over weaker worlds. I must reach the end of the path before it disappears. I only have myself to rely on after this. Duanling Tian's expression turned more solemn as he drew close to the end of the path. Currently, the translucent barrier formed by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse protected him from the mysterious forces attacking him in the turbulent space. This was also the most dangerous part of his journey to the outer boundary. Once he left the path, he only had himself to rely on to survive. A powerful advanced supreme god had a high survival rate in the outer boundary. Although Duanling Tian was an intermediate supreme god, he was on par with most top advanced supreme gods now. However, due to the possible threats from supreme powerhouses, Duanling Tian could only travel to the outer boundary secretly with Xia Yu's help. In the turbulent space, it would be difficult even for supreme powerhouses to track Duanling Tian. I really hope the path doesn't lead to the endless void. Even if I can't go to the outer boundary, at least let the path lead to one of the worlds under the God-defying world. Duanling Tian was very famous now even among supreme powerhouses. He would be able to use his fame in a world under the rule of the God-defying world and go to the outer boundary through one of the transportation formations there. Each world has its own territory in the outer boundary. They're like base camps on the realm battlefields for specific worlds, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He had learned about this previously. He thought that the powerhouses or even supreme powerhouses in the God-defying territory probably did not expect him to appear. While Duanling Tian was nearing the end of the path in the turbulent space, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuqin had also returned to the Myriad Laws Academy accompanied by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. Shortly after the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse left, a few supreme powerhouses showed up at the Myriad Laws Academy. All of them were interested in purchasing Yang Yuqian and Hong Yifeng's vials of liquid from the divine fountain using some rare treasures. However, Su Bailai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, refused all of them. Su Bailai stood his ground even though the other parties were supreme powerhouses. Even if some of the supreme powerhouses really wanted to kill Su Bailai, they naturally did not do so since they would risk offending the supreme powerhouses affiliated with the Myriad Laws Academy. After all, those supreme powerhouses were stronger than them. Unless there was great enmity, supreme powerhouses generally remained cordial with each other and would not offend each other easily. Moreover, they also had to consider the consequences from the Supreme Powerhouse Conference if they blatantly made a move. They could possibly die. The supreme powerhouses who came to the Myriad Laws Academy naturally wanted the liquid from the divine fountain for their direct descendants. However, although the future of their direct descendants was very important, it was not more important than their lives. For this reason, some of them who were angered by Su Bailai's refusal and were capable of ending Su Bailai's life with just a flick of their fingers did not dare to make a move at all. In fact, they still had to be courteous to him. Duanling Tian would have been shocked if he knew how arrogant and firm Su Bailai was when faced with a group of supreme powerhouses. Meanwhile, Yang Yuqian and Hong Yifeng returned to the Inner Palace faction to cultivate soon after they arrived at the Myriad Laws Academy. They also gave Lang Chun Yuan a vial of liquid divine fountain that Duanling Tian had prepared for her beforehand. Junior brother is really thoughtful. Lang Chun Yuan was naturally moved when she received the vial of liquid from the divine fountain from Yang Yuqin. However, her expression was very dark after she learned about Duanling Tian's situation from her two senior brothers. Then, without saying another word, She quickly entered closed-door cultivation. Hong Yifeng sighed emotionally. I've never seen her so hard-working in the past. Yang Yuchen nodded. She must be motivated by our junior brother. She used to be the youngest, but not anymore. Although Lang Chun Yuan was brought back by Huang Fumeng Yuan and was taught by Hong Yifeng, she spent the most time with Yang Yuchen. As such, Yang Yuchen knew her very well. We must work hard as well. My goal is to become an advanced supreme god after absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain, Hong Yifeng said determinedly. As soon as Hong Yifeng's voice fell, Yang Yuchen had already flown to his cultivation ground to begin cultivating. This was the first time that all the members of the Inner Palace faction were cultivating so hard. Duan Ling Tian would have been impressed with how diligent his senior brothers and senior sister were. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally reached the end of the path. When he looked back, he saw that the path was already slowly fading away. It's time to leave this place. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he leaped off the path. A few moments after that, the path dimmed and shattered into pieces that were devoured by the turbulent space. After leaping off the path, Duan Ling Tian found himself in a space that was rather calm compared to the turbulent space. He was able to maintain his flight despite the occasional bouts of turbulence. If he had done this in the turbulent space, he would have quickly exhausted his energy just trying to maintain his flight. I can only rely on myself from now on. I need to find the space barrier and break it. It doesn't matter what lies behind it since it's dangerous to stay in this space. There's also no heaven and earth spirit energy here, so I can't recover my divine energy. If I stay here, my divine energy will be depleted once I run out of divine pills. Apart from the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy, Duan Ling Tian also discovered that he was unable to open his little world here. When he tried to open his little world here, he felt the turbulent energy in his surroundings trying to enter his little world. He knew that if it happened, it would wreak havoc in his little world. As such, even if his little world had an abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy, he could not access them here. Before entering the turbulent space, Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan, along with Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, and the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse had warned Duan Ling Tian against opening his little world in the turbulent space. After sensing the turbulent energy here, he also realized how massive the destruction would be if he had opened his little world here. Even advanced supreme gods won't dare to open their little worlds in the turbulent space. Duan Ling Tian was very cautious as he moved forward in a straight line, following the direction of the path created by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse that had faded away. According to the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, directions did not matter in the turbulent space since the directions were constantly shifting. It was also because of this that even supreme powerhouses would have a hard time tracking Duan Ling Tian in the turbulent space. As Duan Ling Tian advanced, he tried to conserve as much energy as he could. Although he possessed many pills that could replenish his divine energy, they were not inexhaustible. Hence, he used them sparingly. I hope I can find the space barrier soon. I'll be able to leave this place after breaking the space barrier. Duan Ling Tian naturally still did not know where he would end up. However, he knew it would be either the outer boundary, the endless void, or in or near one of the myriad worlds. It was also certain that he would not end up back in the God-defying world, no matter how the directions shifted in the turbulent space. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse had made sure of this. After all, their goal was to send Duan Ling Tian away from the God-defying world. Meanwhile, a guest had shown up unannounced at the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy. A green-clad young man with extraordinary bearing requested to meet Su Bai Lai. However, as the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, it was only natural that Su Bai Lai would meet every guest that showed up at the Academy, especially when the guest was a stranger. Soon enough, Su Bai Lai received a report from a patrolling teacher. He was told that the green-clad young man did not seem to be simple. Although the other party was just a rudimentary supreme god, his domineering energy easily suppressed the teachers who were also rudimentary supreme gods. A rudimentary supreme god? According to the report, it seems like he can be considered a top rudimentary supreme god. Driven by curiosity, Su Bai Lai instructed his subordinate to bring the green-clad man in. As soon as he saw the other party, he could see that the other party was extraordinary. He could sense a strong sword aura from the other party as though the other party was a sword, not a human. As an advanced supreme god, he could naturally tell that the other party must have mastered the sword Dao to a high level despite only being a rudimentary supreme god. Is he that person? Su Bailai thought about the person whom he had recently heard about who became famous in the advanced chaotic region. Su Bailai did not know if it was a real name or a fake name that was only used in the advanced chaotic region. What he knew was that the other party was an advanced emperor of gods. Considering the green-clad young man in front of him was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, Su Bailai thought it was likely that the other party was Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang was now a rudimentary supreme god, it was only natural for him to become a rudimentary supreme god after obtaining the liquid from the divine fountain. Feng Qingyang greets the Academy Master. Su Bailai had guessed correctly. The green-clad young man with a terrifying sword aura was none other than Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's master. Apart from ranking first in the Advanced Emperor of Gods ranking, he also ranked third in the overall ranking. Feng Qingyang's rewards were so precious that if Su Bailai had no restraints in morals, he would have been tempted to snatch the rewards away. Su Bailai knew that Feng Qingyang undoubtedly sought him out for important matters since Feng Qingyang did not hide his identity. Su Bailai smiled faintly. Feng Qingyang? The one who ranked first and third in the Advanced Emperor of Gods ranking and the overall ranking respectively. Feng Qingyang nodded. Yes. I didn't expect you to have heard of me, senior. It's not surprising that I've heard of you, Su Bailai smiled and said, I'm sure everyone in the heavyweight supreme rank forces in the various realms of gods has heard of you by now unless they're in closed-door cultivation. After a pause, he asked bluntly, what brings you here? Based on what I know, you have no connections with the Myriad Laws Academy, do you? Su Bailai knew that Feng Qingyang was a native of a mundane realm. He had heard people mention Feng Qingyang's doppelganger. At this moment, he was also not sure if the person in front of him was a doppelganger or not. If it's a doppelganger, he must have sent his strongest doppelganger. Otherwise, I would be able to sense it without using my divine consciousness. Su Bailai thought to himself. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Bailai and said seriously, Academy Master Su. I came here to meet the prestigious Vice Academy Master Yang Yuchun. Su Bailai was surprised by Feng Qingyang's reply. He asked, You know Yang Yuchun? Feng Qingyang shook his head. No, I don't know him. Su Bailai was puzzled and frowned slightly. He was not sure what Feng Qingyang's intentions were. If it were not for how extraordinary Feng Qingyang was, he would have thrown Feng Qingyang out of the academy. Upon seeing Su Bailai's expression, Feng Qingyang quickly explained, Academy Master, I don't know Vice Academy Master Yang, but I know his junior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was my direct disciple when he was in the mundane realm. I came here to inquire about my disciple. Feng Qingyang had heard about the situation in the Xia clan, and he was naturally worried about Duan Lingtian. Due to the heavy toll from cultivation, he had withdrawn all his doppelgangers from the lower realm. He was also sure that Duan Lingtian had also withdrawn his doppelgangers. As such, it had been a long time since he had last spoken with Duan Lingtian. Natives of lower realms had to withdraw their doppelgangers before they could break into the realm of a supreme god. Natives of realms of gods did not have this restriction since they were incapable of forming doppelgangers. However, due to the important role that bloodline powers played in breaking through the realm of a supreme god, they might fail to break through if they exhausted their bloodline powers before attempting a breakthrough. You're Duan Lingtian's master from the lower realm? Su Bailai, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was shocked by this revelation. At the same time, realization dawned on him when he recalled the sword Dao that Duan Lingtian displayed in the past. So Duan Lingtian learned his sword Dao from you? Su Bailai said as he sighed emotionally. Then he added, I'll send a message to Yang Yuchun immediately. I'm sure he'll want to meet you after he receives my message. Although the Inner Palace faction was located in an independent realm, Su Bailai was still able to send a message through the special communication method. Needless to say, ordinary communication methods were unable to reach the Inner Palace faction. In the independent realm of the Inner Palace faction, the current leader of the Inner Palace faction, Lang Chunyuan, was in closed-door cultivation now. However, in case of an emergency, the Myriad Laws Academy could still contact her. After receiving Su Bailai's message, Lang Chunyuan was slightly unhappy that she was disturbed. She asked impatiently, "Old Su, what's the matter? If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. I'm cultivating." Su Bailai was no longer surprised by Lang Chunyuan's bluntness at this point. He knew her quite well by now, after all. He said without beating around the bush, "Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian's master from the lower realm, came to the Myriad Laws Academy. He wants to meet your third senior brother to inquire about Duanling Tian's current situation. Ask your third senior brother if he wants to meet him." Feng Qingyang? Junior brother's master from the lower realm? Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, junior brother's master is called Feng Qingyang. According to junior brother, his master's sword Dao is superior to his. Lang Chunyuan said, shocked. The young man in front of me indeed has a higher mastery of the sword Dao compared to Duanling Tian. Even your eldest senior sister's mastery of the mastery Dao pales in comparison. Hurry up and inform your third senior brother of his arrival, Su Bailai said. It did not take long before two figures left the inner palace faction and went to Su Bailai's cultivation ground. As soon as they arrived, Lang Chunyuan asked curiously, "Where's Junior Master's master?" Junior brother said that although his master's cultivation base is lower than his master's sword Dao is superior to his. If he's an advanced emperor of gods, it should be fair for him to spar with me, right? Fourth junior sister, junior brother's master can be considered our senior. Show some respect. Lang Chunyuan fell silent after being reprimanded by Yang Yuchun. Su Bailai came over and quickly led them to Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Senior Feng. I'm Yang Yuchun, and this is my fourth junior sister, Lang Chunyuan." Yang Yuchun said, greeting Feng Qingyang with a slight bow. Since Duanling Tian was his junior brother, it was only appropriate for him to show respect to Duanling Tian's master. On the other hand, Lang Chunyuan was not as respectful as Yang Yuchun. She stared at Feng Qingyang curiously and circled him as she tried to figure out how Feng Qingyang managed to teach such an outstanding disciple like Duanling Tian. Fourth junior sister, Yang Yuchun called out, embarrassed by Lang Chunyuan's actions. He smiled sheepishly and said apologetically to Feng Qingyang, "Senior Feng, my junior sister is just like a child and doesn't know etiquette. I apologize on her behalf." Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. "Don't worry about it. There's no need to apologize." Lang Chunyuan stood in front of Feng Qingyang and stared at him blatantly as she asked, "Senior, will you teach me the sword Dao if I become your direct disciple?" Feng Qingyang and Su Bailai were taken aback by Lang Chunyuan's sudden question. Yang Yuchun, on the other hand, felt even more embarrassed. He said, "Senior Feng, not only is my fourth junior sister like a child, but she also frequently spouts nonsense." Before Yang Yuchun could finish speaking, Lang Chunyuan interjected, "Third senior brother, shut up. I'm serious about this matter." Feng Qingyang smiled slightly at Lang Chunyuan and said, "I can teach you the sword Dao if you're really keen to learn from me. However, how much you can comprehend depends on your ability. There's no need for you to become my disciple. You're Duanling Tian's senior sister, so I won't hide things from you." Feng Qingyang knew that the members of the Inner Palace faction had killed many of those who coveted Duanling Tian's liquid from the divine fountain, so he had a good impression of them. Just as Lang Chunyuan's eyes brightened, Feng Qingyang continued to say, "However, the prerequisite is that you've not comprehended any of the other four Daos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it'll hinder the progression of the Dao that you've comprehended. However, there's a possibility that if you have a high comprehension skill, it'll help the progress of your other Dao." Nearing the end of his words, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yuchun meaningfully. Yang Yuchun was naturally moved. Although Feng Qingyang had a lower cultivation base, he might not be able to defeat Feng Qingyang. With Feng Qingyang's heaven-defying sword Dao, it was possible that Feng Qingyang was on par with his second senior brother, Hongyi Feng, who was a top intermediate supreme god. At this time, Su Bailai looked at Lang Chunyuan and said with a smile, "Little girl, didn't you say that you wanted to spar with your junior brother's master earlier? Why don't you spar with him in my cultivation ground?" Lang Chunyuan did not respond to Su Bailai. Instead, she looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, "Senior, what's your current cultivation base?" At this time, Lang Chun Yuan finally remembered that the Advanced Emperor of Gods who ranked third in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking was also called Feng Qingyang. If they were the same person, she did not have the confidence to defeat Feng Qingyang even if he was still an Advanced Emperor of Gods. I just became a rudimentary Supreme God not too long ago, Feng Qingyang replied with a smile. Lang Chun Yuan's eyes widened as she asked, Senior, are you the person who ranked third in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking? Feng Qingyang nodded. Upon seeing this, Lang Chun Yuan hastily shook her head and said, I'm no match for you, Senior. I better not embarrass myself. Lang Chun Yuan was blunt, but not stupid. Why fight when she was bound to lose? Yang Yuqin was not surprised that Feng Qingyang was the Feng Qingyang who ranked third in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking. It was impossible to have another Feng Qingyang who also comprehended the Sword Dao to a terrifying level after all. In the past, Yang Yuqin had sent his doppelganger to the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace to help Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not meet Feng Qingyang. However, not only because Feng Qingyang was Duan Ling Tian's master, but also because of Feng Qingyang's mastery of the Sword Dao, Yang Yuqin respected Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang would be no less as monstrous as Duan Ling Tian if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was higher. Senior, did you come because you heard I returned from the Xia clan? Did you come to inquire about Junior Brother's situation? Yang Yuqin asked. Feng Qingyang's expression turned solemn as he replied, Yes. He's not here. Does this mean he's still in the Xia clan? No. Yang Yuqin said with a sigh before he recounted what happened in the Xia clan and told Feng Qingyang about Duan Ling Tian's decision. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grim when he found out that Duan Ling Tian reunited with his wife, but a tragedy had befallen her. He was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision because he knew Duan Ling Tian very well. Duan Ling Tian would not have come this far in such a short time if he was a coward and shied away from dangerous situations. After all, Duan Ling Tian became an intermediate supreme god at such a young age and possessed strength on par with top advanced supreme gods. It was unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world. When Yang Yuqin and Lang Chun Yuan brought Feng Qingyang back to the Inner Palace faction, Duan Ling Tian finally found the space barrier. Although he was doing his best to conserve his energy, his speed was not too slow. As such, it did not take long for him to find the space barrier. His destination lay behind the space barrier. However, it was uncertain whether his destination was the outer boundary, the endless void, or in one of the myriad worlds under the rule of the god-defying world. I wonder where I'll end up, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as he tore an opening in the space barrier. Naturally, he wished to be transported straight to the outer boundary, which was his ultimate destination. Duan Ling Tian hoped that he would be directly brought to the outer boundary. Unfortunately, he did not have the power to make that choice. Everything would depend on his luck, and the place he would end up depended on the will of heaven. There are three possible places: the outer boundary, which is the best outcome, one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world, which is the next best thing, and the endless void, which is the worst outcome. If I were to be transported to a world under the rules of the god-defying world, I can find a transportation formation that will bring me to the outer boundary. If the worst happens and I were to be transported to the endless void, I'll have to tear an opening again in the space barrier, enter the turbulent space again, tear open a space barrier again, and see where I end up. If the worst happened, at least Duan Ling Tian could recover his heaven and earth spirit energy in the endless void. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin in the endless void, he would be able to use his heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Unlike the turbulent space, in the endless void, he did not have to worry about the energy wreaking havoc in his little world. He could open his little world without any worries. The endless void was desolate with no end in sight. Moreover, he did not know what kind of danger lurked in the endless void. The moment of truth is here. I wonder which place lies behind this space barrier. When Duan Ling Tian tore an opening in the space barrier in front of him and leaped in, his restless heart had already calmed down. He had already prepared himself to face whatever outcome awaited him. Despite Duan Ling Tian's preparations, he still could not help but feel slightly disappointed after he saw what lay behind the space barrier. He saw a desolate place. There was no sky and no earth. It was as though nothing existed here. Although he had never been to this place before, he knew without a doubt where he was at this moment. It was the endless void, the worst possibility among the three possibilities. It was the place he least wanted to end up at. Duan Tian sighed heavily before he adjusted his state of mind. Since he was already here, there was nothing he could do to change his situation. Moreover, he had already planned his next step earlier for the possibility of him ending up in the endless void. He planned to recover his heaven and earth spirit energy first from his little world. After that, he would enter the turbulent space again and look for the space barrier. Hopefully, his next attempt would lead him to the outer boundary directly or one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world and not lead him to the endless void again. As far as he was concerned, it would be great as long as he did not end up in the endless void again. Fortunately, I have the help of the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan. At the very least, the world I'll end up in will be near the God-defying world. The supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan not only made sure that Duan Tian would end up near the God-defying world if he were not brought directly to the outer boundary or the endless void, but he also made sure that Duan Tian would not be transported back to the God-defying world. Duan Tian took a few days before he fully recovered his divine energy. After that, he did not waste any time and entered the turbulent space again. He quickly found the space barrier and tore it open. Alas, Duan Tian's expectations were destroyed in the next moment. The endless void again. According to the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, the endless void occupied the most space, followed by the outer boundary, the myriad worlds, and the turbulent space. Anyone could enter the endless void, but there was no benefit to it. However, based on the words of the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, many supreme powerhouses chose to stay in the endless void. Some of them would create their own independent realms here as well. Among these supreme powerhouses, many of them were extremely powerful. As far as Duan Tian was concerned, this had nothing to do with him. Even supreme powerhouses could not cultivate here no matter how long they stayed here, let alone someone like him was an intermediate supreme god. At this moment, he only wished to leave the endless void. He did not care if he ended up in a world under the rule of the God-defying world or the outer boundary as long he did not end up in the endless void again. Endless void again? Damn it! The first few times Duan Tian ended up in the endless void, he attributed it to his bad luck. However, he really did not expect to be transported to the endless void 8 times in a row. He really felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, during his 9th attempt, he was not transported to the endless void. After entering the spatial tear, Duan Tian, who was prepared for the worst outcome, was momentarily stunned. Then, a delighted smile appeared on his face when he finally reacted. This place. Duan Tian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy of the place before he murmured, "I can't confirm where this is based on the heaven and earth spirit energy." The heaven and earth spirit energy in the outer boundary was not that rich. It could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the myriad worlds at all. It's best if this is the outer boundary. Let's see if I can find people here. The language we speak in the God-defying world is the common language in the myriad worlds, so I shouldn't have trouble communicating in any of the myriad worlds. It won't be particularly hard for me to find a transportation formation that will bring me to the outer boundary, but it won't be very easy as well. Duan Tian muttered under his breath. Duan Tian was now an intermediate supreme god after all. Most importantly, the strength he possessed was frightening. However, if news spread to the God-defying world about the appearance of a monstrous intermediate supreme god, it would not take long for the people in the God-defying world to make the connections. He naturally did not wish for this to happen. If this is one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world, I'll join a force so I can have access to a transportation formation that will lead me to the outer boundary. Even if the news about me spreads, those people won't be able to find me so easily. It'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Duan Tian naturally knew that supreme powerhouses also coveted the liquid from the divine fountain. It was likely that no one expected that he had given half of the liquid from the divine fountain he possessed to his senior brothers and Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. Apart from that, the remaining liquid from the divine fountain in his possession had been brought to the lower realms by his doppelganger, who left the divine offering land through a destruction divine shuttle. Duanling Tian decided to send his doppelganger from the law of life to the lower realm instead of his doppelganger from the law of life. It was his strongest law after the law of space and the law of time. Moreover, it was quicker for him to form a doppelganger from the law of life with the help of the divine tree of life if needed. Initially, Duanling Tian wanted to leave the divine offering land using the destruction divine shuttle as well. However, according to Xianxia, supreme powerhouses were capable of tracking him to the lower realms through the destruction divine shuttle, unlike ordinary people. Needless to say, he would not take such a risk. After Duanling Tian's doppelganger arrived, it traveled through various mundane realms and devata realms to make sure nobody was following him before he finally went to his family and friends and gave them the liquid from the divine fountain. Duanling Tian was shocked when he found out that Huana's cultivation had increased tremendously through his doppelganger. Lord of Gods! Duanling Tian was understandably in shock and disbelief. After all, Huaner had been staying in a mundane realm with his family and friends all this while. He asked, "Huaner, how did you raise your cultivation so quickly?" "I'm not sure as well," Huaner said, shaking her head. In fact, she was not aware of the extent of her current strength because she had yet to have a chance to test her strength out. She only knew her cultivation was rising rapidly. She told Duanling Tian when she cultivated, a spatial tier would appear next to her every once in a while. A mysterious energy would sweep out of the spatial tier and enter her body, helping her cultivation. Although the energy was mysterious, she did not feel any discomfort when it entered her body. Even after she became a Lord of Gods, the spatial tear would still appear along with the mysterious energy. Duanling Tian's expression was solemn as he listened to Huaner recount her strange experience. According to Huaner, the energy comes from beyond the mundane realm. It's an external energy. What's going on? Even with Duanling Tian's current knowledge, he could not figure out the situation. "Huaner, when did this start happening?" Duanling Tian asked again. "After I attained godhood," Huaner replied. Huana's cultivation speed had always been fast. Combined with the resources Duanling Tian provided, it was easy for her to attain godhood. When Duanling Tian heard that this oddity began to appear after Huana stabilized her cultivation as a rudimentary god, he concluded that the mysterious energy had something to do with her being a 1,000 phantom ice fox, which was an extremely rare divine beast in the Devata realms that only appeared once in a million years. According to Huana's mother, information regarding the other 1,000 phantom ice fox in the history of their clan was limited. No one could confirm his exact cultivation base, but there was rumor that he had attained godhood. Considering everything, Duanling Tian thought that 1,000 phantom ice foxes were really not simple. Otherwise, Huana would not have such a special encounter after attaining godhood. "I've encountered many powerful divine beasts in the realm of gods. No matter how powerful they were, they had limits. Most, if not all prime supreme rank forces are that of humans, but there were some heavyweight supreme prime rank forces that had divine beasts. It's not easy for divine beasts to become a top advanced supreme god, let alone a supreme powerhouse. Even among divine beasts that are supreme powerhouses, there aren't any that are significantly strong. It's obvious that the divine beasts have limitations. However, divine beasts without natural limitations aren't unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world, but they're as rare as a phoenix feather. However, they've not appeared for many years now. Rumors had it that this kind of divine beast is terrifying. Once they become an advanced supreme god, they'll have the strength of a top advanced supreme god even if their cultivation bases have yet to stabilize. It's as though this kind of divine beast is blessed by the heavens. Alas, such a divine beast hasn't been seen in nearly a million years. I wouldn't even know about this if I didn't come across this information in an ancient scroll in the Inner Palace faction, Duanling Tian thought to himself as his heart began to race in his chest. The ancient scroll also contained the speculations of the Inner Palace faction's founder regarding divine beasts. His speculations were made based on his friend who was a divine beast. After attaining godhood, that divine beast could feel a small amount of energy slipping away from him when he cultivated. It seemed like this was a common occurrence among divine beasts after attaining godhood. It was like a natural restriction on them. Perhaps the energy, which ordinary divine beasts lose, is being given to extraordinary divine beasts that only appear once in a million years to help them become terrifyingly powerful. This is also why ordinary divine beasts have a difficult time cultivating and almost impossible for them to become a top advanced supreme god. The only way is if they comprehend one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Ordinary divine beasts capable of comprehending one of the four Taos of heaven and earth will mostly become supreme powerhouses. It seems like the natural law in the God-defying world is the reason why ordinary divine beasts experience energy loss when cultivating and when the law they comprehend is about to reach the perfect form after they attain godhood. I have a feeling that this energy loss has something to do with the extraordinary and heaven-defying divine beasts as well. It's as though ordinary divine beasts are supplying the heaven-defying divine beast with energy after attaining godhood. Perhaps the ancestor of the heaven-defying divine beast laid down this rule in the past to make sure the others don't go extinct. Even the strongest supreme powerhouse in the God-defying world now doesn't possess such strength and wisdom. I wonder if there's such a powerful supreme powerhouse in the powerful worlds. If my speculation is right, the God-defying world had such a supreme powerhouse before. Perhaps the ancestor of the heaven-defying divine beasts was one of the top supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Duan Tian was rather doubtful when he read the speculations made by the founder of the Inner Palace faction until he learned of Juana's strange experience. If his assumption was right, based on Juana's experience, she was likely a rare heaven-defying divine beast. The founder of the Inner Palace faction mentioned that only divine beasts would only have such restrictions in the God-defying world. They wouldn't experience the restrictions in the outer boundary. However, even if they manage to become an advanced supreme god in the outer boundary, they'll experience energy loss once they return to the God-defying world. The laws they comprehend would decline as well. It was as though divine beasts are cursed in the God-defying world. Duan Tian was shocked that the speculations made by the founder of the Inner Palace faction might be true. Perhaps the God-defying world once had an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse who laid down the law to provide energy for his or her kind, which would only appear once in a million years. In the past, before ascending to the realm of gods, Duan Tian knew that powerful divine beast forces in the Devata realms had connections to the forces in the realms of gods. Some of their members managed to ascend to the realms of gods as well and became supreme powerhouses. However, after ascending to the realm of gods, he discovered that the few divine beast forces that were comparable to prime supreme rank forces did not identify as a prime supreme rank force even if others acknowledged them as such. At that time, he did not understand the reason behind their low-key behavior. However, now, he thought it had something to do with the natural restriction. Divine beasts aren't the only ones who are affected. Even supreme powerhouses who are divine beasts are also affected in the God-defying world. For this reason, most divine beasts who are supreme powerhouses would rather stay in the outer boundary or in one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world. Duan Tian was alarmed when this thought appeared in his mind. He would not have thought about this if it were not for Juana's strange experience. If he ended up in one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world, he might encounter a divine beast who was a supreme powerhouse. The natives of the world might not know him, but the divine beast, who was a supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world, would definitely know him. If I end up in one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world, I can't simply join a prime supreme rank force in case I encounter a divine beast who's a supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world. After a while, Duan Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Life looked at Juana with a tender gaze. He thought that she was his lucky star. If it were not for her, he would not be aware of this hidden danger. Juana, can you elaborate more about the mysterious energy? Duan Tian was sincerely happy about Juana's fortuitous encounter. He was curious about the energy that helped her cultivation, but he was also worried that the energy would negatively affect her. However, after listening to Juana's experience with the energy, he felt more at ease. He concluded that the energy was harmless. Juana became a lord of gods so quickly. It won't be long before she becomes an emperor of gods and even a supreme god, Duan Tian thought to himself. Duan Tian thought that his family and friends would have to rely on him for protection. However, based on Juana's experience, it seemed possible for her to become a powerful supreme powerhouse. If she was truly the descendant of that heaven-defying divide beast, her attainment in the future would be comparable to that of her ancestor. This meant that she would be one of the top supreme powerhouses in not only the God-defying world but also the myriad worlds. Since the rule still exists until now, it means that no one can break the rule or no one bothered to break the rule. One could only imagine how powerful the ancestor of the heaven-defying beast was for being able to lay down such a rule that remained unbreakable to this day. Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Life distributed the liquid from the divine fountain to his family and friends. He had also diluted the liquid beforehand to avoid any side effects since their cultivation bases were still at a low level. However, he had used a special type of essence to dilute the liquid from the divine fountain that would also aid their cultivation bases. The special essence was useless to him, but it was a treasure to them. When Duanling Tian finally sat down to chat with his parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, in their courtyard, he brought up Kur. He did not bring up the matter when his daughter Duan Xiling was around because he did not want her to worry. Although Kur was absent for most of Duan Xiling's life, Duan Xiling did not resent her nor did she complain about it. She was very understanding about Kur's situation. Moreover, she grew up under the loving care of Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and even Huaner. Father, mother, I met Kur. How is Kur? Li Ro asked anxiously. She did not dare to ask this question when everyone was around, even though she was eager to find out about Kur's situation. Duan Rufeng held his wife's hand to comfort her as he said soothingly, "Calm down. Let our son tell us about it." Duanling Tian recounted everything that happened to Kur, and after his parents listened to him, they fell silent. After a moment, Duan Rufeng asked, "So you're going to the outer boundary, so you can grow stronger quickly and kill Yun Qingyan, who merged with a supreme powerhouse?" Duanling Tian nodded. Although Li Ro was worried about Duanling Tian's safety in the mysterious outer boundary, she did not try to dissuade him. After all, she knew it would be impossible to dissuade him, and she was also eager for him to save Kur. Although she treated Duanling Tian's other wife and partners equally, Kur was special to her. After all, Kur had been with her since Kur was a teenager. She only had one son, and she treated Kur like a daughter. "Father, mother, rest assured. I've been doing well over the past 1,000 years, haven't I? I'll bring Kur back soon," Duanling Tian said reassuringly with a smile. He naturally knew that his parents were worried. "Tianer," Duan Rufeng said with a sigh, "be courteous when you meet the clan leader of the Xia clan. After all, he's your elder. Kur might have reincarnated, but her soul remains the same. She's still his daughter no matter what. Even if you disagree with his actions, as the clan leader, he has to prioritize the clan's interest." Duan Rufeng used to be the leader of a force in the mundane realm, so he was naturally aware of the responsibilities and difficult decisions that came with being a figure of authority. "I know, father," Duanling Tian said with a nod. He understood Xia Yu's responsibility as the clan leader of the Xia clan, even if he disagreed with Xia Yu's actions. For this reason, he did not sever ties with Xia Yu and had only treated Xia Yu with alienation. If Kur was willing to forgive Xia Yu and hoped that he would treat Xia Yu as his father-in-law, he would naturally follow her wish. However, it was impossible for him to warm up to Xia Yu at the moment. Duanling Tian continued chatting with his parents and also advised them regarding problems they encountered during their cultivation before he left. When he finally left their courtyard, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. "I didn't get the best outcome again. I didn't end up in the outer boundary. Instead, I ended up in the cyclic world, one of the worlds under the rule of the God-defying world." Duanling Tian had never heard of the cyclic world prior to this, so he knew nothing about it. This was not surprising since not many people in the God-defying world knew about the cyclic world. Only supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world would know about the cyclic world. "I have 3 options now. Return to the turbulent space and try my luck again, join a force here and use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary, or stay and cultivate in the cyclic world until I become an advanced supreme god before I join a force and head to the outer boundary." There was no doubt that the third option was Duanling Tian's safest option. If he waited until he became an advanced supreme god before going to the outer boundary, no one would be able to guess his identity easily since most people would assume he was still an intermediate supreme god. However, if he joined a force now and displayed his strength, he might risk exposing his identity. Forget about the first option. I can't play with luck. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself decisively. Previously, he was transported to the endless void countless times before he finally ended up in the cyclic world. As such, he was not feeling very confident about his luck at the moment. The third option is the safest, but it'll take a long time. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose the second option. He decided to join a force in the cyclic world and use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary immediately instead of waiting until he became an advanced supreme god. Now I must find out which top forces possess transportation formations to the outer boundary. Based on my strength now, it's easy for me to join any of the top forces in the cyclic world. However, if I display my strength as an intermediate supreme god, I'll attract unwanted attention. I have to plan this out carefully. Although Duan Ling Tian could not wait to go to the outer boundary, he did not let his desire cloud his judgment. After all, a single mistake could lead to his death. He would not hesitate to take the chance if he were alone. However, he carried many responsibilities on his shoulders and could not afford to take such risks. Finally, Duan Ling Tian began to investigate the top forces in his vicinity. During the process, he gained a certain level of understanding of the cyclic world. Unlike the God-defying world where there were 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms, the cyclic world only had 9 realms which were known as domains. The domains were divided into 3 which were called the tridomains collectively. The tridomains were the upper tridomain, middle tridomain, and lower tridomain. The lower tridomain was similar to the mundane realms in the God-defying world, but it was at least 10 times bigger than the largest mundane realm in the God-defying world. The strongest cultivators in the lower tridomain were celestials. The middle tridomain was similar to Devata realms, and the strongest cultivators there were demigods and rudimentary gods. Finally, the upper tridomain was like the realms of gods in the God-defying world where various top forces were located. I wasted half a day in the cyclic world's middle tridomain. After asking around, Duan Ling Tian finally realized he was in the middle tridomain. After that, he went to the nearest transportation site and went to the upper tridomain. Although he encountered a few problems on the way, no one dared to approach him after he displayed strength comparable to an ordinary god. After all, rudimentary gods were considered very powerful in the middle tridomain. However, even rudimentary gods did not dare to provoke the weakest god from the upper tridomain. This is the Luo domain, which is part of the upper tridomain. The 3 top forces in the Luo domain have the support of supreme powerhouses. Most importantly, they have transportation formations that lead to the outer boundary. In the end, after gathering information out of the 3 top forces in the Luo domain, the Sun Clan caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. Not only was the Sun Clan closest to him, but it was also the only clan among the 3 top forces. This would make it easier for him to join the clan and use the clan's transportation formation. I'll use a little of my strength and get acquainted with a direct descendant with a high status in the Sun Clan so I can join the clan. Perhaps the other party will make it easier for me to use the transportation formation. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian began to investigate the Sun Clan and devised a plan carefully. With his current strength, he could not charge into the Sun Clan by force. He also could not reveal his full strength, even if it meant that they would let him use the transportation formation in exchange for a favor, since it might expose his identity. The appearance of an intermediate supreme god with the strength of a top advanced supreme god would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, word about him would spread and his identity might be exposed. He could not afford to take such risks, especially when there might be supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world in the cyclic world. The Sun Clan was one of the top forces in the cyclic world's upper tridomain. A supreme powerhouse emerged from the clan 100,000 years ago, and as a result, the clan rose to the top and became one of the strongest forces in the cyclic world. However, the clan was rife with internal conflicts due to the many factions founded by various direct descendants. If there were no contest, the position of clan leader would be passed down to the future generation of the same faction. Otherwise, other direct descendants could compete to become the clan leader regardless of their factions. Currently, the Sun Clan had 7 factions. The most outstanding person among the younger generation in the Sun clan was Sun Yuqian. Due to his talent, he was the most suited to become the next clan leader of the Sun clan. However, his father was only the fourth master of the Sun clan. Apart from Sun Yuqian, there were another two who were also promising candidates to become the next clan leader of the Sun clan. One of them was the son of the current clan leader of the Sun clan, and the other was a prodigy from another faction. Although Sun Yuqian was the strongest among the three, his faction was the weakest. It was also for this reason that the faction truly hoped that he would become a supreme powerhouse so the faction would rise to prominence in the clan. At this moment, Sun Yuqian just completed his daily activities. He had visited a few of the Sun clan's properties and was returning to the clan. He was also accompanied by an intermediate supreme god who protected him. His faction was the only faction in the Sun clan that did not have an advanced supreme god. Second uncle, you don't have to follow me everywhere. The clan's properties aren't far from our estates and nothing will go wrong, Sun Yuqian said to the middle-aged man following him. The middle-aged man, Sun Yuqian's second uncle, was called Sun Long. Upon hearing Sun Yuqian's words, he said as he shook his head, Yuqian, you're our faction's only hope. As the strongest person in our faction now, it's my responsibility to protect you until you grow into your potential. Everything will be worth it once you surpass me in the future. Sun Long was sincere towards Sun Yiqian. He was Sun Yiqian's biological uncle after all. There were only 6 people left in his faction, and as the most powerful one in the action, he was naturally the leader. His greatest desire was for his nephew to grow stronger, become the next clan leader of the Sun clan, and bring glory to the faction. There were members of his faction who became clan leaders in the past, but this had not been the case for the past 20,000 years. Second uncle, I won't let you down, Sun Yuqian said solemnly. Sun Long smiled brightly when he heard Sun Yuqian's response. However, after a beat, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes widened. Then his divine energy suddenly surged out and covered Sun Yuqian. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air as Sun Long turned into a ball of flames and brought Sun Yuqian away with him. At the same time, a sword emitting a terrifying destructive aura descended from the sky to the spot where the duo was just standing. The void rippled and twisted as hairline cracks appeared in the void before they quickly mended themselves. Following that, a big and tall figure dressed in a black cloak descended from the sky. Boom! Another loud explosion rang in the air when another big and tall figure dressed in a gray cloak and a mask appeared and rushed toward Sun Long and Sun Yuqian. Who are you? Sun Long's expression turned grim as he hastily blocked the gray-cloaked man's attack. He soon discovered that the gray-cloaked man's strength was on par with his. He was confident he would be able to defeat the gray-cloaked man in a one-on-one fight, but alas, the other party was not alone. Based on the sword technique earlier, the black-cloaked man's strength seemed to be on par with his as well. You may leave if you hand Sun Yuqian over to us, the black-cloaked man said icily as he flew away. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The gray-cloaked man laughed before he added. You can call for help from the Sun clan, but I'm confident the 3 of us will be able to kill you before reinforcement arrives from your clan. Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's expressions changed upon hearing the gray-cloaked man's words. They had indeed called for reinforcements from the Sun clan, and most importantly, according to the other party's words, there were not only 2 of them, but 3 of them. That's enough. Kill them. A cold and sinister voice suddenly rang in the air before a skinny figure appeared in the sky. Following that, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted as a wave of icy energy swept towards Sun Ling and Sun Yuqian. Die! The 2 cloaked men made their moves in unison. Damn it! Sun Long's face turned ashen when he realized the third person was also an intermediate supreme god. If there were only the 2 cloaked men, he was confident he would be able to protect his nephew until the reinforcement from the clan arrived, even if it meant sacrificing his life. However, he would not be able to stall for time until the reinforcement arrived if he had 3 opponents who were on par with him. The Sun clan was a distance away, and it would take the clan's advanced supreme gods at least 15 minutes before they arrived. A hint of despair could be seen on Sun Yuqian's face as he wondered if this would be the end of him and his uncle. Kill them! The 3 men rushed toward Sun Long and Sun Yuqian in unison. Sun Long's expression was extremely grim as he defended against the trio. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the distance from the corners of his eyes. The figure glanced over before moving away, and based on the figure's speed, he could tell the other party was also an intermediate supreme god. His eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly cried out, "Brother, help me fend off these 3 men. I only need 15 minutes. After that, the advanced supreme gods from my Sun clan will arrive. I'll make sure that the clan rewards you handsomely if you help me." The figure in the distance stopped moving upon hearing Sun Long's words, allowing Sun Long and Sun Yuqian to have a better look at him. He was a handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing who was dressed in a purple robe. The purple-clad young man was not Duan Ling Tian. Needless to say, it was not a coincidence that he showed up here at this time. In fact, he had hired the 3 intermediate supreme gods to act out a show with him. The trio was impressed by Duan Ling Tian's audacity to scheme against the Sun clan. This was naturally not something they dared to do, and as such they wore masks to hide their identities. The masks looked ordinary, but there were various formations cast on the masks that were capable of stopping even advanced supreme gods from seeing them with their divine consciousness. It would be nearly impossible for those below the realm of an advanced supreme god to see them. After Sun Long pleaded for help and Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks, one of the 3 men Duan Ling Tian hired said fiercely, "Mind your own business, young man." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the man and said nonchalantly, "I didn't intend to interfere, but the tone of your voice irritates me." Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and made his move immediately. The void froze immediately and his movements were lightning quick. When the 3 men recovered their senses, Duan Ling Tian was already in front of them. "He's fast." Sun Long's eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head as he thought to himself, something is amiss. I think I was affected by his power. Did he use the law of time? Is he an expert in the law of time? The law of time was one of the 4 supreme laws, and it was also the most mysterious and powerful law among the 4 supreme laws. Based on how Duan Ling Tian had arrived in front of the trio in just a blink of an eye, Sun Long could tell that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of time was comparable to his comprehension of his strongest law. "We're saved." Sun Long rejoiced inwardly. At the same time, he sent a message to his nephew who was standing next to him. Sun Yuqian's eyes lit up with hope immediately. However, a hint of iciness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He swore that he would not let this matter slide if he survived. "It doesn't matter who's behind this matter. I won't let him or her get away with it." Sun Yuqian vowed inwardly. At the same time, the figures of the other 2 direct descendants in the Sun clan appeared in his mind. Although they were inferior to him in various aspects, they were his competitors in becoming the next clan leader of the Sun clan. If they had beaten him in a fair fight, he would have accepted his fate. However, he thought they were truly insidious for using such an underhanded manner to deal with him. "Ignore the brat and kill those 2. The 3 men hiding behind masks ignored Duan Ling Tian and charged towards Sun Long and Sun Yuqian. At the same time, they also kept their guards up against Duan Ling Tian. "There must be deep enmity between you for you to be so adamant about killing an advanced emperor of gods," Duan Ling Tian said with a heavy sigh. Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, but Sun Long and Sun Yuqian heard him clearly. The duo's expressions darkened when they were reminded that the trio had come for Sun Yuqian. "I won't let the mastermind behind this matter get away with this if I survive," Sun Long thought to himself resolutely. When the trio drew close, Sun Ling mobilized his divine energy and protected Sun Yuqian with all his might. As an advanced emperor of gods, it was only natural that Sun Yuqian was helpless at this moment. Sun Yuqian looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, and pleaded earnestly through voice transmission, "Senior, please help us. If I, Sun Yuqian, survive with your help, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely return the favor." Duan Ling Tian was just about to make a move when he heard Sun Yuqian's voice transmission. He grinned inwardly and made his move. He held back his strength and only used strength comparable to that of Sun Long. Even then, it was more than enough for him and Sun Long to stall for time until reinforcement arrived. The trio had the upper hand, but they were growing impatient and worried that the Sun clan's advanced supreme god would show up soon. After both parties exchanged blows for about 30 breaths, The trio exchanged a look before they decided to retreat. Before leaving, one of them said threateningly to Duanling Tian, "Brat, you better pray you don't run into us in the future. Otherwise, I'll rip you into pieces." Seeing that Sun Long did not give chase, Duanling Tian also did not make a move. Sun Long did not think there was a point for him to chase after the trio. After all, even if he and Duanling Tian joined forces, the trio still had the advantage. When the trio finally vanished out of sight, he looked at Duanling Tian with gratitude and cupped his fists together before he said, "My friend, thank you for helping us. Without your help, we would have died here." Following that, Sun Yuqian kneeled in the air and kowtowed at Duanling Tian before he said, "Thank you for saving our lives, senior." Duanling Tian quickly helped Sun Yuqian up to his feet with his divine energy. He felt rather embarrassed and sorry. After all, he was the mastermind who orchestrated this matter. "It's not a big deal," Duanling Tian said after helping Sun Yuqian up. When Sun Long asked about Duanling Tian's origins, Duanling Tian said that his name was Li Feng and that he was a sectless cultivator. He said he was looking for one of the top forces in the Luo domain, hoping to pay the force to let him use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary. The transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary? Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were shocked when they heard that Duanling Tian planned to go to the outer boundary. "Brother Li Feng, why do you want to go to the outer boundary? Although you're strong, I really want to advise you against going to the outer boundary. It's very dangerous there. It's too risky for us intermediate supreme gods to go to the outer boundary. I went to the outer boundary once with our clan's powerhouses. At that time, I saw many intermediate supreme gods being killed. Even weaker advanced supreme gods were slaughtered like meat on a chopping board," Sun Long said. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes nearing the end of his words. It was as though the outer boundary was a terrifying beast to him. Duanling Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm aware of the things you said. However, not only have I been taught to seek a breakthrough in the midst of danger, but my state of mind also requires me to be in dangerous situations to make progress. My goal is to break through and become an advanced supreme god in the outer boundary. If I let fear get the better of me, I'm afraid I won't be an advanced supreme god for the rest of my life." Nearing the end of his words, Duanling Tian's smile faded and was replaced by a solemn expression. Sun Long smiled wryly and said, "It seems like this is your only choice, Brother Li Feng. It's true that the outer boundary is very dangerous, but it's still possible to survive if you're cautious. This risk is indeed worth taking if it means you'll be able to become an advanced supreme god." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Brother Li Feng, since you haven't promised the loquacious primordial sect, there's no need to look for them. Our Sun clan possesses a transportation formation to the outer boundary as well. Since you saved our lives, this is only a small way for us to repay your kindness. If we couldn't even help you with this, we would have lived in vain for so many years." "That's right, Senior Li Feng," Sun Yuqian chimed in. "You can go to the outer boundary through the transportation formation in our Sun clan's estate. It's the same as the one in the loquacious primordial sect." Duanling Tian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Isn't this too troublesome for you? The loquacious primordial sect isn't too far away. Although I have to give them something as a form of payment, I can still afford to do so." "Brother Li Feng," Sun Long said seriously, "do you look down on us?" Duanling Tian smiled wryly and replied, "Of course not, Elder Sunday. If you insist, then I'll apologize for the inconvenience first. However, if this will put you in a difficult situation, please don't worry about me. I can always go to the loquacious primordial sect. It's no trouble at all." Sun Long waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal to use the transportation formation at all. Brother Li Feng, I don't know what the loquacious primordial sect told you, but all you need is a certain number of divine crystals to activate the formation to the outer boundary. It's very simple." Duanling Tian feigned a shocked expression when he heard Sun Long's words. He said, "All it takes are divine crystals? Apart from divine crystals, the loquacious primordial sect told me that some other things were needed as well. They didn't tell me what it was and said that it was a secret." Duanling Tian's acting skills could have won him an Oscar back on Earth. "Senior Li Feng, the loquacious primordial sect must have wanted to take advantage of you. hoping you'll give them a treasure in exchange for using their transportation formation. I, Sun Yuqian, might only be an emperor of gods and haven't been to the outer boundary, but I still know a thing or two regarding the transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary. It's just like what second uncle said. You only need a certain number of divine crystals to activate the transportation formation. Moreover, the number of divine crystals to send someone to the outer boundary isn't much. It's nothing to the Sun Clan. In fact, even I can afford it. Although Duanling Tian was young, Sun Yuqian respected Duanling Tian and addressed Duanling Tian as senior due to his strength. Moreover, in his eyes, Duanling Tian was his savior. As such, he naturally spoke up to reassure Duanling Tian, saying that Duanling Tian could also leave the cyclic world and go to the outer boundary through the Sun Clan's transportation formation. Seeing how insistent Sun Yuqian was, Duanling Tian no longer stood on ceremony. He said, "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. On account of the two of you allowing me to use the Sun Clan's transportation formation to go the outer boundary, please consider the favor repaid. We don't owe each other anything after this." Duanling Tian had just met Sun Yuqian, but he could tell that Sun Yuqian was very innocent. It was clear that Sun Yuqian regarded him as a savior and sincerely wanted to help. He intentionally said that they no longer owed each other so that Sun Yuqian would no longer feel indebted to him. Li. Just as Sun Long was about to speak, Sun Yuqian interjected, "Senior Li Feng, how can your life-saving grace be repaid with such a little thing? The grace of saving a life is greater than the heavens. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. In the future, if you encounter any issue, I definitely won't refuse to help you as long as it's within my capabilities." Although the matter was over, Sun Yuqian was determined to properly repay Duanling Tian. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that he felt like he should devote whole life to repaying Duanling Tian for saving his life. At the same time, a satisfied smile bloomed on Sun Long's face as he nodded and thought to himself, "This is what the men of our Sun Clan should be like." As for Duanling Tian, he felt rather awkward upon hearing Sun Yuqian's words. After all, everything Sun Yuqian experienced earlier was orchestrated by him. The three intermediate supreme gods were all actors, whom Duanling Tian found. A few days ago, he had spent a lot of effort to convince the trio to cooperate with him to put on a show. He both coerced and tempted them. He also promised them that their identities would not be revealed and that he would not allow the Sun Clan to target them. Duanling Tian had planned everything carefully, so he could go to the outer boundary using the Sun Clan's transportation formation. If his identity was still exposed after such meticulous planning, he really had nothing left to say. Forget it. Even if he's determined to repay me, he won't have a chance to do so. I'll just let him do whatever he wants. Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this time, he had grown quite fond of Sun Yuqian. As such, he felt a little guilty. If I have a chance in the future, I'll find a way to compensate him and tell him the truth about what happened today. I feel guilty, but I really need his help now. The more honorable Sun Yuqian was, the guiltier Duanling Tian felt. Seeing that Duanling Tian had stopped objecting, Sun Yuqian smiled. At this time, not one, but two people from the Sun Clan, who were advanced supreme gods, finally arrived. One was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but he possessed a pair of piercing eyes. As for the middle-aged man, he had an ordinary appearance and he looked aloof. The old man asked solemnly, "Sun Long, I heard that someone tried to kill Yuqian. Is Yuqian okay?" Before Sun Long replied, Sun Yuqian said, "Grandpa Hong, I'm fine." Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was facing Duanling Tian and Sun Yuqian earlier. At this moment, he looked slightly upset. He did not waste time on irrelevant details and directly pointed in the direction where the trio left and said to the old man, "Uncle Hong, those three people left not long ago. They left in that direction. If we capture them, we'll be able to find the mastermind behind the matter." In Sun Long's opinion, there was no point in complaining now. The most important thing was to ask the two advanced supreme gods from the Sun Clan who had just arrived to chase the three intermediate supreme gods. If the trio was captured and brought back to the Sun Clan, it would not be difficult to find out who was pulling the strings behind the scene. The old man, Sun Hong, who was from another direct descendants faction in the Sun Clan, understood Sun Long's intentions. He glanced at the middle-aged man next to him before he left in the direction where Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not pay attention to Sun Long's words, he understood Sun Hong's meaning with just a glance. Clearly, Sun Hong wanted to go after the three intermediate supreme gods. He did not hesitate and followed suit. When the two advanced supreme gods' figures finally vanished from sight, Sun Long calmed down again. He looked at Duanling Tian and introduced the duo. Brother Li Feng, those two are from another faction in our Sun clan. It's also the faction that our faction has the closest relationship with. Uncle Hong's name is Sun Hong. He's one of the advanced supreme gods in our Sun clan, and he's also the leader of his faction. The middle-aged man next to him isn't a descendant of our Sun clan, but he's Uncle Hong's adopted son, so he carries the surname Sun as well. His name is Sun Leizheng. He's a monstrous prodigy. Many people say that if he were a descendant of the Sun clan, the current clan leader of the Sun clan would have likely been him. After learning about the duo's identities, Duanling Tian was not particularly surprised that Sun Long and Sun Hong's respective factions have a good relationship. After all, Sun Long would only ask for help from advanced supreme gods he trusted in the Sun clan. It was part of Duanling Tian's plan to draw suspicion to Sun Yuqian's two competitors for the position of the clan leader. After all, after the suspicion was planted, how could Sun Long request help from people he did not trust? If those three intermediate supreme gods were really hired by one of Sun Yuqian's two competitors, and Sun Long requested help from those he did not trust, there was a possibility that whoever came to help might not even help him and Sun Yuqian. It was also possible that they might join forces with three intermediate supreme gods to kill him and Sun Yuqian. Everything is just as I've expected. I just didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son, who's also an advanced supreme god. Previously, Duanling Tian had thoroughly investigated the Sun clan. As such, he also knew about Sun Hong, an advanced supreme god of the Sun clan. He also found out that Sun Hong's faction had a good relationship with Sun Long's faction because there was no conflict of interest between them. After all, there were no talented descendants among the younger generation in Sun Hong's clan who competed with Sun Yuqian for the position of the clan leader of the Sun clan. Apart from that, among the three competitors for the position of the next clan leader, Sun Hong favored Sun Yuqian. This was because Sun Yuqian was not only superior to the other two in all aspects, but also because his faction had a close relationship with the faction that Sun Yuqian belonged. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng would successfully capture the three intermediate supreme gods. He had reminded the trio to change directions after leaving. He also advised the trio to go their separate ways. Although the advanced supreme gods from the Sun clan were strong, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for them to find the trio who had fled nearly half an hour ago. Just as expected, about 15 minutes later, Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng returned. Sun Hong shook his head and said, "We didn't find them or any traces of them at all in the direction you pointed. They must have left in a different direction. It's almost impossible to find them at this point." "Uncle Hong, thank you for your help," Sun Long said to Sun Hong, expressing his gratitude. Then, he said with a sigh, "Since we failed to catch those three, it'll be impossible for us to find the mastermind." A hint of anger could be seen in Sun Hong's eyes as he scoffed and said, "Even so, we must still thoroughly investigate this. No matter who it is, the Sun clan won't let him or her off for pulling such a stunt." Just like Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, Sun Hong also suspected that the matter had something to do with Sun Yuqian's two competitors. After all, he could not think of anyone else who would go to such lengths to kill Sun Yuqian. Sun Yuqian said, "Grandpa Hong, calm down. I believe the clan will give me an explanation for this matter." After saying that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duanling Tian to Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng and briefly explained Duanling Tian's involvement in the matter. After listening to Sun Yuqian's words, Sun Hong thanked Duanling Tian. "Brother Li Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. Don't worry about the transportation formation to the outer boundary. I'll make the arrangements for you. Please follow us back to the Sun clan. After dealing with this matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation that will send you to the outer boundary." At the same time, Sun Hong, who also learned about Duanling Tian's determination to go to the outer boundary from Sun Yuqian, did not dissuade Duanling Tian from going to the outer boundary at all. After all, Duanling Tian was just a stranger to him. He was only helping Duanling Tian to repay Duanling Tian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duanling Tian, who was pretending to be Li Feng, followed the members of the Sun clan back. Unsurprisingly, a huge commotion broke out in the Sun clan when the news about the attempt on Sun Yunqian's life spread. Many high-ranking officials and elders in the Sun clan were furious. Even those from the same factions as Sun Yuqian's two competitors reacted furiously. Even if they were gloating and felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die, they naturally knew they could not show it on the surface. Duanling Tian, as an outsider, naturally did not have anything to do with the commotion in the Sun clan. The Sun clan quickly reached a consensus regarding Duanling Tian. To repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life, the Sun clan gave him some divine crystals and also agreed to send him to the outer boundary using their clan's transportation formation. Naturally, no one objected. Even if those from the same factions as Sun Yuqian's two competitors were dissatisfied and upset that Duanling Tian prevented Sun Yuqian from dying, they agreed on the surface that the clan should repay Duanling Tian. Just like this, Duanling Tian left the cyclic world through the transportation formation in the Sun clan and went to the outer boundary. After the formation was activated, Duanling Tian lost consciousness briefly. It felt as though just a moment had passed, but it also felt as though a century had passed. When he finally regained consciousness, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and murmured, "So, this is the outer boundary? This place?" Duanling Tian found himself standing in the midst of a cluster of deserted buildings after he was transported to the outer boundary. Before leaving the Sun clan, Duanling Tian learned from the Sun clan that the transportation formation would send him to the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain in the outer boundary. The cyclic world's upper tridomains had a territory each in the outer boundary. The supreme powerhouses would take turns guarding the territories. Currently, the supreme powerhouse on duty at the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain in the outer boundary was coincidentally from the Sun clan. Someone from the Sun clan came here. The supreme powerhouse from the Sun clan, who was on duty in the Luo domain's territory in the outer boundary, could naturally sense the fluctuations in the territory before Duanling Tian even arrived. When Duanling Tian appeared, he quickly probed Duanling Tian with his divine consciousness and determined that Duanling Tian was not from the Sun clan. As the ancestor of the Sun he could naturally sense if someone was a descendant of the Sun clan. He has no blood relations with the Sun clan? Sun Pingyun, the supreme powerhouse from the Sun clan, frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, who was sitting in front of Sun Pingyun, asked in confusion, "What's the matter, brother Sun?" Sun Pingyun returned to his senses and shook his head as he said to the old man, "It's nothing. An intermediate came from our Sun clan's estate, but he's not a descendant of the clan. He's likely a friend of the clan." An intermediate supreme god? The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise as he said, "It's not unprecedented for intermediate supreme gods to come to the outer boundary, but it's really dangerous. It'll be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the outer boundary as well. Unless they're really confident, intermediate supreme gods won't usually come to the outer boundary without a good reason." "He's likely quite strong," Sun Pingyun said. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "Since he came from the Sun clan's estate, it's likely that he has a close relationship with a young descendant of the clan. He must have been warned about the dangers of the outer boundary before he came here. He must be a powerful intermediate supreme god, since he dares to come here." Sun Pingyun paused for a moment and looked at the old man in front of him before he said, "Speaking of intermediate supreme gods, Duanling Tian from the god-defying world is still the most terrifying. It's said that he currently possesses the strength of an advanced supreme god despite being an intermediate supreme god." The old man sitting in front of Sun Pingyun was a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world. When he heard Sun Pingyun's words, his eyes flashed for a moment before he said, "In the known history of the god-defying world, I've not heard of any intermediate supreme god who could match his strength. He's now irrefutably recognized as the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Moreover, he still has the liquid from the divine fountain." The old man's eyes brightened when he mentioned the divine fountain. He, like many others, coveted the divine fountain. Although he had no use for it and did not have any descendants or disciples who could use it, he could exchange the divine fountain for things he needed. Many powerhouses were willing to pay a generous price for the divine fountain to cultivate their descendants. After all, divine fountain? A hint of greed flashed in Sun Pingyun's eyes when the supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world mentioned the divine fountain. He said, "That young man from the God-defying world is really lucky. He obtained such a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain." It said that the amount he obtained even shocked people from the three major worlds. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained it was unfair. The supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world scoffed and said, "Those people just like to complain. What do they mean by unfair? Isn't it common for people to seize the opportunity presented to them? If they were in his shoes, would they think it's unfair? How ridiculous." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that he was the topic of discussion between two supreme powerhouses, let alone that the two supreme powerhouses were also in the Luo domain's territory in the outer boundary. Based on the words of the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan, the territories in the outer boundary aren't actually inside the outer boundary. However, one can easily enter the outer boundary from these territories. There's no need to worry about getting lost. These territories are also protected by their respective worlds. It won't be easy for most people to force their way in. Perhaps only a group of supreme powerhouses are capable of doing so. However, it's rare for something like that to happen. After all, it's a highly offensive action. Even if the cyclic world isn't a powerful world, if a group of supreme powerhouses break in, the cyclic world can ask for help from the God-defying world even if the cyclic world's supreme powerhouses can't do anything. After all, the cyclic world is under the rule of the God-defying world. The God-defying world won't just stand aside and do nothing if the cyclic world asks for help. The God-defying world will definitely send some supreme powerhouses over to help. This is also how the weak survive. Weak worlds might be exploited by powerful worlds, but they also have the protection from the powerful world. Moreover, without the protection of a powerful world, if the barrier breaks during an invasion, all lives will be gone. Only supreme powerhouses will have a chance to survive. For this reason, many weak worlds seek protection from powerful worlds. Duanling Tian learned about this from the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan when he was in the Xia clan in the God-defying world's divine offering land. The outer boundary should be up ahead. Duanling Tian walked forward in the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain. He did not see anyone at all. When he finally reached the end of the road, he saw a space barrier that resembled a dome. He could clearly see the scenery on the other side of the barrier. The scenery behind the barrier changed every once in a while. Beautiful mountains and rivers appeared before they were replaced by volcanoes and lakes. Duanling Tian was not surprised since he had also heard about this from the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan. The entrances of territories to the outer boundary changed places from time to time to prevent those who had just entered the outer boundary from being intercepted and killed. However, the distance between the changing places was not very far. After all, there was no world capable of making their entrances move over huge distances. In fact, even if all the supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds joined forces, it would still be an impossible feat. Let's go! In just a moment, Duanling Tian passed through the translucent space barrier. Then, he found himself in the ocean. Instead of a valley, a small river, or a stream, he appeared in the vast ocean. Naturally, it did not make a difference to him whether he was in the ocean, on land, or in the endless void. He easily kept himself dry with his divine energy. So this is the outer boundary. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the outer boundary, he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy had gotten thinner. Apart from that, he could detect the smell of blood that permeated the air. Suddenly, Duanling Tian felt the seawater surge around him. Not long after that, he saw a huge and unfamiliar demon in the distance. The demon possessed 4 limbs like humans, but its proportions and figures were odd and unbalanced. Its face was ferocious and it had horns on its head. It looked quite grotesque. When the demon saw Duanling Tian, it laughed wildly. It said to Duanling Tian using the common language in the myriad worlds, "A human actually entered my territory in the ocean. Free food for me." I killed quite a few human intermediate supreme gods. The strongest one managed to withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves you, a human, can withstand. When the demon drew closer, Duanling Tian confirmed its cultivation base from its aura. It was a demon in the realm of an advanced supreme god. The huge demon continued to say mockingly, like a hunter toying with its prey, "Human, hurry up and run. Let me see you flee in desperation. Although it's highly unlikely for you to escape under my nose, perhaps you'll get lucky." Duanling Tian remained indifferent toward the demon's mocking and condescending words. Although he was not completely certain about the full extent of the demon's strength, he was confident as long as the demon was not a supreme powerhouse. After all, despite being an intermediate supreme god, he possessed strength comparable to top advanced supreme gods. Duanling Tian looked at the demon who was making its way over and smiled coldly as he asked, "Why should I run away?" At the same time, Duanling Tian raised his hand. The seven orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in just a blink of an eye. Currently, the seven orifices exquisite sword had absorbed another few fragments of prime divine artifacts, and it was getting closer and closer to becoming a prime divine artifact. Upon seeing the sword in Duanling Tian's hand, the demon's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's a prominent divine artifact that's about to become a prime divine artifact. Human, you really gave me a huge surprise." "Very good. Since you prepared this surprise for me, I'll make sure to leave you with an intact corpse." The demon bellowed before a divine weapon appeared in its hand. Based on its aura, the weapon was not any weaker than the current seven orifices exquisite sword. Duanling Tian was only slightly surprised by this. After all, the opponent was a huge demon in the realm of an advanced supreme god. It had likely ruled the seas for many years. How could someone like that not have a hidden trump card? Those who survived and thrived in the outer boundary were naturally powerful.